Section 32 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part 2nd, Conflict, Chapter 13, The Edict. The day being at length arrived for its publication in Rome, Corvinus fully felt the importance of the commission entrusted to him of affixing in its proper place in the Forum the edict of extermination against the Christians, or rather the sentence of extirpation of their very name. News had been received from Nicodemia that a brave Christian soldier, named George, had torn down a similar imperial decree, and had manfully suffered death for his boldness. Corvinus was determined that nothing of the sort should happen in Rome, for he feared too seriously the consequences of such an occurrence to himself. He therefore took every precaution in his power. The edict had been written in large characters upon sheets of parchment joined together, and these were nailed to a board, firmly supported by a pillar, against which it was hung, not far from the Puteal Libinus, the magistrate's chair in the Forum. This, however, was not done till the Forum was deserted and night had well set in. It was thus intended that the edict should meet the eyes of the citizens early in the morning, and strike their minds with more tremendous effect. To prevent the possibility of any nocturnal attempt to destroy the precious document, Corvinus, with much the same cunning precaution as was taken by the Jewish priest to prevent the resurrection, obtained for a night guard to the Forum a company of the Pannonian cohort, a body composed of soldiers belonging to the fiercest race of the north, Dacians, Pannonians, Sarmatines, and Germans, whose uncouth features, savage aspect, matted sandy hair, and bushy red moustaches made them appear absolutely ferocious to Roman eyes. These men could scarcely speak Latin, but were ruled by officers of their own countries, and formed in the decline of the Empire the most faithful bodyguard of the reigning tyrants, often their fellow countrymen, for there was no excess too monstrous for them to commit, if duly commanded to execute it. A number of these savages, ever rough and ready, were distributed so as to guard every avenue of the Forum, with strict orders to pierce through, or hew down, any one who should attempt to pass without the watchword or symbolum. This was every night distributed by the general in command, through his tribunes and centurions, to all the troops. But to prevent all possibility of any Christian making use of it that night, if he should chance to discover it, the cunning Corvinus had one chosen which he felt sure no Christian would use. It was Numen Imperatorum, the divinity of the emperors. The last thing which he did was to make his rounds, giving to each sentinel the strictest injunctions, and most minutely to the one whom he had placed close to the edict. This man had been chosen for his post on account of his rude strength and huge bulk, and the peculiar ferocity of his looks and character. Corvinus gave him the most rigid instructions, how he was to spare nobody, but to prevent any one's interference with the sacred edict. He repeated to him again and again the watchword, and left him, already half stupid with sa'ia, or beer, in the merest animal consciousness that it was his business, not an unpleasant one, to spear or sabre some one or other before morning. The night was raw and gusty, with occasional sharp and slanting showers, and the Dacian wrapped himself in his cloak, and walked up and down, occasionally taking a long pull at a flask concealed about him, containing a liquor said to be distilled from the wild cherries of the Thuringian forests, and in the interval muddily meditating, not on the wood or river, by which his young barbarians were at play, but how soon it would be time to cut the present emperor's throat and sack the city. While all this was going on, old Diogenes and his hardy sons were in their poor house in the Subura, not far off, making preparations for their frugal meal. They were interrupted by a gentle tap at the door, followed by the lifting of the latch and the entrance of two young men, whom Diogenes at once recognized and welcomed. "Come in, my noble young masters. How good of you thus to honor my poor dwelling. I hardly dare offer you our plain fare, but if you will partake of it, you will indeed give us a Christian love feast." "Thank you most kindly, Father Diogenes," answered the elder of the two, Quadratus, Sebastian's sinewy centurion. "Pancratius and I have come expressly to sup with you, but not as yet. We have some business in this part of the town, and afterward we shall be glad to eat something. In the meantime, one of your youths can go out and cater for us. Come, we must have something good, and I want you to cheer yourself with a moderate cup of generous wine." Saying this, he gave his purse to one of the sons, with instructions to bring home some better provisions than he knew the simple family usually enjoyed. They sat down, and Pancratius, by way of saying something, addressed the old man. "Good Diogenes, I have heard Sebastian say that you remember seeing the glorious deacon Laurentius die for Christ. Tell me something about him." "With pleasure," answered the old man. "It is now nearly 45 years since it happened, and as I was older then than you are now, you may suppose I remember it all quite distinctly. He was, indeed, a beautiful youth to look at, so mild and sweet, so fair and graceful, and his speech was so gentle, so soft, especially when speaking to the poor. How they all loved him! I followed him everywhere. I stood by as the venerable Pontiff Sixtus was going to death, and Laurentius met him, and so tenderly reproached him, just as a son might a father, for not allowing him to be his companion in the sacrifice of himself, as he had ministered to him in the sacrifice of our Lord's body and blood." "Those were splendid times, Diogenes, were they not?" interrupted the youth. "How degenerate we are now! What a different race! Are we not, Quadratus?" The rough soldier smiled at the generous sincerity of his complaint, and bid Diogenes go on. "I saw him too, as he distributed the rich plate of the Church to the poor. We have never had anything so splendid since. There were golden lamps and candlesticks, censers, chalices, and patens, besides an immense quantity of silver melted down, and distributed to the blind, the lame, and the indigent." "But tell me," asked Pancratius, "how did he endure his last dreadful torment? It must have been frightful." "I saw it all," answered the old fossor, "and it would have been intolerably frightful in another. He had been first placed on the rack, and variously tormented, and he had not uttered a groan, when the judge ordered that horrid bed, or gridiron, to be prepared and heated. To look at his tender flesh blistering and breaking over the fire, and deeply scored with red burning gashes, that cut to the bone where the iron bars went across, to see the steam, thick as from a cauldron, rise from his body, and hear the fire hiss beneath him, as he melted away into it, and every now and then to observe the tremulous quivering that crept over the surface of his skin, the living motion which the agony gave to each separate muscle, and the sharp spasmodic twitches which convulsed and gradually contracted his limbs, all this, I own, was the most harrowing spectacle I have ever beheld in all my life. But to look into his countenance was to forget all this. His head was raised up from the burning body, and stretched out, as if fixed on the contemplation of some most celestial vision, like that of his fellow deacon Stephen. His face glowed indeed with the heat below, and the perspiration flowed down it. But the light from the fire shining upwards and passing through his golden locks, created a glory round his beautiful head and countenance which made him look as if already in heaven. And every feature, serene and sweet as ever, was so impressed with an eager, longing look, accompanying the upward glancing of his eye, that you would willingly have changed places with him." "That I would," again broke in Pancratius, "and as soon as God pleases. I dare not think that I could stand what he did, for he was indeed a noble and heroic Levite, while I am only a weak, imperfect boy. But do you not think, dear Quadratus, that strength is given in that hour proportionate to our trials, whatever they may be? You, I know, would stand anything, for you are a fine stout soldier, accustomed to toil and wounds. But as for me, I have only a willing heart to give. Is that enough, think you?" "Quite, quite, my dear boy," exclaimed the centurion, full of emotion, and looking tenderly on the youth, who with glistening eyes, having risen from his seat, had placed his hands upon the officer's shoulders. "God will give you strength as He has already given you courage, but we must not forget our night's work. Wrap yourself well up in your cloak, and bring your toga quite over your head. So, it is a wet and bitter night. Now, good Diogenes, put more wood on the fire, and let us find supper ready on our return. We shall not long be absent, and just leave the door ajar." "Go, go, my sons," said the old man, "and God speed you, whatever you are about. I am sure it is something praiseworthy." Quadratus sturdily drew his chlamys or military cloak around him, and the two youths plunged into the dark lanes of the Suburra, and took the direction of the Forum. While they were absent, the door was opened, and a well-known salutation of "Thanks to God!" as Sebastian entered, and inquired anxiously if Diogenes had seen anything of the two young men, for he had got a hint of what they were going to do. He was told they were expected in a few moments. A quarter of an hour had scarcely elapsed, when hasty steps were heard approaching. The door was pushed open, and was as quickly shut, and then fast barred, behind Quadratus and Pancratius. "Here it is," said the latter, producing, with a hearty laugh, a bundle of crumpled parchment. "What?" asked all eagerly. "Why, the grand decree, of course," answered Pancratius, with boyish glee. "Look here: Domini Nostri Diocletianus et Maximianus invicti Seniores Augusti Patres Imperatorum et Caesarum," and so forth. "Here it goes." And he thrust it into the blazing fire, a faggot over it to keep it down, and drown its crackling. There it frizzled and withered, and cracked and shrunk, first one letter or word coming up, then another, first an emperor's praise, and then an anti-Christian blasphemy, till all had subsided into a black ashy mass. And what else, or more, would those be in a few years, who had issued that proud document, when their corpses should have been burnt on a pile of cedar wood and spices, and their handful of ashes be scraped together, hardly enough to fill a gilded urn? And what also, in a few years more, would that heathenism be, which it was issued to keep alive, but a dead letter at most, and as worthless a heap of extinguished embers as lay on that hearth? And the very empire which these unconquered Augusti were bolstering up by cruelty and injustice, how in a few centuries would it resemble that annihilated decree? The monuments of its grandeur lying in ashes or in ruins, and proclaiming that there is no true Lord but one stronger than Caesar's, the Lord of lords, and that neither counsel nor strength of man shall prevail against him. Something like this did Sebastian think, perhaps, as he gazed abstractedly on the expiring embers of the pompous and cruel edict which they had torn down, not for a wanton frolic, but because it contained blasphemies against God and His holiest truths. They knew that if they should be discovered, tenfold tortures would be their lot; but Christians in those days, when they contemplated and prepared for martyrdom, made no calculation on that head. Death for Christ, whether quick and easy, or lingering and painful, was the end for which they looked; and, like brave soldiers going to battle, they did not speculate where a shaft or a sword might strike them, whether a death blow would at once stun them out of existence, or they should have to writhe for hours upon the ground, mutilated or pierced, to die by inches among the heaps of unheeded slain. Sebastian soon recovered, and had hardly the heart to reprove the perpetrators of this deed. In truth, it had its ridiculous side, and he was inclined to laugh at the morrow's dismay. This view he gladly took, for he saw Pancratius watched his looks with some trepidation, and his centurion looked a little disconcerted. So, after a hearty laugh, they sat down cheerily to their meal, for it was not midnight, and the hour for commencing the fast preparatory to receiving the Holy Eucharist was not arrived. Quadratus's object, besides kindness, in this arrangement, was partly, that, if surprised, a reason for their being there might be apparent; partly to keep up the spirits of his younger companion and of Diogenes' household, if alarmed at the bold deed just performed. But there was no appearance of any such feeling. The conversation soon turned upon recollection of Diogenes' youth, and the good old fervent times, as Pancratius would persist in calling them. Sebastian saw his friend home, and then took a round, to avoid the Forum, in seeking his own abode. If any one had seen Pancratius that night, when alone in his chamber, preparing to retire for rest, he would have seen him every now and then, almost laughing at some strange but pleasant adventure. End of Section 32. Section 33 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Second. Conflict. Chapter 14. The Discovery. At the first dawn of morning, Corvinus was up, and notwithstanding the gloominess of the day, proceeded straight to the Forum. He found his outhost quite undisturbed, and hastened to the principal object of his care. It would be useless to attempt describing his astonishment, his rage, his fury, when he saw the blank board with only a few shreds of parchment left, round the nails, and beside it, standing in unconscious stolidity, his Dacian sentinel. He would have darted at his throat like a tiger, if he had not seen, in the barbarian's twinkling eye, a sort of hyena squint, which told him he had better not. But he broke out at once into a passionate exclamation. "Sirrah, how has the edict disappeared? Tell me directly." "Softly, softly, Herr Kornweiner," answered the imperturbable Northern. "There it is as you left it in my charge." "Where, you fool? Come and look at it." The Dacian went to his side, and for the first time confronted the board, and after looking at it for some moments, exclaimed, "Well, is not that the board you hung up last night?" "Yes, you blockhead, but there was writing on it, which is gone. That is what you had to guard." "Why, look you, captain, as to writing, you see I know nothing, having never been a scholar, but as it was raining all night, it may have been washed out." "And as it was blowing, I suppose the parchment on which it was written was blown off?" "No doubt, Herr Kornweiner, you are quite right." "Come, sir, this is no joking matter. Tell me at once who came here last night." "Why, two of them came." "Two of what?" "Two wizards or goblins, or worse." "None of that nonsense for me." The Dacian's eyes flashed drunkenly again. "Well, tell me, Arminius, what sort of people they were, and what they did." "Why, one of them was but a stripling, a boy, tall and thin, who went round the pillar, and I suppose must have taken away what you miss, while I was busy with the other." "And what of him? What was he like?" The soldier opened his mouth and eyes, and stared at Corvinus for some moments, then said, with a sort of stupid solemnity, "What was he like? Why, if he was not Thor himself, he wasn't far from it. I never felt such strength." "What did he do to show it?" "He came up first, and began to chat quite friendly, asked me if I was not very cold, and that sort of thing. At last I remembered that I had to run through any one that came near me." "Exactly," interrupted Corvinus. "And why did you not do it?" "Only because he wouldn't let me. I told him to be off, or I should spear him, and drew back and stretched out my javelin, when in the quietest manner, but I don't know how, he twisted it out of my hand, broke it over his knee, as if it had been a mountebank's wooden sword, and dashed the iron-headed piece fast into the ground, where you see it 50 yards off." "Then why did you not rush on him with your sword, and dispatch him at once? But where is your sword? It is not in your scabbard." The Dacian, with a stupid grin, pointed to the roof of the neighbouring basilica, and said, "There, don't you see it shining on the tiles in the morning light?" Corvinus looked, and there indeed he saw what appeared like such an object, but he could hardly believe his own eyes. "How did it get there, you stupid booby?" he asked. The soldier twisted his moustache in an ominous way, which made Corvinus ask again more civilly, and then he was answered. "He, or it, whatever it was, without any apparent effort, by a sort of conjuring, whisked it out of my hand, and up where you see it, as easily as I could cast a quoit a dozen yards." "And then?" "And then he and the boy, who came from round the pillar, walked off in the dark." "What a strange story," muttered Corvinus to himself. "Yet there are proofs of the fellow's tale. It is not every one who could have performed that feat. But pray, sirrah, why did you not give the alarm and rouse the other guards to pursuit?" "First, Master Kornweiner, because, in my country, we will fight any living men, but we do not choose to pursue hobgoblins. And secondly, what was the use? I saw the board that you gave into my care all safe and sound." "Stupid barbarian!" growled Corvinus, but well within his teeth; then added, "This business will go hard with you. You know it is a capital offence." "What is?" "Why, to let a man come up and speak to you, without giving the watchword." "Gently, captain. Who says he did not give it? I never said so." "But did he, though? Then it could be no Christian." "Oh, yes. He came up and said quite plainly, Nomen Imperatorum." "What?" roared out Corvinus. "Nomen Imperatorum." "Numen Imperatorum" was the watchword, shrieked the enraged Roman. "Nomen or numen, it's all the same, I suppose. A letter can't make any difference. You call me Arminius, and I call myself Herman, and they mean the same. How should I know your nice points of language?" Corvinus was enraged at himself, for he saw how much better he would have gained his ends by putting a sharp, intelligent praetorian on duty, instead of a sottish, savage foreigner. "Well," he said, in the worst of humors, "you will have to answer to the emperor for all this, and you know he is not accustomed to pass over offences." "Look you now, Herr Krummbeiner," returned the soldier, with a look of sly stolidity, "as to that, we are pretty well in the same boat." Corvinus turned pale, for he knew this was true. "And you must contrive something to save me, if you want to save yourself. It was you the emperor made responsible for the what d'ye call it, that board." "You are right, my friend. I must make it out that a strong body attacked you, and killed you at your post. So shut yourself up in quarters for a few days, and you shall have plenty of beer, till the thing blows over." The soldier went off and concealed himself. A few days after, the dead body of a Dacian, evidently murdered, was washed on the banks of the Tiber. It was supposed he had fallen in some drunken row, and no further trouble was taken about it. The fact was indeed so, but Corvinus could have given the best account of the transaction. Before, however, leaving the ill-omened spot in the Forum, he had carefully examined the ground for any trace of the daring act, when he picked up, close under the place of the edict, a knife which he was sure he had seen at school, in possession of one of his companions. He treasured it up as an implement of future revenge, and hastened to provide another copy of the decree. End of section 33. Section 34 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 15. Explanations. The morning had fairly broken. Crowds streamed from every side into the Forum, curious to read the tremendous edict so long menaced. But when they found only a bare board, there was a universal uproar. Some admired the spirit of the Christians, so generally reckoned cowardly. Others were indignant at the audacity of such an act. Some ridiculed the officials concerned in the proclamation. Others were angry that the expected sport of the day might be delayed. At an early hour, the places of public fashionable resort were all occupied with the same theme. In the great Antonian Thermae, a group of regular frequenters were talking it over. There were Scaurus the lawyer, and Proculus, and Fulvius, and the philosopher Calpurnius, who seemed very busy with some musty volumes, and several others. "What a strange affair this is about the edict," said one. "Say rather, what a treasonable outrage against the divine emperors," answered Fulvius. "How was it done?" asked a third. "Have you not heard," said Proculus, "that the Dacian guard stationed at the Puteal was found dead, with 27 poniard wounds on him, 19 of which would have sufficed each by itself to cause death?" "No, that is quite a false report," interrupted Scaurus. "It was not done by violence, but entirely by witchcraft. 2 women came up to the soldier, who drove his lance at one, and it passed clean through her, and stuck in the ground on the other side, without making any wound in her. He then hacked at the other with his sword, but he might as well have struck at marble. She then threw a pinch of powder upon him, and he flew into the air, and was found asleep and unhurt this morning on the roof of the Aemilian Basilica. A friend of mine, who was out early, saw the ladder up by which he had been brought down." "Wonderful!" many exclaimed. "What extraordinary people these Christians must be!" "I don't believe a word of it," observed Proculus. "There is no such power in magic, and certainly I don't see why these wretched men should possess it more than their betters. Come, Calpurnius," he continued, "put by that old book, and answer these questions. I learnt more, one day after dinner, about these Christians from you than I had heard in all my life before. What a wonderful memory you must have, to remember so accurately the genealogy and history of that barbarous people. Is what Scaurus has just told us possible or not?" Calpurnius delivered himself with great pompousness as follows: "There is no reason to suppose such a thing impossible, for for the power of magic has no bounds. To prepare a powder that would make a man fly in the air, it would be only necessary to find some herbs in which air predominates more than the other three elements. Such, for instance, are pulse or lentils, according to Pythagoras. These, being gathered when the sun is in Libra, the nature of which is to balance even heavy things in the air, at the moment of conjunction with Mercury, a winged power, as you know, and properly energized by certain mysterious words, by a skilful magician, then reduced to powder in a mortar made out of an aerolite or stone that had flown up into the sky, and come down again, would no doubt, when rightly used, enable or force a person to fly up into the air. It is well known, indeed, that the Thessalian witches go at pleasure through the clouds from place to place, which must be done by means of some such charm. Then as to the Christians, you will remember, excellent Proculus, that in the account to which you have done me the honour to allude, which was at the deified Fabius's table, if I remember right, I mentioned that the sect came originally from Chaldea, a country always famous for its occult arts. But we have a most important evidence bearing on this matter, recorded in history. It is quite certain that here in Rome, a certain Simon, who was sometimes called Simon Peter, and at other times Simon Magus, actually in public flew up high into the air, but his charm having slipped out of his belt, he fell and broke both his legs, for which reason he was obliged to be crucified with his head downwards." "Then are all Christians necessarily sorcerers?" asked Scarus. "Necessarily. It is part of their superstition. They believe their priests to have most extraordinary power over nature. Thus, for example, they think they can bathe the bodies of people in water, and their souls acquire thereby wonderful gifts and superiority, should they be slaves over their masters, and the divine emperors themselves." "Dreadful!" all cried out. "Then, again," resumed Calpurnius, "we all know what a frightful crime some of them committed last night, in tearing down a supreme edict of the imperial deities. And even suppose, which the gods avert, that they carried their treason still further, and attempted their sacred lives, they believe that they have only to go to one of those priests, own the crime, and ask for pardon, and, if he gives it, they consider themselves as perfectly guiltless." "Fearful!" joined in the chorus. "Such a doctrine," said Scarus, "is incompatible with the safety of the state. A man who thinks he can be pardoned by another man of every crime is capable of committing any." "And that, no doubt," observed Fulvius, "is the cause of this new and terrible edict against them. After what Calpurnius has told us about these desperate men, nothing can be too severe against them." Fulvius had been keenly eyeing Sebastian, who had entered during the conversation, and now pointedly addressed him. "And you, no doubt, think so too, Sebastian, do you not?" "I think," he calmly replied, "that if the Christians be such as Calpurnius describes them, infamous sorcerers, they deserve to be exterminated from the face of the earth. But even so, I would gladly give them one chance of escape." "And what is that?" sneeringly asked Fulvius. "That no one should be allowed to join in destroying them who could not prove himself freer from crime than they. I would have no one raise his hand against them who cannot show that he has never been an adulterer, an extortioner, a deceiver, a drunkard, a bad husband, father, or child, a profligate, or a thief. For, of being any of these, no one charges the poor Christians." Fulvius winced under the catalogue of vices, and still more under the indignant but serene glance of Sebastian. But at the word "thief" he fairly leapt. Had the soldiers seen him pick up the scarf in Fabius's house? Be it so or not, the dislike he had taken to Sebastian at their first meeting had ripened into hatred at their second, and hatred in that heart was only written in blood. He had only intensity now to add to that feeling. Sebastian went out, and his thoughts got vent in familiar words of prayer. "How long, O Lord, how long? What hopes can we entertain of the conversion of many to the truth, still less of the conversion of this great empire, so long as we find even honest and learned men believing at once every calumny spoken against us, treasuring up from age to age every fable and fiction about us, and refusing even to inquire into our doctrines, because they have made up their minds that they are false and contemptible?" He spoke aloud, believing himself alone, when a sweet voice answered him at his side. "Good youth, whoever thou art that speakest thus, and methinks I know thy voice, remember that the Son of God gave light to the dark eye of the body, by spreading thereon clay, which in man's hands would have only blinded the seeing. Let us be as dust beneath His feet, if we wish to become His means of enlightening the eyes of men's souls. Let us be trampled on a little longer in patience; perhaps even from our ashes may come out the spark to blaze." Thank you, Cecilia," said Sebastian, "for your just and kind rebuke. Whither tripping on so gaily on this first day of danger?" "Do you not know that I have been named guide of the cemetery of Callistus? I am going to take possession. Pray that I may be the first flower of this coming spring." And she passed on, singing blithely; but Sebastian begged her to stay one moment. Section 35 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Second. Conflict. Chapter 16. The Wolf in the Fold. After the adventures of the night, our youths had not much time for rest. Long before daybreak the Christians had to be up, and assemble at their several titles, so as to disperse before day. It was to be their last meeting there. The oratories were to be closed, and divine worship had to begin, from that day, in the subterranean churches of the cemeteries. It could not, indeed, be expected that all would be able to travel with safety, even on the Sunday, some miles beyond the gate. A great privilege was consequently granted to the faithful at such times of trouble, that of reserving the Blessed Sacrament in their houses, and communicating themselves privately in the morning, before taking other food, as Tertullian expresses it. The faithful felt, not as sheep going to the slaughter, not as criminals preparing for execution, but as soldiers arming for fight. Their weapons, their food, their strength, their courage, were all to be found in their Lord's table. Even the lukewarm and the timid gathered fresh spirit from the bread of life. In churches, as yet may be seen in the cemeteries, were chairs placed for the penitentiaries, before whom the sinner knelt and confessed his sins, and received absolution. In moments like this the penitential code was relaxed, and the terms of public expiation shortened, and the whole night had been occupied by the zealous clergy in preparing their flocks for, to many, their last public communion on earth. We need not remind our readers that the office then performed was essentially, and in many details, the same as they daily witnessed at the Catholic altar. Not only was it considered, as now, to be the sacrifice of our Lord's body and blood, not only were the oblation, the consecration, the communion alike, but many of the prayers were identical, so that the Catholic hearing them recited, and still more the priest reciting them, in the same language as the Roman Church of the Catacombs spoke, may feel himself in active and living communion with the martyrs who celebrated, and the martyrs who assisted at, those sublime mysteries. On the occasion which we are describing, when the time came for giving the kiss of peace, a genuine embrace of brotherly love, sobs could be heard, and bursts of tears, for it was to many a parting salutation. Many a youth clung to his father's neck, scarcely knowing whether that day might not sever them, till they waved their palm branches together in heaven. And how would mothers press their daughters to their bosom, in the fervour of that new love which fear of long separation enkindled! Then came the communion, more solemn than usual, more devout, more hushed to stillness. "The body of our Lord Jesus Christ," said the priest to each, as he offered him the sacred food. "Amen," replied the receiver, with thrilling accents of faith and love. Then extending in his hand an ovarium, or white linen cloth, he received in it a provision of the bread of life, sufficient to last him till some future feast. This was most carefully and reverently folded and laid in the bosom, wrapped up often in another and more precious covering, or even placed in a gold locket. It was now that, for the first time, poor Syra regretted the loss of her rich embroidered scarf, which would long before have been given to the poor, had she not studiously reserved it for such an occasion, and such a use. Nor had her mistress been able to prevail upon her to accept any objects of value, without a stipulation that she might dispose of them as she liked, that was, in charitable gifts. The various assemblies had broken up before the discovery of the violated edict, but they may rather be said to have adjourned to the cemeteries. The frequent meetings of Torquatus and his two heathen confederates in the Baths of Caracalla had been narrowly watched by the capsarius and his wife, as we have already remarked, and Victoria had overheard the plot to make an inroad into the cemetery of Callistus on the day after publication. The Christians, therefore, considered themselves safer the first day, and took advantage of the circumstance to inaugurate, by solemn offices, the churches of the Catacombs, which, after some years' disuse, had been put into good repair and order by the fossors, had been in some places repainted, and furnished with all requisites for divine worship. But Corvinus, after getting over his first dismay, and having as speedily as possible another, though not so grand, a copy of the edict affixed, began better to see the dismal probabilities of serious consequences from the wrath of his imperial master. The Dacian was right. He would have to answer for the loss. He felt it necessary to do something that very day, which might wipe off the disgrace he had incurred, before again meeting the emperor's look. He determined to anticipate the attack on the cemetery, intended for the following day. He repaired, therefore, while it was still early, to the baths where Fulvius, ever jealously watched over Torquatus, kept him in expectation of Corvinus's coming to hold counsel with them. The worthy trio concerted their plans. Corvinus, guided by the reluctant apostate, at the head of a chosen band of soldiers who were at his disposal, had to make an incursion into the cemetery of Callistus, and drive or drag thence the clergy and principal Christians, while Fulvius, remaining outside with another company, would intercept them and cut off all retreat, securing the most important prizes, and especially the pontiff and superior clergy, whom his visit to the ordination would enable him to recognize. This was his plan. "Let fools," he said to himself, "act the part of ferrets in the warren. I will be the sportsman outside." In the meantime, Victoria overheard sufficient to make her very busy dusting and cleaning. In the retired room where they were consulting, without appearing to listen, she told all to Cucumio, and he, after much scratching of his head, hit upon a notable plan for conveying the discovered information to the proper quarter. Sebastian, after his early attendance on divine worship, unable from his duties at the palace to do more, had proceeded according to an almost universal custom to the baths, to invigorate his limbs by their healthy refreshment, and also to remove from himself the suspicion which his absence on that morning might have excited. While he was thus engaged, the old capsarius, as he had himself rattlingly called in his ante-posthumous inscription, wrote on a slip of parchment all that his wife had heard about the intention of an immediate assault, and of getting possession of the holy pontiff's person. This he fastened with a pin or needle to the inside of Sebastian's tunic, of which he had charge, as he durst not speak to him in the presence of others. The officer, after his bath, went into the hall where the events of the morning were being discussed, and where Fulvius was waiting, till Corvinus should tell him that all was ready. Upon going out, disgusted, he felt himself, as he walked, pricked by something on his chest. He examined his garments, and found the paper. It was written in about as elegant a Latinity as Cucumio's epitaph, but he made it out sufficiently to consider it necessary for him to turn his steps towards the Via Appia instead of the Palatine, and convey the important information to the Christians assembled in the cemetery. Having, however, found a fleeter and surer messenger than himself in the poor blind girl, who would not attract the same attention, he stopped her, gave her the note, after adding a few words to it with the pen and ink which he carried, and bade her bear it, as speedily as possible, to its destination. But, in fact, he had hardly left the baths, when Fulvius received information that Corvinus and his troop were by that time hastening across the fields, so as to avoid suspicion, towards the appointed spot. He mounted his horse immediately, and went along the high road, while the Christian soldier, in a byway, was instructing his blind messenger. When we accompanied Diogenes and his party through the catacombs, we stopped short of the subterranean church, because Severus would not let it be betrayed to Torquatus. In this the Christian congregation was now assembled under its chief pastor. It was constructed on the principle common to all such excavations, for we can hardly call them edifices. The reader may imagine two of the cubicula or chambers, which we have before described, placed one on each side of a gallery or passage, so that their doors, or rather wide entrances, are opposite one another. At the end of one will be found an arcosolum, or altar tomb, and the probable conjecture is, that in this division the men, under the care of the ostiarii, and in the other the women, under the care of the deaconesses, were assembled. This division of the sexes at divine worship was a matter of jealous discipline in the early Church. Often these subterranean churches were not devoid of architectural decoration. The walls, especially near the altar, were plastered and painted, and half columns, with their bases and capitals not ungracefully cut out of the sandstone, divided the different parts or ornamented the entrances. In one instance, indeed in the chief basilica yet discovered, in the cemetery of Callistus, there is a chamber, without any altar, communicating with the church by means of a funnel-shaped opening, piercing the earthen wall, here some 12 feet thick, and entering the chamber, which is at a lower level, at the height of 5 or 6 feet, in a slanting direction, so that all that was spoken in the church could be heard, yet nothing that was done there could be seen, by those assembled in the chamber. This is very naturally supposed to have been the place reserved for the class of public penitents called audientes, or hearers, and for the catechumens, not yet initiated by baptism. The basilica, in which the Christians were assembled, when Sebastian sent his message, was like the one discovered in the cemetery of St. Agnes. Each of the 2 divisions was double, that is, consisted of 2 large chambers, slightly separated by half columns, in what we may call the women's church, and by flat pilasters in the men's. One of these services having in it a small niche for an image or lamp. But the most remarkable feature of this basilica is a further prolongation of the structure, so as to give it a chancel or presbytery. This is about the size of half each other division, from which it is separated by 2 columns against the wall, as well as by its lesser height, after the manner of modern chancels. For while each portion of each division has first a lofty arched tomb in its wall, and 4 or 5 tiers of graves above it, the elevation of the chancel is not much greater than that of those arcosolia, or altar tombs. At the end of the chancel, against the middle of the wall, is a chair with back and arms cut out of the solid stone, and from each side proceeds a stone bench, which thus occupies the end and 2 sides of the chancel. As the table of the arched tomb behind the chair is higher than the back of the throne, and as this is immovable, it is clear that the divine mysteries could not have been celebrated upon it. A portable altar must, therefore, have been placed before the throne, in an isolated position in the middle of the sanctuary, and this, tradition tells us, was the wooden altar of St. Peter. We have thus the exact arrangement to be found in the churches built after the peace, and yet to be seen in all the ancient basilicas in Rome: the episcopal chair in the centre of the apse, the presbytery or seat for the clergy on either hand, and the altar between the throne and the people. The early Christians thus anticipated underground, or rather gave the principles which directed, the forms of ecclesiastical architecture. It was in such a basilica, then, that we are to imagine the faithful assembled, when Corvinus and his satellites arrived at the entrance of the cemetery. This was the way which Torquatus knew, leading down by steps from a half-ruinous building, choked up with faggots. They found the coast clear, and immediately made their arrangements. Fulvius, with one body of 10 or 12 men, lurked to guard the entrance, and seize all who attempted to come out or go in. Corvinus, with Torquatus and a smaller body of 8, prepared to descend. "I don't like this underground work," said an old grey-bearded legionary. "I am a soldier, and not a rat-catcher. Bring me my man into the light of day, and I will fight him hand to hand and foot to foot, but I have no love for being stifled or poisoned like vermin in a drain." This speech found favour with the soldiers. One said, "There may be hundreds of these skulking Christians down there, and we are little more than half a dozen." "This is not the sort of work we receive our pay for," added another. "It's their sorceries I care for," continued the third, "and not their valour." It required all the eloquence of Fulvius to screw up their resolution. He assured them there was nothing to fear, that the cowardly Christians would run before them like hares, and that they would find more gold and silver in the church than a year's pay would give them. Thus encouraged, they went groping down to the bottom of the stairs, and could distinguish lamps at intervals, stretching into the gloomy length before them. "Hush!" said one. "Listen to that voice." From far away its accents came, softened by distance, but they were the notes of a fresh, youthful voice, that quailed not with fear, so clear that their words could be caught as it intoned the following verses: Dominus illuminatio mea, et salus mea, quem timebo, Dominus protector vitae meae, a quo trepidabo. Then came a full chorus of voices singing, like the sound of many waters: Dum appropriant super me nocentes, ut edent carnes meas, qui tribulant me, inimici mei, ipsi infirmati, sunt et ceciderunt. A mixture of shame and anger seized on the assailants as they heard these words of calm confidence and defiance. The single voice again sang forth, but in apparently fainter accents: Si consistant adversum me castra, non timibit cor meum. "I thought I knew that voice," muttered Corvinus. "I ought to know it out of 1,000. It is that of my bane, the cause of all last night's curse and this day's trouble. It is that of Pancratius, who pulled down the edict. On, my men, any reward for him, dead or alive." "But stop," said one, "let us light our torches." "Hark," said a second, while they were engaged in this operation. "What is that strange noise, as of scratching and hammering at a distance? I have heard it for some time." "And look," added a third, "the distant lights have disappeared, and the music has ceased. We are certainly discovered." "No danger," said Torquatus, putting on a boldness which he did not feel. "That noise only comes from those old moles, Diogenes and his sons, busy preparing graves for the Christians we shall seize." Torquatus had in vain advised the troop not to bring torches, but to provide themselves with such lamps as we see Diogenes represented carrying in his picture, or waxen tapers, which he had brought for himself; but the men swore they would not go down without plenty of light, and such means for it as could not be put out by a draught of wind or a stroke on the arm. The effects were soon obvious. As they advanced silently and cautiously along the low, narrow gallery, the resinous torches crackled and hissed with a fierce glare, which heated and annoyed them, while a volume of thick, pitchy smoke from each rolled downwards on to the bearers from the roof, half stifled them, and made a dense atmosphere of cloud around themselves, which effectually dimmed their light. Torquatus kept at the head of the party, counting every turning right and left, as he had noted them, though he found every mark which he had made carefully removed. He was staggered and balked, when, after having counted little more than half the proper number, he found the road completely blocked up. The fact was, that keener eyes than he was aware he had been on the lookout. Severus had never relaxed his watchfulness, determined not to be surprised. He was near the entrance to the cemetery below, when the soldiers reached it above, and he ran forward at once to the place where the sand had been prepared for closing the road, near which his brother and several other stout workmen were stationed, in case of danger. In a moment, with that silence and rapidity to which they were trained, they set to work lustily, shovelling the sand across the narrow and low corridor from each side, while well-directed blows of the pick brought from the low roof behind huge flakes of sandstone, which closed up the opening. Behind this barrier they stood, hardly suppressing a laugh as they heard their enemies through its loose separation. Their work it was which had been heard, and which had screened off the lights and deadened the song. Torquatus's perplexity was not diminished by the volley of oaths and imprecations, and the threats of violence which were showered upon him for a fool or a traitor. "Stay one moment, I entreat you," he said. "It is possible I have mistaken my reckoning. I know the right turn by a remarkable tomb a few yards within it. I will just step into one or two of the last corridors and see." With these words he ran back to the next gallery on the left, advanced a few paces, and totally disappeared. Though his companions had followed him to the very mouth of the gallery, they could not see how this happened. It appeared like witchcraft, in which they were quite ready to believe. His light and himself seemed to have vanished at once. "We will have no more of this work," they said. "Either Torquatus is a traitor, or he has been carried off by magic." Worried, heated in the close atmosphere, almost inflamed by their lights, begrimed, blinded, and choked by the pitchy smoke, crestfallen and disheartened, they turned back, and since their road led straight to the entrance, they flung away their blazing torches into the side galleries, one here and one there, as they passed by, to get rid of them. When they looked back, it seemed as if a triumphal illumination was kindling up the very atmosphere of the gloomy corridor. From the mouths of the various caverns came forth a fiery light, which turned the dull sandstone into a bright crimson, while the volumes of smoke above hung like amber clouds along the whole gallery. The sealed tombs, receiving the unusual reflection on their yellow tiles or marble slabs, appeared covered with golden or silver plates, set in the red damask of the walls. It looked like a homage paid to martyrdom by the very furies of the heathenism, on the first day of persecution. The torches which they had kindled to destroy only served to shed brightness on monuments of that virtue which had never failed to save the Church. But before these foiled hounds with drooping heads had reached the entrance, they recoiled before the sight of a singular apparition. At first they thought they had caught a glimpse of daylight, but they soon perceived it was the glimmering of a lamp. This was held steadily by an upright, immovable figure, which thus received its light upon itself. It was clothed in a dark dress, so as to resemble one of those bronze statues, which have the head and extremities of white marble, and startle one, when first seen, so like are they to living forms. "Who can it be? What is it?" the men whispered to one another. "A sorceress," replied one. "The genius loci," observed another. "A spirit," suggested a third. Still, as they approached stealthily towards it, it did not appear conscious of their presence. There was no speculation in its eyes. It remained unmoved and unscarred. At length, two got sufficiently near to seize the figure by its arms. "Who are you?" asked Corvinus in a rage. "A Christian," answered Cecilia with her usual cheerful gentleness. "Bring her along," he commanded. "Some one at least shall pay for our disappointment." End of section 35. Section 36 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part Second, Conflict. Chapter 17. The First Flower. Cecilia, already forewarned, had approached the cemetery by a different but neighboring entrance. No sooner had she descended than she snuffed the strong odor of the torches. "This is none of our incense, I know," she said to herself. "The enemy is already within." She hastened therefore to the place of assembly, and delivered Sebastian's note, adding also what she had observed. It warned them to disperse and seek the shelter of the inner and lower galleries, and begged of the Pontiff not to leave till he should send for him, as his person was particularly sought for. Pancratius urged the blind messenger to save herself too. "No," she replied, "my office is to watch the door, and guide the faithful safe." "But the enemy may seize you." "No matter," she answered, laughing. "My being taken may save much worthier lives. Give me a lamp, Pancratius." "Why, you cannot see by it," observed he, smiling. "True, but others can." "They may be your enemies." "Even so," she answered, "I do not wish to be taken in the dark. If my bridegroom comes to me in the night of the cemetery, must he not find me with my lamp trimmed?" Off she started, reached her post, and hearing no noise except that of quiet footsteps, she thought they were those of friends, and held up her lamp to guide them. When the party came forth with their only captive, Fulvius was perfectly furious. It was worse than a total failure. It was ridiculous. A poor mouse come out of the bowels of the earth. He rallied Corvinus till the wretch winced and foamed. Then suddenly he asked, "And where is Torquatus?" He heard the account of his sudden disappearance, told in as many ways as the Dacian guards of venture, but it annoyed him greatly. He had no doubt whatever, in his own mind, that he had been duped by his supposed victim, who had escaped into the unsearchable mazes of the cemetery. If so, this captive would know, and he determined to question her. He stood before her, therefore, put on his most searching and awful look, and said to her sternly, "Look at me, woman, and tell me the truth." "I must tell you the truth without looking at you, sir," answered the poor girl, with her cheerfulest smile and softest voice. "Do you not see that I am blind?" "Blind!" all exclaimed at once, as they crowded to look at her. But over the features of Fulvius there passed the slightest possible emotion, just as much as a wave that runs, pursued by a playful breeze, over the ripe meadow. A knowledge had flashed into his mind, a clue had fallen into his hand. "It will be ridiculous," he said, "for 20 soldiers to march through the city, guarding a blind girl. Return to your quarters, and I will see you are well rewarded. You, Corvinus, take my horse, and go before to your father, and tell him all. I will follow in a carriage with the captive." "No treachery, Fulvius," he said, vexed and mortified. "Mind you bring her. The day must not pass without a sacrifice." "Do not fear," was the reply. Fulvius, indeed, was pondering whether, having lost one spy, he should not try to make another. But the placid gentleness of the poor beggar perplexed him more than the boisterous zeal of the gamester, and her sightless orbs defied him more than the restless roll of the topers. Still, the first thought that had struck him he could yet pursue. When alone in a carriage with her, he assumed a soothing tone, and addressed her. He knew she had not overheard the last dialogue. "My poor girl," he said, "how long have you been blind?" "All my life," she replied. "What is your history? Whence do you come?" "I have no history. My parents were poor, and brought me to Rome when I was 4 years old, as they came to pray, in discharge of a vow made for my life in early sickness, to the blessed martyrs Chrysanthus and Daria. They left me in charge of a pious lame woman of the door of the title of Fabiola, while they went to their devotions. It was on that memorable day, when many Christians were buried at their tomb, by earth and stones cast down upon them. My parents had the happiness to be of the number." "And how have you lived since?" "God became my only father then, and His Catholic Church my mother. The one feeds the birds of the air, the other nurses the weaklings of the flock. I have never wanted for anything since." "But you can walk about the streets freely and without fear, as well as if you saw." "How do you know that?" "I have seen you. Do you remember very early one morning in the autumn, leading a poor lame man along the Vius Patricius?" She blushed and remained silent. Could he have seen her put into the poor old man's purse her own share of the alms? "You have owned yourself a Christian?" he asked negligently. "Oh yes, how could I deny it?" "Then that meeting was a Christian meeting?" "Certainly. What else could it be?" He wanted no more. His suspicions were verified. Agnes, about whom Torquatus had been able or willing to tell him nothing, was certainly a Christian. His game was made. She must yield, or he would be avenged. After a pause, looking at her steadfastly, he said, "Do you know whither you are going?" "Before the Judge of earth, I suppose, who will send me to my spouse in heaven." "And so calmly?" he asked in surprise, for he could see no token from the soul to the countenance but a smile. "So joyfully, rather," was her brief reply. Having got all that he desired, he consigned his prisoner to Corvinus at the gates of the Aemilian Basilica, and left her to her fate. It had been a cold and drizzling day, like the preceding evening. The weather and the incident of the night had kept down all enthusiasm, and while the prefect had been compelled to sit indoors, where no great crowd could collect, as hours had passed away without any arrest, trial, or tidings, most of the curious had left, and only a few more persevering remained, past the hour of afternoon recreation in the public gardens. But just before the captive arrived, a fresh knot of spectators came in, and stood near one of the side doors, from which they could see all. As Corvinus had prepared his father for what he was to expect, Tertullus, moved with some compassion, and imagining there could be little difficulty in overcoming the obstinacy of a poor, ignorant, blind beggar, requested the spectators to remain perfectly still, that he might try his persuasion on her, alone, as she would imagine, with him, and he threatened heavy penalties on any one who should presume to break the silence. It was as he had calculated. Cecilia knew not that any one else was there, as the prefect thus kindly addressed her. "What is thy name, child?" "Cecilia." "It is a noble name. Hast thou it from thy family?" "No, I am not noble, except because my parents, though poor, die for Christ. As I am blind, those who took care of me called me Scetia, and then out of kindness softened it to Cecilia. But now give up all the folly of the Christians, who have kept thee only poor and blind. Honor the decrees of the divine emperors, and offer sacrifice to the gods, and thou shalt have riches and fine clothes, and good fare, and the best physicians shall try to restore thee thy sight." "You must have better motives to propose to me than these, for the very things for which I most thank God and His divine Son are those which you would have me put away." "How dost thou mean?" "I thank God that I am poor and meanly clad, and fare not daintily, because by all these things I am the more like Jesus Christ, my only spouse." "Foolish girl," interrupted the judge, losing patience a little, "hast thou learnt all these silly delusions already? At least thou canst not thank thy God that He had made thee sightless." "For that, more than all the rest, I thank Him daily and hourly with all my heart." "How so? Dost thou think it a blessing never to have seen the face of a human being, or the sun, or the earth? What strange fancies are these?" "They are not so, most noble sir; for in the midst of what you call darkness, I see a spot of what I must call light. It contrasts so strongly with all around. It is to me what the sun is to you, which I know to be local from the varying directions of its rays. And this object looks upon me, as with a countenance of intensest beauty, and smiles upon me ever. Then I know it to be that of Him whom I love with undivided affection. I would not for the world have its splendor dimmed by a brighter sun, nor its wondrous loveliness confounded with the diversities of others' features, nor my gaze on it drawn aside by earthly visions. I love Him too much not to wish to see Him always alone." "Come, come, let me have no more of this silly prattle. Obey the emperors at once, or I must try what a little pain will do. That will soon tame thee." "Pain?" she echoed innocently. "Yes, pain. Hast thou never felt it? Hast thou never been hurt by any one in thy life?" "Oh, no! Christians never hurt one another." The rack was standing, as usual, before him, and he made a sign to Catullus to place her upon it. The executioner pushed her back on it by her arms, and as she made no resistance, she was easily laid extended on its wooden couch. The loops of the ever ready ropes were in a moment passed round her ankles, and arms drawn over the head. The poor sightless girl saw not who did all this. She knew not but it might be the same person who had been conversing with her. If there had been silence hitherto, men now held their very breath, while Cecilia's lips moved in earnest prayer. "Once more, before proceeding further, I call on thee to sacrifice to the gods and escape cruel torments," said the judge with a sterner voice. "Neither torments nor death," firmly replied the victim tied to the altar, "shall separate me from the love of Christ. I can offer up no sacrifice but to the one living God, and its ready oblation is myself." The prefect made a signal to the executioner, and he gave one rapid whirl to the two wheels of the rack, round the windlasses of which the ropes were wound, and the limbs of the maiden were stretched with a sudden jerk, which, though not enough to wrench them from their sockets, as a further turn would have done, sufficed to inflict an excruciating, or more truly a racking pain through all her frame. Far more grievous was this from the preparation and the cause of it being unseen, and from that additional suffering which darkness inflicts. A quivering of her features and a sudden paleness alone gave evidence of her torture. "Ha, ha!" the judge exclaimed. "Thou feelest that? Come, let it suffice. Obey, and thou shalt be freed." She seemed to take no heed of his words, but gave vent to her feelings in prayer. "I thank Thee, O Lord Jesus Christ, that Thou hast made me suffer pain the first time for Thy sake. I have loved Thee in peace, I have loved Thee in comfort, I have loved Thee in joy, and now in pain I love Thee still more. How much sweeter it is to be like Thee, stretched upon Thy cross, even than resting upon the hard couch at the poor man's table." "Thou triflest with me," exclaimed the judge, thoroughly vexed, "and makest light of my lenity. We will try something stronger. Here, Catullus, apply a lighted torch to her sides." A thrill of disgust and horror ran through the assembly, which could not help sympathizing with the poor blind creature. A murmur of suppressed indignation broke out from all sides of the hall. Cecilia, for the first time, learnt that she was in the midst of a crowd. A crimson glow of modesty rushed into her brow, her face and neck just before white as marble. The angry judge checked the rising gush of feeling, and all listened in silence as she spoke again, with warmer earnestness than before. "O my dear Lord and Spouse, I have been ever true and faithful to Thee. Let me suffer pain and torture for Thee, but spare me confusion from human eyes. Let me come to Thee at once, not covering my face with my hands in shame when I stand before Thee." Another muttering of compassion was heard. "Catullus!" shouted the baffled judge in fury. "Do your duty, sirrah! What are you about, fumbling all day with that torch?" The executioner advanced and stretched forth his hand to her robe, to withdraw it for the torture. But he drew back, and turning to the prefect, exclaimed in softened accents, "It is too late. She is dead." "Dead?" cried out Tertullus. "Dead with one turn at the wheel? Impossible!" Catullus gave the rack a turn backwards, and the body remained motionless. It was true. She had passed from the rack to the throne, from the scowl of the judge's countenance to her spouse's welcoming embrace. Had she breathed out her pure soul as a sweet perfume in the incense of her prayer, or had her heart been unable to get back its blood from the intensity of that first virginal blush? In the stillness of awe and wonder, a clear, bold voice cried out from the group near the door, "Impious tyrant, dost thou not see that a poor blind Christian hath more power over life and death than thou or thy cruel masters? What! A third time in 24 hours wilt thou dare to cross my path? This time thou shalt not escape." These were Corvinus's words, garnished with a furious imprecation, as he rushed from his father's side, round the enclosure before the tribunal, towards the ground. But as he ran blindly on, he struck against an officer of Herculean build, who no doubt, quite accidentally, was advancing from it. He reeled, and the soldier caught hold of him, saying, "You are not hurt, I hope, Corvinus?" "No, no, let me go, Quadratus, let me go." "Where are you running to in such a hurry? Can I help you?" asked his captor, still holding him fast. "Let me loose, I say, or he will be gone." "Who will be gone?" "Pancratius," answered Corvinus, "who just now insulted my father." "Pancratius?" said Quadratus, looking round, and seeing that he had got clear off. "I do not see him." And he let him go, but it was too late. The youth was safe at Diogenes's in the Suburra. While this scene was going on, the prefect, mortified, ordered Catullus to see the body thrown into the Tiber. But another officer, muffled in his cloak, stepped aside and beckoned to Catullus, who understood the sign, and stretched out his hand to receive a purse held out to him. "Out of the Porta Capena, at Lucina's villa, an hour after sunset," said Sebastian. "It shall be delivered there safe," said the executioner. "Oh, what do you think? Did that poor girl die?" asked a spectator from his companion as they went out. "Of fright, I fancy," he replied. "Of Christian modesty," interposed a stranger, who passed them. End of section 36. Section 37 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 18. Retribution. The prefect of the city went to give his report on the untoward events of the day, and do what was possible to screen his worthless son. He found the emperor in the worst of moods. Had Corvinus come in his way early in the day, nobody could have answered for his head. And now the result of the inroad into the cemetery had revived his anger. When Tertullus entered the audience chamber, Sebastian contrived to be on guard. "Where is your booby of a son?" was the first salutation which the prefect received. humbly waiting your divinity's pleasure outside, and anxious to propitiate your godlike anger for the tricks which fortune has played upon his zeal." "Fortune!" exclaimed the tyrant. "Fortune indeed! His own stupidity and cowardice. A pretty beginning, forsooth! But he shall smart for it. Bring him in." The wretch, whining and trembling, was introduced, and cast himself at the emperor's feet, from which he was spurned, and sent rolling like a lashed hound into the midst of the hall. This set the imperial divinity a laughing, and helped to mollify its wrath. "Come, sirrah, stand up," he said, "and let me hear an account of yourself. How did the edict disappear?" Corvinus told a rambling tale, which occasionally amused the emperor, for he was rather taken with the trick. This was a good symptom. "Well," he said at last, "I will be merciful to you. Lictors, bind your fasces." They drew their axes forth, and felt their edges. Corvinus again threw himself down, and exclaimed, "Spare my life! I have important information to furnish, if I live." "Who wants your worthless life?" responded the gentle Maximian. "Lictors, put aside your axes. The rods are good enough for him." In a moment his hands were seized and bound, his tunic was stripped off his shoulders, and a shower of blows fell upon them, delivered with well-regulated skill, till he roared and writhed, to the great enjoyment of his imperial master. Smarting and humbled, he had to stand again before him. "Now, sir," said the latter, "what is the wonderful information you have to give?" "That I know who perpetrated the outrage of last night on your imperial edict." "Who was it?" "A youth named Pancratius, whose knife I found under where the edict had been cut away." "And why have you not seized him and brought him to justice?" "Twice this day he has been almost within my grasp, for I have heard his voice, but he has escaped me." "Then let him not escape a third time, or you may have to take his place. But how do you know him, or his knife?" "He was my schoolfellow at the school of Cassanius, who turned out to be a Christian." "A Christian presumed to teach my subjects to make them enemies of their country, disloyal to their sovereigns, and contemners of the gods. I suppose it was he who taught that young viper Pancratius to pull down an imperial edict. Do you know where he is?" "Yes, sire. Torquatus, who has abandoned the Christian superstition, has told me." "And pray, who is this Torquatus?" "He is one who has been staying some time with Chromatins and a party of Christians in the country." "Why, this is worse and worse. Is the ex-prefect, then, too, become a Christian?" "Yes, and lives with many others of that sect in Campania." "What perfidy! What treachery! I shall not know whom to trust next. Prefect, send someone immediately to arrest all these men, and the schoolmaster, and Torquatus." "He is no longer a Christian," interposed the judge. "Well, what do I care?" replied the emperor peevishly. "Arrest as many as you can, and spare no one, and make them smart well. Do you understand me? Now begone, all. It is time for my supper." Corvinus went home, and, in spite of medicinal applications, was feverish, sore, and spiteful all night, and next morning begged his father to let him go on the expedition into Campania, that so he might retrieve his honor, gratify his revenge, and escape the disgrace and sarcasm that was sure to be heaped on him by Roman society. When Fulvius had deposited his prisoner at the tribunal, he hastened home to recount his adventures, as usual, to Eurotas. The old man listened with imperturbable sternness to the barren recital, and at last said, coldly, "Very little profit from all this, Fulvius." "No immediate profit, indeed, but a good prospect in view, at least." "How so?" "Why, the Lady Agnes is in my power. I have made sure, at last, that she is a Christian. I can now necessarily either win her or destroy her. In either case, her property is mine." "Take the second alternative," said the old man, with a keen glow in his eye, but no change of face. "It is the shorter and less troublesome way." "But my honor is engaged. I cannot allow myself to be spurned in the manner I told you." "You have been spurned, however, and that calls for vengeance. You have no time to lose, remember, in foolery. Your funds are nearly exhausted, and nothing is coming in. You must strike a blow." Surely, Eurotas, you would prefer my trying to get this wealth by honorable Eurotas smiled at the idea coming into either of their minds, rather than by foul means. Get it any way, provided it be the surest and speediest. You know our compact. Either the family is restored to wealth and splendor, or it ends in and with you. It shall never linger on in disgrace, that is, in poverty." I know, without your every day reminding me of the bitter condition," said Fulvius, wringing his hands and writhing in all his body. "Give me time enough, and all will be well." "I give you time, till all is hopeless. Things do not look bright at present. But, Fulvius, it is time that I tell you who I am." "Why, were you not my father's faithful dependent, to whose care he entrusted me?" "I was your father's elder brother, Fulvius, and am the head of the family. I have had but one thought, but one aim in life, the restoring of our house to that greatness and splendor from which my father's negligence and prodigality had brought it down. Thinking that your father, my brother, had greater ability than myself for this work, I resigned my rights and gains to him under certain terms, one of which was your guardianship and the exclusive forming of your mind. You know how I have trained you, to care nothing about the means, so that our great ends be carried." Fulvius, who had been riveted with amazement and deep attention on the speaker, shrunk into himself with shame at this baring of both their hearts. The dark old man fixed his eyes more intently than ever, and went on. "You remember the black and complicated crime by which we concentrated in your hands the divided remnant of family wealth?" Fulvius covered his face with his hands and shuddered, then said entreatingly, "Oh, spare me that, Eurotas! For heaven's sake, spare me!" "Well, then," resumed the other, unmoved as ever, "I will be brief. Remember, nephew, that he who does not recoil from a brilliant future, to be gained by guilt, must not slink from a past that prepared it by crime. For the future will one day be the past. Let our compact, therefore, be straightforward and honest, for there is an honesty even in sin. Nature has given you abundance of selfishness and cunning, and she has given me boldness and remorselessness in directing and applying them. Our lot is cast by the same throw. We become rich or die together." Fulvius, in his heart, cursed the day that he came to Rome, or bound himself to his stern master, whose mysterious tie was so much stronger than he had known before. But he felt himself spellbound to him, and powerless as a kid in the lion's paws. He retired to his couch with a heavier heart than ever, for a dark impending fate never failed to weigh upon his soul every returning night. The reader will perhaps be curious to know what has become of the third member of our worthy trio, the apostate Torquatus. When, confused and bewildered, he ran to look for the tomb which was to guide him, it so happened that just within the gallery which he entered was a neglected staircase, cut in the sandstone, down to a lower story of the cemetery. The steps had been worn round and smooth, and the descent was precipitous. Torquatus, carrying his light before him, and running heedlessly, fell headlong down the opening, and remained stunned and insensible at the bottom, till long after his companions had retired. He then revived, and for some time was so confused that he knew not where he was. He arose and groped about, till, consciousness completely returning, he remembered that he was in the catacomb, but could not make out how he was alone and in the dark. It then struck him that he had a supply of tapers about him, and means of lighting them. He employed these, and was cheered to find himself again in light. But he had wandered from the staircase, of which, indeed, he recollected nothing, and went on, entangling himself more inextricably in the subterranean labyrinth. He felt sure that, before he had exhausted his strength or his tapers, he should come to some outlet. But by degrees he began to feel serious alarm. One after the other his lights were burnt out, and his vigor began to fail, for he had been fasting from early morning, and he found himself coming back to the same spot, after he had wandered about apparently for hours. At first he had looked negligently around him, and had carelessly read the inscriptions on the tombs. But as he grew fainter, and his hope of relief weaker, these solemn monuments of death began to speak to his soul, in a language that it could not refuse to hear, nor pretend to misunderstand. Deposited in peace was the inmate of one, resting in Christ was another, and even the thousand nameless ones around them reposed in silent calm, each with the seal of the Church's motherly care stamped upon his place of rest. And within, the embalmed remains awaited the sound of angelic trumpet notes to awaken them to a happy resurrection. And he, in a few more hours, would be dead like them. He was lighting his last taper, and had sunk down upon a heap of mould. But would he be laid in peace by pious hands, as they? On the cold ground, alone, he should die, unpitied, unmourned, unknown. There he should rot and drop to pieces, and if, in after years, his bones, cast out from Christian sepulchre, should be found, tradition might conjecture that they were the accursed remains of an apostate lost in the cemetery. And even they might be cast out, as he was, from the communion of that hallowed ground. It was coming on fast. He could feel it. His head reeled, his heart fluttered. The taper was getting too short for his fingers, and he placed it on a stone beside him. It might burn 3 minutes longer, but a drop filtering through the ceiling fell upon it, and extinguished it. So covetous did he feel of those 3 minutes more of light, so jealous was he of that little taper end as his last link with earth's joys, so anxious was he to have one more look at things without, lest he should be forced to look at those within, that he drew forth his flint and steel, and laboured for a quarter of an hour to get a light from tinder, damped by the cold perspiration on his body. And when he had lighted his remnant of candle, instead of profiting by its flame to look around him, he fixed his eyes upon it with an idiotic stare, watching it burn down, as though it were the charm which bound his life, and this must expire with it. And soon the last spark gleamed smouldering like a glowworm on the red earth, and died. Was he dead too? He thought. Why not? Darkness, complete and perpetual, had come upon him. He was cut off for ever from consort with the living. His mouth would no more taste food, his ears never again hear a sound, his eyes behold no light or thing again. He was associated with the dead, only his grave was much larger than theirs. But, for all that, it was as dark and lonely and closed for ever. What else is death? No, it could not be death as yet. Death had to be followed by something else. And even this was coming. The worm was beginning to gnaw his conscience, and it grew apace to a viper's length, and twisted itself round his heart. He tried to think of pleasant things, and they came before him. The quiet hours in the villa with Chromatins and Polycarp, their kind words and last embrace. But from the beautiful vision darted a withering flash. He had betrayed them. He had told of them. To whom? To Fulvius and Corvinus. The fatal chord was touched, like the tingling nerve of a tooth that darts its agony straight to the centre of the brain. The drunken debauch, the dishonest play, the base hypocrisy, the vile treachery, the insincere apostasy, the remorseful sacrileges of the last days, and the murderous attempt of that morning, now came dancing like demons hand in hand, in the dark before him, shouting, laughing, gibing, weeping, moaning, gnashing their teeth. And sparks of fire flying before his eyes, from his enfeebled brain, seemed to dart from glaring torches in their hands. He sunk down and covered his eyes. I may be dead after all, he said to himself, for the infernal pit can have nothing worse than this. His heart was too weak for rage. It sunk within him in the impotence of despair. His strength was ebbing fast, when he fancied he heard a distant sound. He put away the thought, but the wave of a remote harmony beat again upon his ear. He raised himself up. It was becoming distinct. So sweet it sounded, so like a chorus of angelic voices, but in another sphere, that he said to himself, "Who would have thought that heaven was so near to hell? Or are they accompanying the fearful Judge to try me?" And now a faint glimmer of light appeared at the same distance as the sounds, and the words of the strain were clearly heard. In pace inedipsum dormiam et requiescam. Those words are not for me. They might do at a martyr's entombment. They cannot at a reprobate's burial. The light increased. It was like a dawn glowing into day. It entered the gallery and passed across it, bearing in it, as in a mirror, a vision too distinct to be unreal. First there came virgins robed and holding lamps, then four who carried between them a form wrapped up in a white linen cloth, with a crown of thorns upon the head. After them the youthful acolyte Dionysius, bearing a censer steaming with perfumed smoke, and, after others of the clergy, the venerable Pontiff himself, attended by Reparatus and another deacon. Diogenes and his sons, with sorrowful countenances, and many others, among whom he could distinguish Sebastian, closed the procession. As many bore lamps or tapers, the figures seemed to move in an unchanging atmosphere of mildest light. And as they passed before him, they chanted the next verse of the psalm: Quoniam tu Domine singulariter in spe constituisti me. That, he exclaimed, rousing himself up, that is for me. With this thought he had sprung upon his knees, and by an instinct of grace, words which he had before heard came back to him, like an echo, words suited to the moment, words which he felt he must speak. He crept forward, faint and feeble, turned along the gallery through which the funeral procession was passing, and followed it, unobserved, at a distance. It entered a chamber, and lighted it up, so that a picture of the Good Shepherd looked brightly down on him. But he would not pass the threshold, where he stood striking his breast and praying for mercy. The body had been laid upon the ground, and other psalms and hymns were sung, and prayers recited, all in that cheerful tone and joyous mood of hopefulness with which the Church has always treated of death. At length it was placed in the tomb prepared for it, under an arch. While this was being done, Torquatus drew nigh to one of the spectators, and whispered to him the question: "Whose funeral is this?" "It is the deposition," he answered, "of the Blessed Cecilia, a blind virgin, who this morning fell into the hands of the soldiers in the cemetery, and whose soul God took to Himself." "Then I am her murderer!" he exclaimed, with a hollow moan, and staggering forward to the holy Bishop's feet, fell prostrate before him. It was some time before his feelings could find vent in words. When these came, they were the ones he had resolved to utter. "Father, I have sinned before Heaven, and against Thee, and I am not worthy to be called Thy child." The Pontiff raised him up kindly, and pressed him to his bosom, saying: "Welcome back, my son, whoever thou art, to thy father's house. But thou art weak and faint, and needest rest." Some refreshment was immediately procured. But Torquatus would not rest till he publicly avowed the whole of his guilt, including the day's crimes, for it was still the evening of the same day. All rejoiced at the prodigal's return, at the lost sheep's recovery. Agnes looked up to heaven from her last affectionate glance on the blind virgin's shroud, and thought that she could almost see her seated at the feet of her spouse, smiling, with her eyes wide open, as she cast down a handful of flowers on the head of the penitent, the first fruits of her intercession in heaven. Diogenes and his sons took charge of him. A humble lodging was procured for him, in a Christian cottage near, that he might not be within the reach of temptation, or of vengeance, and he was enrolled in the class of penitents, where years of expiation shortened by the intercession of confessors, that is, future martyrs, would prepare him for full remission to the privileges he had forfeited. End of section 37. Section 38 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick, Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Second, Conflict. Chapter 19. Twofold Revenge. Sebastian's visit to the cemetery had been not merely to take thither for sepulture the relics of the first martyr, but also to consult with Marcellinus about his safety. His life was too valuable to the Church to be sacrificed so early, and Sebastian knew how eagerly it was sought. Torquatus now confirmed this by communicating Fulvius's designs, and the motive of his attendance at the December ordination. The usual papal residence was no longer safe, and a bold idea had been adopted by the courageous soldier, the protector of the Christians, as his acts tell us he had been authoritatively called. It was to lodge the Pontiff where no one could suspect him to be, and where no search would be dreamt of, in the very palace of the Caesars. Efficiently disguised, the holy bishop left the cemetery, and, escorted by Sebastian and Quadratus, was safely housed in the apartment of Irene, a Christian lady of rank, who lived in a remote part of the Palatine, in which her husband held a household office. Early next morning Sebastian was with Pancratius. "My dear boy," he said, "you must leave Rome instantly, and go into Campania. I have horses ready for you, and Quadratus, and there is no time to be lost." "And why, Sebastian?" replied the youth, with sorrowful face and tearful eye. "Have I done something wrong, or are you doubtful of my fortitude?" "Neither, I assure you; but you have promised to be guided by me in all things, and I never considered your obedience more necessary than now." "Tell me why, good Sebastian, I pray." "It must be a secret as yet." "What, another secret?" "Call it the same, to be revealed at the same time. But I can tell you what I want you to do, and that I think will satisfy you. Corvinus has got orders to seize on Chromatins and all his community, yet young in the faith, as the wretched example of Torquatus has shown us, and, what is worse, to put your old master Cassianus at Fundi to a cruel death. I want you to hasten before his messenger, perhaps he may go himself, and put them on their guard." Pancratius looked up brightly again. He saw that Sebastian trusted him. "Your wish is enough reason for me," said he, smiling, "but I would go the world's end to save my good Cassianus, or any other fellow Christians." He was soon ready, took an affectionate leave of his mother, and before Rome had fully shaken off sleep, he and Quadratus, each with well-furnished saddle-bags on their powerful steeds, were trotting across the Campagna of Rome, to reach the less frequented and safer track of the Latin Way. Corvinus having resolved to keep the hostile expedition in his own hands, as honorable, lucrative, and pleasant, it was delayed a couple of days, both that he might feel more comfortable about his shoulders, and that he might make proper preparations. He had a chariot hired, and engaged a body of Numidian runners, who could keep up with the carriage at full speed. But he was thus 2 days behind our Christians, though he, of course, travelled by the shorter and more beaten Appian road. When Pancratius arrived at the Villa of Statues, he found the little community already excited by the rumors, which had reached it, of the edict's publication. He was welcomed most warmly by all, and Sebastian's letter of advice was received with deep respect. Prayer and deliberation succeeded its perusal, and various resolutions were taken. Marcus and Marcellianus, with their father Tranquillinus, had already gone to Rome for the ordination. Nicostratus, Zoe, and others followed them now. Chromatins, who was not destined for the crown of martyrdom, though commemorated by the Church with his son on the 11th of August, found shelter for a time in Fabiola's villa, for which letters had been procured from its mistress, without her knowing the reason why, for he wished to remain in the neighbourhood a little while longer. In fine, the Villa of Statius was left in charge of a few faithful servants, fully to be depended upon. When the 2 messengers had given themselves and their horses a good rest, they travelled by the same road as Torquatus had lately trodden, to Fundi, where they put up at an obscure inn out of the town, on the Roman road. Pancratius soon found out his old master, who embraced him most affectionately. He told him his errand, and entreated him to fly, or at least conceal himself. "No," said the good man, "it must not be. I am already old, and I am weary of my unprofitable profession. I and my servant are the only 2 Christians in the town. The best families have, indeed, sent their children to my school, because they knew it would be kept as moral as paganism will permit. But I have not a friend among my scholars, by reason of this very strictness, and they want even the natural refinement of Roman heathens. They are rude provincials, and I believe there are some among the elder ones who would not scruple to take my life, if they could do so with impunity." "What a wretched existence indeed, Cassianus, you must be leading. Have you made no impression on them?" "Little or none, dear Pancratius. And how can I, while I am obliged to make them read those dangerous books, full of fables which Roman and Greek literature contain? No, I have done little by my words; perhaps my death may do more for them." Pancratius found all expostulation vain, and would have almost joined in his resolution to die, only he had promised Sebastian not to expose his life during the journey. He, however, determined to remain about the town till he saw the end. Corvinus arrived with his men at the villa of Chromatius, and early in the morning rushed suddenly through the gates, into the house. He found it empty. He searched it through and through, but discovered neither a person, a book, nor a symbol of Christianity. He was confounded and annoyed. He looked about, and having found a servant working in the garden, asked him where his master was. "Master no tell slave where he go," was the reply, in a Latinity corresponding to such a rude phraseology. "You are trifling with me. Which way did he and his companions go?" "Through yonder gate." "And then?" "Look that way," answered the servant. "You see gate? Very well, you see no more. Me work here, me see gate, me see no more." "When did they go? At least you can answer that." "After the two came from Rome." "What two? Always two, it seems." "One good youth, very handsome, sings so sweet. The other very big, very strong, oh, very. See that young tree pulled up by the roots? He do that as easy as me pull my spade out of the ground." "The very two!" exclaimed Corvinus, thoroughly enraged. "Again that dastardly boy has marred my plans, and destroyed my hopes. He shall suffer well for it." As soon as he was a little rested, he resumed his journey, and determined to vent all his fury on his old master, unless, indeed, he whom he considered his evil genius should have been there before him. He was engaged during his journey in plotting vengeance upon master and fellow student, and he was delighted to find that one at least was at Fundi when he arrived. He showed the governor his order for the arrest and punishment of Cassianus as a most dangerous Christian, but that officer, a humane man, remarked that the commission superseded ordinary jurisdiction in the matter, and gave Corvinus full power to act. He offered him the assistance of an executioner and other requisites, but they were declined. Corvinus had brought an abundant supply of strength and cruelty in his own body guard. He took, however, a public officer with him. He proceeded to the schoolhouse, when filled with scholars, shut the door, and reproached Cassianus, who advanced with open hand and countenance to greet him, as a conspirator against the state and a perfidious Christian. A shout arose from the boyish mob, and by its tone and by the look which he cast around, Corvinus learnt there were many present like himself, young bears' cubs, with full-grown hyenas' hearts within them. "Boys," he shouted out, "do you love your master, Cassianus? He was once mine, too, and I owe him many a grudge." A yell of execration broke out from the benches. "Then I have good news for you. Here is permission from the divine Emperor Maximian for you to do what you like to him." A shower of books, writing tablets, and other school missiles was directed against the master, who stood unmoved with his arms folded before his persecutor. Then came a rush from all sides, with menacing attitudes of a brutal onslaught. "Stop, stop!" cried out Corvinus. "We must go more systematically to work than this." He had reverted in thought to the recollection of his own sweet schoolboy days, that time which most look back on from hearts teeming with softer feelings than the contemplation of present things can suggest. He had indulged in the reminiscence of that early season, in which others find but the picture of unselfish, joyous, happy hours, and he sought in the recollection what would most have gratified him then, that he might bestow it as a boon on the hopeful youths around him. But he could think of nothing that would have been such a treat to him as to pay back his master every stroke of correction, and write in blood upon him every word of reproach that he had received. Delightful thought, now to be fulfilled! It is far from our intention to harrow the feelings of our gentle readers by descriptions of the cruel and fiendish torments inflicted by the heathen persecutors on our Christian forefathers. Few are more horrible, yet few better authenticated, than the torture practised on the martyr Cassianus. Placed, bound in the midst of his ferocious young tigers, he was left to be the lingering victim of their feeble cruelty. Some, as the Christian poet Dionysius tells us, cut their tasks upon him with the steel points used in engraving writing on wax-covered tablets. Others exercised the ingenuity of a precocious brutality by inflicting every possible torment on his lacerated body. Loss of blood and acute pain at length exhausted him, and he fell on the floor without power to rise. A shout of exultation followed, new insults were inflicted, and the troop of youthful demons broke loose to tell the story of their sport at their respective homes. To give Christians decent burial never entered into the minds of their persecutors, and Corvinus, who had glutted his eyes with the spectacle of his vengeance, and had urged on the first efforts at cruelty of his ready instruments, left the expiring man where he lay, to die unnoticed. His faithful servant, however, raised him up and laid him on his bed, and sent a token, as he had preconcerted, to Pancratius, who was soon at his side, while his companion looked after preparations for their departure. The youth was horrified at what he beheld, and at the recital of his old master's exquisite torture, as he was edified by the account of his patients. For not a word of reproach had escaped him, and prayer alone had occupied his thoughts and tongue. Cassianus recognized his dear pupil, smiled upon him, pressed his hand in his own, but could not speak. After lingering till morning, he placidly expired. The last rites of Christian sepulture were modestly paid to him on the spot, for the house was his, and Pancratius hurried from the scene with a heavy heart, and a no slight rousing of its indignation against the heartless savage who had devised and witnessed, without remorse, such a tragedy. He was mistaken, however. No sooner was his revenge fulfilled than Corvinus felt all the disgrace and shame of what he had done. He feared it should be known to his father, who had always esteemed Cassianus. He feared the anger of the parents whose children he had that day effectively demoralized, and flushed to little less than parricide. He ordered his horses to be harnessed, but was told they must have some more hours' rest. This increased his displeasure. Remorse tormented him, and he sat down to drink, and so drowned care and passed time. At length he started on his journey, and after waiting for an hour or two, pushed on through the night. The road was heavy from continued rain, and ran along the side of the great canal which drains the Pontine marshes, and between two rows of trees. Corvinus had drunk again at his halt, and was heated with wine, vexation, and remorse. The dragging pace of his jaded steeds provoked him, and he kept lashing them furiously on. While they were thus excited, they heard the tramp of horses coming fast on behind, and dashed forward at an uncontrollable speed. The attendants were soon left at a distance, and the frightened horses passed between the trees on to the narrow path by the canal, and galloped forward, rocking the chariot from side to side at a reckless rate. The horsemen behind, hearing the violent rush of hoofs and wheels, and the shout of the followers, clapped spurs to their horses, and pushed gallantly forward. They had passed the runners some way, when they heard a crash and a plunge. The wheel had struck the trunk of a tree, the chariot had turned over, and its half-drunken driver had been tossed head over heels into the water. In a moment Pancratius was off his horse and by the side of the canal, together with his companion. By the faint light of the rising moon, and by the sound of his voice, the youth recognized Corvinus struggling in the muddy stream. The side was not deep, but the high clayey bank was wet and slimy, and every time he attempted to climb it, his foot slipped, and he fell back into the deep water in the middle. He was, in fact, already becoming benumbed and exhausted by his wintry bath. " It would serve him right to leave him there," muttered the rough centurion. " Hush, Quadratus, how can you say so? Give me hold of your hand. So," said the youth, leaning over the bank, and seizing his enemy by his arm, just as he was relaxing his hold on a withered shrub, and falling back fainting into the stream. It would have been his last plunge. They pulled him out, and laid him on the road, a pitiable figure for his greatest foe. They chafed his temples and hands, and he had begun to revive, when his attendants came up. To their care they consigned him, together with his purse, which had fallen from his belt as they drew him from the canal. But Pancratius took possession of his own penknife, which dropped out with it, and which Corvinus carried about him, as evidence to convict him of having cut down the edict. The servants pretended to Corvinus, when he had regained consciousness, that they had drawn him out of the water, but that his purse must have been lost in it, and lay still buried in the deep mud. They bore him to a neighboring cottage, while the carriage was being repaired, and had a good carouse with his money while he slept. 2 acts of revenge had been thus accomplished in one day, the pagan and the Christian. End of section 38. Section 39 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part 2nd, Conflict. Chapter 20. The Public Works. If, before the Edict, the Thermae of Diocletian were being erected by the labor and sweat of Christian prisoners, it will not appear surprising that their number and their sufferings should have greatly increased with the growing intensity of a most savage persecution. That emperor himself was expected for the inauguration of his favorite building, and hands were doubled on the work to expedite its completion. Chains of supposed culprits arrived each day from the port of Luna, from Sardinia, and even from the Crimea, or Chersonesus, where they had been engaged in quarries or mines, and were put to labor in the harder departments of the building art. To transport materials, to saw and cut stone and marble, to mix the mortar, and to build up the walls, were the duties allotted to the religious culprits, many of whom were men little accustomed to such menial toil. The only recompense which they received for their labor was that of the mules and oxen which shared their occupation, little better, if better, than a stable to sleep in, food sufficient in quantity to keep up their strength, clothing enough to guard them from the inclemency of the season. This was all they had to expect. Feathers on their ankles, heavy chains to prevent their escape, increased their sufferings, and taskmasters, acceptable in proportion as they were unreasonable, watched every gang with lash or stick in hand, ever ready to add pain to toil, whether it were to vent their own wanton cruelty upon unresisting objects, or to please their crueler masters. But the Christians of Rome took peculiar care of these blessed confessors, who were particularly venerated by them. Their deacons visited them by bribing their guards, and young men would boldly venture among them and distribute more nourishing food or warmer clothing to them, or give them the means of conciliating their keepers, so as to obtain better treatment at their hands. They would then also recommend themselves to their prayers, as they kissed the chains and the bruises which these holy confessors bore for Christ. This assemblage of men, convicted of serving faithfully their divine Master, was useful for another purpose. Like the stew in which the luxurious Lucullus kept his lambries ready fattened for a banquet, like the cages in which rare birds, the pens in which well-fed cattle, were preserved for the sacrifice, or the feast of an imperial anniversary, like the dens near the amphitheatre, in which ferocious beasts were fed for exhibition at the public games, just so were the public works the preserves, from which at any time could be drawn the materials for a sanguinary hecatomb, or gratification of the popular appetite for cruel spectacles, on any occasion of festivity, public stores of food for those fierce animals whenever the Roman people wished to share in their savage propensities. Such an occasion was now approaching. The persecution had lingered. No person of note had been yet captured. The failures of the first day had not been fully repaired, and something more wholesale was expected. The people demanded more sport, and an approaching imperial birthday justified their gratification. The wild beasts which Sebastian and Pancratius had heard yet roared for their lawful prey. Christianus ad leones might seem to have been interpreted by them as meaning that the Christians of right belonged to them. One afternoon towards the end of December, Corvinus proceeded to the baths of Diocletian, accompanied by Catullus, who had an eye for proper combatants in the amphitheatre, such as a good dealer would have for cattle at a fair. He called for Rabirius, the superintendent of the convict department, and said to him: "Rabirius, I am come by order of the emperor to select a sufficient number of the wicked Christians under your charge, for the honor of fighting in the amphitheatre, on occasion of the coming festival." "Really," answered the officer, "I have none to spare. I am obliged to finish the work in a given time, and I cannot do so if I am left short of hands." "I cannot help that. Others will be got to replace these that are taken from you. You must walk Catullus and myself through your works, and let us choose those that will suit us." Rabirius, grumbling at this unreasonable demand, submitted nevertheless to it, and took them into a vast area, just vaulted over. It was entered by a circular vestibule lighted from above, like the Pantheon. This led into one of the shorter arms of the cruciform hall of noble dimensions, into which opened a number of lesser, though still handsome chambers. At each angle of the hall, where the arms intersected one another, a huge granite pillar of one block had to be erected. Two were already in their places, one was girt with ropes delivered round capstans, ready to be raised on the morrow. A number of men were actively employed in making final preparations. Catullus nudged Corvinus, and pointed with his thumb to two fine youths, who, stripped slave fashion to their waists, were specimens of manly athletic forms. " I must have those too, Rabirius," said the willing purveyor to wild beasts. " They will do charmingly. I am sure they are Christians, they work so cheerfully." " I cannot possibly spare them at present. They are worth 6 men, or a pair of horses at least, to me. Wait till the heavy work is over, and then they are at your service." " What are their names, that I may take note of them ? And mind, keep them up in good condition." " They are called Largus and Smaragdus. They are young men of excellent family, but work like plebeians, and will go with you nothing loth." " They shall have their wish," said Corvinus, with great glee. And so they had later. As they went through the works, however, they picked out a number of captives, for many of whom Rabirius made resistance, but generally in vain. At length they came near one of those chambers which flank the eastern side of the longer arm of the hall. In one of them they saw a number of convicts, if we must use the term, resting after their labor. The centre of the group was an old man, most venerable in appearance, with a long white beard streaming on his breast, mild in aspect, gentle in word, cheerful in his feeble action. It was the confessor Saturninus, now in his 80th year, yet loaded with 2 heavy chains. At each side were the more youthful laborers, Cyriacus and Sisinnius, of whom it is recorded that, in addition to their own task work, one on each side, they bore up his bonds. Indeed, we are told that their particular delight was, over and above their own assigned portion of toil, to help their weaker brethren, and perform their work for them. But their time was not yet come ; for both of them, before they received their crowns, were ordained deacons in the next pontificate. Several other captives lay on the ground, about the old man's feet, as he, seated on a block of marble, was talking to them with a sweet gravity, which riveted their attention, and seemed to make them forget their sufferings. What was he saying to them? Was he requiting Cyriacus for his extraordinary charity, by telling him that, in commemoration of it, a portion of the immense pile which they were toiling to raise will be dedicated to God under his invocation, become a title, and close its line of titulars by an illustrious name? Or was he recounting another more glorious vision, how this smaller oratory was to be superseded and absorbed by a glorious temple, in honor of the Queen of Angels, which should comprise the entire of that superb hall, with its vestibule, under the directing skill of the mightiest artistic genius that the world should ever see? What more consoling thought could have been vouchsafed to those poor oppressed captives, than that they were not so much erecting baths for the luxury of a heathen people, or the prodigality of a wicked emperor, as in truth building up one of the stateliest churches, in which the true God is worshipped, and the Virgin Mother, who bore Him incarnate, is affectionately honored? From a distance Corvinus saw the group, and pausing, asked the superintendent the names of those who composed it. He enumerated them readily, then added, "You may as well take that old man, if you like, for he is not worth his keep, as far as work goes." " Thank you," replied Corvinus. " A pretty figure he would cut in the amphitheatre. The people are not to be put off with decrepit old creatures, whom a single stroke of a bear's or tiger's paw kills outright. They like to see young blood flowing, and plenty of life struggling against wounds and blows, before death comes to decide the contest. But there is one there whom you have not named. His face is turned from us. He has not the prisoner's garb, nor any kind of fetter. Who can it be?" " I do not know his name," answered Rabirius ;" but he is a fine youth, who spends much of his time among the convicts, relieves them, and even at times helps them in their work. He pays, of course, well for being allowed all this. So it is not our business to ask questions." " But it is mine, though," said Corvinus sharply, and he advanced for this purpose. The voice caught the stranger's ear, and he turned round to look. Corvinus sprung upon him with the eye and action of a wild beast, seized him, and called out with exultation, " Fetter him instantly! This time at least, Pancratius, thou shalt not escape." End of section 39. Section 40 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 21. The Prison. If a modern Christian wishes really to know what his forefathers underwent for the faith during 3 centuries of persecution, we would not have him content himself with visiting the Catacombs, as we have tried to make him do, and thus learning what sort of life they were compelled to lead, but we would advise him to peruse those imperishable records, the Acts of the Martyrs, which will show him how they were made to die. We know of no writings so moving, so tender, so consoling, and so ministering of strength to faith and to hope, after God's inspired words, as these venerable monuments, and if our reader so advised have not leisure sufficient to read much upon this subject, we would limit him willingly to one specimen, the genuine Acts of Saints Perpetua and Felicitas. It is true that they will be best read by the scholar in their plain African Latinity, but we trust that someone will soon give us a worthy English version of these, and some other similar early Christian documents. The ones which we have singled out are the same as were known to St. Augustine, and cannot be read by any one without emotion. If the reader would compare the morbid sensibility and the overstrained excitement endeavoured to be produced by a modern French writer in the imaginary journal of a culprit condemned to death, down to the immediate approach of execution, with the unaffected pathos and charming truthfulness which pervades the corresponding narrative of Vivia Perpetua, a delicate lady of 21 years of age, he would not hesitate in concluding how much more natural, graceful, and interesting are the simple recitals of Christianity than the boldest fictions of romance. And when our minds are sad, or the petty persecutions of our times incline our feeble hearts to murmur, we cannot do better than turn to the really golden, because truthful legend, or to the history of the noble martyrs of Vienne or Lyons, or to the many similar, still extant records, to nerve our courage by the contemplation of what children and women, catechumens and slaves, suffered, unmurmuring, for Christ. But we are wandering from our narrative. Pancratius, with some 20 more, fettered and chained together, were led through the streets to prison. As they were thus dragged along, staggering and stumbling helplessly, they were unmercifully struck by the guards, who conducted them, and any person near enough to reach them dealt them blows and kicks without remorse. Those further off pelted them with stones or offal, and assailed them with insulting ribaldry. They reached the Mamertine prison at last, and were thrust down into it, and found there already other victims, of both sexes, awaiting their time of sacrifice. The youth had just time, while he was being handcuffed, to request one of the captors to inform his mother and Sebastian of what had happened, and he slipped his purse into his hand. A prison in ancient Rome was not the place to which a poor man might court committal, hoping there to enjoy better fare and lodging than he did at home. 2 or 3 of these dungeons, for they are nothing better, still remain, and a brief description of the one which we have mentioned will give our readers some idea of what confessorship cost, independent of martyrdom. The Mamertine prison is composed of 2 square subterranean chambers, one below the other, with only one round aperture in the centre of each vault, through which alone light, air, food, furniture, and men could pass. When the upper story was full, we may imagine how much of the first 2 could reach the lower. No other means of ventilation, drainage, or access could exist. The walls of large stone blocks had, or rather have, rings fastened into them for securing the prisoners, but many used to be laid on the floor, with their feet fastened in the stocks, and the ingenious cruelty of the persecutors often increased the discomfort of the damp stone floor by strewing with broken potsherds this only bed allowed to the mangled limbs and welted backs of the tortured Christians. Hence we have in Africa a company of martyrs, headed by Saints Saturninus and Dodivus, who all perished through their sufferings in prison. And the Acts of the Lyonnese martyrs inform us that many newcomers expired in the jail, killed by severities, before their bodies had endured any torments, while, on the contrary, some who returned to it so cruelly tortured that their recovery appeared hopeless, without any medical or other assistance, there regained their health. At the same time, the Christians bought access to these abodes of pain, but not of sorrow, and furnished whatever could, under such circumstances, relieve the sufferings and increase the comforts, temporal and spiritual, of these most cherished and venerated of their brethren. Roman justice required at least the outward forms of trial, and hence the Christian captives were led from their dungeons before the tribunal, where they were subjected to an interrogatory, of which most precious examples have been preserved in the preconsular acts of martyrs, just as they were entered by the secretary or registrar of the court. When the Bishop of Lyons, Pothinus, now in his 90th year, was asked, "Who is the God of the Christians?" he replied with simple dignity, "If thou shalt be worthy, thou shalt know." Sometimes the judge would enter into a discussion with his prisoner, and necessarily get the worst of it, though the latter would seldom go further with him than simply reiterating his plain profession of the Christian faith. Often, as in the case of one Plotimus, beautifully recited by St. Justin, and in that of St. Perpetua, he was content to ask the simple question, "Art thou a Christian?" and upon an affirmative reply proceeded to pronounce capital sentence. Pancratius and his companions stood before the judge, for it wanted only 3 days to the munus, or games, at which they were to fight with wild beasts. "What art thou?" he asked of one. "I am a Christian, by the help of God," was the rejoinder. "And who art thou?" asked the prefect to Rusticus. "I am, indeed, a slave of Caesar's," answered the prisoner, "but becoming a Christian, I have been freed by Christ himself, and by his grace and mercy I have been made partaker of the same hope as those whom you see." Then turning to a holy priest, Lucianus, venerable for his years and his virtue, the judge thus addressed him: "Come, be obedient to the gods themselves and to the imperial edicts." "No one," answered the old man, "can be reprehended or condemned who obey the precepts of Jesus Christ our Saviour." "What sort of learning and studies dost thou pursue?" "I have endeavoured to master every science, and have tried every variety of learning. But finally I adhere to the doctrines of Christianity, although they do not please those who follow the wanderings of false opinions." "Wretch! Dost thou find delight in that learning?" "The greatest, because I follow the Christians in right doctrine." "And what is that doctrine?" "The right doctrine, which we Christians piously hold, is to believe in one God, the Maker and Creator of all things visible and invisible, and to confess the Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, anciently foretold by the prophets, who will come to judge mankind, and is the preacher and master of salvation to those who will learn well under him. I, indeed, as a mere man, am too weak and insignificant to be able to utter anything great of his infinite deity. This office belongs to the prophets." "Thou art, methinks, a master of error to others, and deservest to be more severely punished than the rest. Let this Lucianus be kept at the nerve stocks, with his feet stretched to the 5th hole. And you 2 women, what are your names and condition?" "I am a Christian, who have no spouse but Christ. My name is Secunda," replied the one. "And I am a widow, named Euphina, professing the same saving faith," continued the other. At length, after having put similar questions, and receiving similar answers from all the others, except from one wretched man, who, to the grief of the rest, wavered and agreed to offer sacrifice, the prefect turned to Pancratius, and thus addressed him: "And now, insolent youth, who hast the audacity to tear down the edict of the divine emperors, even for thee there shall be mercy, if yet thou wilt sacrifice to the gods. Show thus at once thy piety and thy wisdom, for thou art yet but a stripling." Pancratius signed himself with the sign of the saving cross, and calmly replied: "I am the servant of Christ. Him I acknowledge by my mouth, hold firm in my heart, incessantly adore. This youth, which you behold in me, has the wisdom of grey hairs, if it worship but one God. But your gods, with those who adore them, are destined to eternal destruction." "Strike him on the mouth for his blasphemy, and beat him with rods," exclaimed the angry judge. "I thank thee," replied meekly the noble youth, "that thus I suffer some of the same punishment as was inflicted on my Lord." The prefect then pronounced sentence in the usual form. Lucianus, Pancratius, Rusticus, and others, and the women Secunda and Rufina, who have all owned themselves Christians and refused to obey the sacred emperor or worship the gods of Rome, we ordered to be exposed to wild beasts in the Flavian amphitheatre." The mob howled with delight and hatred, and accompanied the confessors back to their prison with this rough music. But they were gradually overawed by the dignity of their gait and the shining calmness of their countenances. Some men asserted that they must have perfumed themselves, for they could perceive a fragrant atmosphere surrounding their persons. End of section 40. Section 41 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 22. The Viaticum. A true contrast to the fury and discord without was the scene within the prison. Peace, serenity, cheerfulness, and joy reigned there, and the rough stone walls and vaults re-echoed to the chants of psalmody, in which Pancratius was precentor, and in which depth called out to depth. For the prisoners in the lower dungeon responded to those above, and kept up the alternation of verses, in those psalms which the circumstances naturally suggested. The eve of "fighting with," that is, being torn to pieces by wild beasts, was always a day of greater liberty. The friends of the intended victims were admitted to see them, and the Christians boldly took full advantage of the permission to flock to the prison and commend themselves to the prayers of the blessed confessors of Christ. At evening they were led forth to enjoy what was called the free supper, that is, an abundant and even luxurious public feast. The table was surrounded by pagans curious to watch the conduct and looks of the morrow's combatants, but they could discern neither the bravado and boisterousness, nor the dejection and bitterness of ordinary culprits. To the guests it was truly an agape or love feast, for they supped with calm joyfulness, amidst cheerful conversation. Pancratius, however, once or twice reproved the unfeeling curiosity and rude remarks of the crowd, saying, "To-morrow is not sufficient for you, because you love to look upon the objects of your future hatred. To-day you are our friends, to-morrow our foes, but mark well our countenances, that you may know them again in the day of judgment." Many retired at this rebuke, and not a few were led by it to conversion. But while the persecutors thus prepared a feast for the bodies of their victims, the Church, their mother, had been preparing a much more dainty banquet for the souls of her children. They had been constantly attended on by the deacons, particularly Reparatus, who would gladly have joined their company, but his duty forbade this at present. After, therefore, having provided as well as possible for their temporal wants, he had arranged with the pious priest Dionysius, who still dwelt in the house of Agnes, to send, towards evening, sufficient portions of the bread of life, to feed, early in the morning of their battle, the champions of Christ. Although the deacons bore the consecrated elements from the principal church to others, where they were only distributed by the titulars, the office of conveying them to the martyrs in prison, and even to the dying, was committed to inferior ministers. On this day, that the hostile passions of heathen Rome were unusually excited by the coming slaughter of so many Christian victims, it was a work of more than common danger to discharge this duty. For the revelations of Torquatus had made it known that Fulvius had carefully noted all the ministers of the sanctuary, and given a description of them to his numerous active spies. Hence they could scarcely venture out by day, unless thoroughly disguised. The sacred bread was prepared, and the priest turned round from the altar on which it was placed, to see who would be its safest bearer. Before any others could step forward, the young acolyte Dionysius knelt at his feet. With his hand extended before him, ready to receive the sacred deposit, with a countenance beautiful in its lovely innocence as an angel's, he seemed to entreat for preference, and even to claim it. "Thou art too young, my child," said the kind priest, filled with admiration of the picture before him. "My youth, holy father, will be my best protection. Oh, do not refuse me this great honor." The tears stood in the boy's eyes, and his cheeks glowed with a modest emotion as he spoke these words. He stretched forth his hand eagerly, and his entreaty was so full of fervor and courage that the plea was irresistible. The priest took the divine mysteries, wrapped up carefully in a linen cloth, then in an outer covering, and put them on his palms, saying, "Remember, Tarcisius, what a treasure is entrusted to thy feeble care. Avoid public places as thou goest along, and remember that holy things must not be delivered to dogs, nor pearls be cast before swine. Thou wilt keep safely God's sacred gifts?" "I will die rather than betray them," answered the holy youth, as he folded the heavenly trust in the bosom of his tunic, and with cheerful reverence started on his journey. There was a gravity beyond the usual expression of his years stamped upon his countenance, as he tripped lightly along the streets, avoiding equally the more public and the too low thoroughfares. As he was approaching the door of a large mansion, its mistress, a rich lady without children, saw him coming, and was struck with his beauty and sweetness, as, with arms folded on his breast, he was hastening on. "Stay one moment, dear child," she said, putting herself in his way. "Tell me thy name, and where do thy parents live?" "I am Tarcisius, an orphan boy," he replied, looking up smilingly, "and I have no home, save one which it might be displeasing to thee to hear." "Then come into my house and rest. I wish to speak to thee. Oh, that I had a child like thee!" "Not now, noble lady, not now. I have entrusted to me a most solemn and sacred duty, and I must not tarry a moment in its performance." "Then promise to come to me to morrow. This is my house." "If I am alive, I will," answered the boy with a kindled look, which made him appear to her as a messenger from a higher sphere. She watched him a long time, and after some deliberation determined to follow him. Soon, however, she heard a tumult with horrid cries, which made her pause on her way until they had ceased, when she went on again. In the meantime, Tarcisius, with his thoughts fixed on better things than her inheritance, hastened on, and shortly came into an open space where boys just escaped from school were beginning to play. "We just want one to make up the game. Where shall we get him?" said their leader. "Capital!" exclaimed another. "Here comes Tarcisius, whom I have not seen for an age. He used to be an excellent hand at all sports. Come, Tarcisius," he added, stopping him by seizing his arm. "Whither so fast? Take a part in our game, that's a good fellow." "I can't, Petulius, now. I really can't. I am going on business of great importance." "But you shall," exclaimed the first speaker, a strong and bullying youth, laying hold of him. "I will have no sulking when I want anything done. So come, join us at once." "I entreat you," said the poor boy feelingly, "do let me go." "No such thing," replied the other. "What is that you seem to be carrying so carefully in your bosom? A letter, I suppose. Well, it will not addle by being for half an hour out of its nest. Give it to me, and I will put it by safe while we play." And he snatched at the sacred deposit in his breast. "Never, never," answered the child, looking up towards heaven. "I will see it," insisted the other rudely. "I will know what is this wonderful secret." And he commenced pulling him roughly about. A crowd of men from the neighborhood soon got round, and all asked eagerly what was the matter. They saw a boy, who, with folded arms, seemed endowed with a supernatural strength, as he resisted every effort of one much bigger and stronger to make him reveal what he was bearing. Cuffs, pulls, blows, kicks seemed to have no effect. He bore them all without a murmur, or an attempt to retaliate, but he unflinchingly kept his purpose. "What is it? What can it be?" one began to ask the other, when Fulvius chanced to pass by, and joined the circle round the combatants. He at once recognized Tarcisius, having seen him at the ordination, and being asked, as a better dressed man, the same question, he replied contemptuously, as he turned on his heels, "What is it? Why, only a Christian ass bearing the mysteries." This was enough. Fulvius, while he scorned such unprofitable prey, knew well the effect of his word. Heathen curiosity to see the mysteries of the Christians revealed, and to insult them, was aroused, and a general demand was made to Tarcisius to yield up his charge. "Never with life," was his only reply. A heavy blow from a smith's fist nearly stunned him, while the blood flowed from the wound. Another and another followed, till, covered with bruises, but with his arms crossed fast upon his breast, he fell heavily on the ground. The mob closed upon him, and were just seizing him to tear open his thrice holy trust, when they felt themselves pushed aside right and left by some giant strength. Some went reeling to the further side of the square, others were spun round and round, they knew not how, till they fell where they were, and the rest retired before a tall, athletic officer, who was the author of this overthrow. He had no sooner cleared the ground than he was on his knees, and with tears in his eyes raised up the bruised and fainting boy, as tenderly as a mother could have done, and in most gentle tones asked him, " Are you much hurt, Tarcisius? "" Never mind me, Quadratus," answered he, opening his eyes with a smile, " but I am carrying the divine mysteries. Take care of them." The soldier raised the boy in his arms with tenfold reverence, as if bearing, not only the sweet victim of a youthful sacrifice, a martyr's relics, but the very King and Lord of martyrs, and the divine victim of eternal salvation. The child's head leaned in confidence on the stout soldier's neck, but his arms and hands never left their watchful custody of the confided gift, and his gallant bearer felt no weight in the hollow double burden which he carried. No one stopped him, till a lady met him and stared amazedly at him. She drew nearer and looked closer at what he carried. " Is it possible? " she exclaimed with terror. " Is that Tarcisius, whom I met a few moments ago, so fair and lovely? Who can have done this? "" Madam," replied Quadratus, " they have murdered him because he was a Christian." The lady looked for an instant on the child's countenance. He opened his eyes upon her, smiled, and expired. From that look came the light of faith. She hastened to be a Christian likewise. The venerable Dionysius could hardly see for weeping, as he removed the child's hands, and took from his bosom, unviolated, the Holy of Holies, and he thought he looked more like an angel now, sleeping the martyr's slumber, than he did when living scarcely an hour before. Quadratus himself bore him to the cemetery of Callistus, where he was buried amidst the admiration of older believers, and later the holy Pope Damasus composed for him an epitaph, which no one can read without concluding that the belief in the real presence of our Lord's body in the Blessed Eucharist was the same then as now. Tarcisium Sanctum Christi Sacramenta gerentem, cum male sana manus peteret vulgare profanis, ipse animam potius volui dimittere caesus, pradere cum quanibus radibus celestia membra. Note: Christ's secret gifts by good Tarcisius borne, the mob profanely bade him to display. He rather gave his own limbs to be torn, than Christ celestial to mad dogs betray. He is mentioned in the Roman Martyrology on the 15th of August, as commemorated in the cemetery of Callistus, whence his relics were in due time translated to the church of St. Sylvester in Campo, as an old inscription declares. News of this occurrence did not reach the prisoners till after their feast, and perhaps the alarm that they were to be deprived of the spiritual food to which they looked forward for strength, was the only one that could have overcast even slightly the serenity of their souls. At this moment Sebastian entered, and perceived at once that some unpleasant news had arrived, and as quickly divined what it was, for Quadratus had already informed him of all. He cheered up, therefore, the confessors of Christ, assured them that they should not be deprived of their coveted food, then whispered a few words to Apparatus, the deacon, who flew out immediately with a look of bright intelligence. Sebastian, being known to the guards, had passed freely in and out of the prison daily, and had been indefatigable in his care of its inmates. But now he was come to take his last farewell of his dearest friend Pancratius, who had longed for this interview. They drew to one side, when the youth began: "Well, Sebastian, do you remember when we heard the wild beasts roar from your window, and looked at the many gaping arches of the amphitheatre, as open for the Christian's triumph?" "Yes, my dear boy, I remember that evening well, and it seemed to me as if your heart anticipated then the scenes that await you to morrow." "It did, in truth. I felt an inward assurance that I should be one of the first to appease the roaring fury of those deputies of human cruelty. But now that the time is come, I can hardly believe myself worthy of so immense an honor. What can I have done, Sebastian, not indeed to deserve it, but to be chosen out as the object of so great a grace?" "You know, Pancratius, that it is not he who willeth, nor he that runneth, but God who hath mercy, that maketh the election. But tell me rather, how do you now feel about to morrow's glorious destiny?" To tell the truth, it seems to me so magnificent, so far beyond my right to claim, that sometimes it appears more like a vision than a certainty. Does it not sound almost incredible to you, that I, who this night am in a cold, dark, and dismal prison, shall be before another sun has set, listening to the harping of angelic lyres, walking in the procession of white-robed saints, inhaling the perfume of celestial incense, and drinking from the crystal waters of the stream of life? Is it not too like what one may read or hear about another, but hardly dares to think is to be, in a few hours, real of himself? And nothing more than you have described, Pancratius? Oh, yes, far more than one can name without presumption. That I, a boy just come out of school, who have done nothing for Christ as yet, should be able to say, "Sometime tomorrow I shall see him face to face, and adore him, and shall receive from him a palm and a crown, yea, and an affectionate embrace," I feel is so like a beautiful hope, that it startles me to think it will soon be that no longer. And yet, Sebastian," he continued fervently, seizing both his friend's hands, "it is true, it is true!" "And more still, Pancratius." "Yes, Sebastian, more still, and more. To close one's eyes upon the faces of men, and open them in full gaze on the face of God; to shut them upon 10,000 countenances scowling on you with hatred, contempt, and fury, from every step of the amphitheatre; and unclose them instantly upon that one sun-like intelligence, whose splendor would dazzle or scorch, did not its beams surround, and embrace, and welcome us; to dart them at once into the furnace of God's heart, and plunge into its burning ocean of mercy and love without fear of destruction? Surely, Sebastian, it sounds like presumption in me to say, that tomorrow — nay, hush, the watchman from the Capitol is proclaiming midnight — that today, I shall enjoy all this." "Happy Pancratius," exclaimed the soldier, "you anticipate already by some hours the raptures to come." "And do you know, dear Sebastian," continued the youth, as if unconscious of the interruption, "it looks to me so good and merciful in God to grant me such a death. How much more willingly must one at my age face it, when it puts an end to all that is hateful on earth, when it extinguishes but the sight of hideous beasts and sinning men, scarcely less frightful than they, and hushes only the fiend-like yells of both. How much more trying would it be to part with the last tender look of a mother like mine, and shut one's ears to the sweet plaint of her patient voice. True, I shall see her and hear her for the last time, as we have arranged, to-day before my fight, but I know she would not unnerve me." A tear had made its way into the affectionate boy's eye, but he suppressed it, and said with a gay tone, "But, Sebastian, you have not fulfilled your promise, your double promise to me, to tell me the secrets you conceal from me. This is your last opportunity, so come, let me know all." "Do you remember well what the secrets were?" "Right well, indeed, for they have much perplexed me. First, on that night of the meeting in your apartments, you said there was one motive strong enough to check your ardent desire to die for Christ; and lately you refused to give me your reason for despatching me hastily to Campania, and join this secret to the others, how I cannot conceive." "Yet they form but one. I had promised to watch over your true welfare, Pancratius; it was a duty of friendship and love that I had assumed. I saw your eagerness after martyrdom, I knew the ardent temperament of your youthful heart. I dreaded lest you should commit yourself by some overdaring action, which might tarnish, even as lightly as a breath does finely tempered steel, the purity of your desire, or tip with a passing blight one single leaf of your palm. I determined, therefore, to restrain my own earnest longings till I had seen you safe through danger. Was this right?" "Oh, it was too kind of you, dear Sebastian, it was nobly kind. But how is this connected with my journey?" "If I had not sent you away, you would have been seized for your boldly tearing down the edict, or your rebuke of the judge in his court. You would have been certainly condemned, and would have suffered for Christ; but your sentence would have proclaimed a different and a civil offence, that of rebellion against the emperors; and moreover, my dear boy, you would have been singled out for a triumph. You would have been pointed at by the very heathens with honor, as a gallant and daring youth. You might have been disturbed, even in your conflict, by a transient cloud of pride. At any rate, you would have been spared that ignominy which forms the distinctive merit and the special glory of dying for simply being a Christian." "Quite true, Sebastian," said Pancratius with a blush. "But when I saw you," continued the soldier, "taken in the performance of a generous act of charity towards the confessors of Christ, when I saw you dragged through the streets, chained to a galley slave, as a common culprit, when I saw you pelted and hooted like other believers, when I heard sentence pronounced on you in common with the rest, because you are a Christian, and for nothing else, I felt that my task was ended. I would not have raised a finger to save you." "How like God's love has yours been to me, so wise, so generous, and so unsparing!" sobbed out Pancratius, as he threw himself on the soldier's neck; then continued, "Promise me one thing more, that this day you will keep near me to the end, and will secure my lasting legacy to my mother." "Even if it costs my life, I will not fail. We shall not be parted long, Pancratius." The deacon now gave notice that all was ready for offering up the holy oblation in the dungeon itself. The two youths looked round, and Pancratius was indeed amazed. The holy priest Lucianus was laid stretched on the floor, with his limbs painfully distended in the castasta, or stocks, so that he could not rise. Upon his breast Reparatus had spread the 3 linen cloths requisite for the altar. On them was laid the unleavened bread, and the mingled chalice, which the deacon steadied with his hand. The head of the aged priest was held up as he read the accustomed prayers, and performed the prescribed ceremonies of the oblation and consecration. And then each one, approaching devoutly, and with tears of gratitude, received from his consecrated hand his share, that is, the whole of the mystical food. Marvellous and beautiful instance of the power of adaptation in God's Church! Fixed as are her laws, her ingenious love finds means, through their very relaxation, to demonstrate their principles; nay, the very exception presents only a sublimer application of them. Here was the minister of God, and a dispenser of His mysteries, who for once was privileged to be, more than others, like Him when He represented, at once the priest and the altar. The Church prescribed that the holy sacrifice should be offered only over the relics of martyrs. Here was a martyr, by a singular prerogative, permitted to offer it over his own body. Yet living, he lay beneath the feet of God. The bosom still heaved, and the heart panted under the divine mysteries, it is true; but that was only part of the action of the minister, while self was already dead, and the sacrifice of life was, in all but act, completed in him. There was only Christ's life within and without the sanctuary of the breast. Was ever Viaticum for martyrs more worthily prepared? End of section 41. Section 42 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Second, Conflict, Chapter 23, The Fight. The morning broke light and frosty, and the sun, glittering on the gilded ornaments of the temples and other public buildings, seemed to array them in holiday splendor. And the people, too, soon came forth into the streets in their gayest attire, decked out with unusual richness. The various streams converged towards the Flavian amphitheatre, now better known by the name of the Colosseum. Each one directs his steps to the arch indicated by the number of his ticket, and thus the huge monster keeps sucking in by degrees that stream of life, which soon animates and enlivens its oval tiers over tiers of steps, till its interior is tapestried all round with human faces, and its walls seem to rock and wave to and fro, by the swaying of the living mass. And, after this shall have been gorged with blood, and inflamed with fury, it will melt once more, and rush out in a thick continuous flow through the many avenues by which it entered, now bearing their fitting name of vomitoria. For never did a more polluted stream of the dregs and pests of humanity issue from an unbecoming reservoir, through ill-sorted channels, than the Roman mob, drunk with the blood of martyrs, gushing forth from the pores of the splendid amphitheatre. The emperor came to the games surrounded by his court, with all the pomp and circumstance which befitted an imperial festival, keen as any of his subjects to witness the cruel games, and to feed his eyes with a feast of carnage. His throne was on the eastern side of the amphitheatre, where a large space called the Pulvinar was reserved, and richly decorated for the imperial court. Various sports succeeded one another, and many a gladiator, killed or wounded, had sprinkled the bright sand with blood, when the people, eager for fiercer combats, began to call, or roar, for the Christians and the wild beasts. It is time, therefore, for us to think of our captives. Before the citizens were astir, they had been removed from the prison to a strong chamber called the spoliatorium, the press room, where their fetters and chains were removed. An attempt was made to dress them gaudily as heathen priests and priestesses, but they resisted, urging that as they had come spontaneously to fight, it was unfair to make them appear in a disguise which they abhorred. During the early part of the day they remained thus together, encouraging one another, and singing the divine praises, in spite of the shouts which drowned their voices from time to time. While they were thus engaged, Corvinus entered, and with a look of insolent triumph thus accosted Pancratius: "Thanks to the gods, the day is come which I have long desired. It has been a tiresome and tough struggle between us, who should fall uppermost. I have won it." "How sayest thou, Corvinus? When and how have I contended with thee?" "Always, everywhere. Thou hast haunted me in my dreams. Thou hast danced before me like a meteor, and I have tried in vain to grasp thee. Thou hast been my tormentor, my evil genius. I have hated thee, devoted thee to the infernal gods, cursed thee and loathed thee, and now my day of vengeance is come." "Methinks," replied Pancratius, smiling, "this does not look like a combat. It has been all on one side, for I have done none of these things towards thee." "No? Thinkest thou that I believe thee, when thou hast lain ever as a viper on my path, to bite my heel and overthrow me?" "Where? I again ask." "Everywhere, I repeat. At school, in the Lady Agnes's house, in the Forum, in the cemetery, in my father's own court, at Chromatius's villa, yes, everywhere." "But nowhere else but where thou hast named? When thy chariot was dashed furiously along the Appian Way, didst thou not hear the tramp of horses' hoofs trying to overtake thee?" "Wretch!" exclaimed the prefect's son in a fury, "and was it thy accursed steed which, purposely urged forward, frightened mine and nearly caused my death?" "No, Corvinus, hear me calmly. It is the last time we shall speak together. I was travelling quietly with a companion towards Rome, after having paid the last rites to our master Cassianus." Corvinus winced, for he knew not this before. "When I heard the clatter of a runaway chariot, and then, indeed, I put spurs to my horse, and it is well for thee that I did." "How so?" "Because I reached thee just in time, when thy strength was nearly exhausted, and thy blood almost frozen by repeated plunges in the cold canal, and when thy arm, already benumbed, had let go its last stay, and thou wast falling backwards for the last time into the water, I saw thee, I knew thee, as I took hold of thee, insensible. I had in my grasp the murderer of one most dear to me. Divine justice seemed to have overtaken him. There was only my will between him and his doom. It was my day of vengeance, and I fully gratified it." "Ha! and how, pray?" "By drawing thee out, and laying thee on the bank, and chafing thee till the heart resumed its functions, and then consigning thee to thy servants, rescued from death." "Thou liest!" screamed Corvinus. "My servants told me that they drew me out." "And did they give thee my knife, together with thy leopard skin purse, which I found on the ground after I had dragged thee forth?" "No, they said the purse was lost in the canal. It was a leopard skin purse, the gift of an African sorceress. What sayest thou of the knife?" "That it is here. See it, still rusty with water. Thy purse I gave to thy slaves. My own knife I retained for myself. Look at it again. Dost thou believe me now? Have I been always a viper on thy path?" Too ungenerous to acknowledge that he had been conquered in the struggle between them, Corvinus only felt himself withered, degraded, before his late schoolfellow, crumbled like a clod of dust in his hands. His very heart seemed to him to blush. He felt sick and staggered, hung down his head, and sneaked away. He cursed the games, the emperor, the yelling rabble, the roaring beasts, his horses and chariot, his slaves, his father, himself, everything and everybody except one. He could not, for his life, curse Pancratius. He had reached the door, when the youth called him back. He turned and looked at him with a glance of respect, almost approaching to love. Pancratius put his hand on his arm, and said, "Corvinus, I have freely forgiven thee. There is One above, who cannot forgive without repentance. Seek pardon from Him. If not, I foretell to thee this day, that by whatsoever death I die, thou shalt one day perish." Corvinus slunk away, and appeared no more that day. He lost the sight on which his coarse imagination had gloated for days, which he had longed for during months. When the holiday was over, he was found by his father completely intoxicated. It was the only way he knew of drowning remorse. As he was leaving the prisoners, the lanista, or master of the gladiators, entered the room and summoned them to the combat. They hastily embraced one another and took leave on earth. They entered the arena, or pit of the amphitheatre, opposite the imperial seat, and had to pass between two files of venatores, or huntsmen, who had the care of the wild beasts, each armed with a heavy whip, wherewith he inflicted a blow on every one as he went by him. They were then brought forward, singly or in groups, as the people desired, or the directors of the spectacle chose. Sometimes the intended prey was placed on an elevated platform, to be more conspicuous ; at another time he was tied up to posts to be more helpless. A favorite sport was to bundle up a female victim in a net, and expose her to be ruled, tossed, or gored by wild cattle. One encounter with a single wild beast often finished the martyr's course, while occasionally 3 or 4 were successfully let loose, without their inflicting a mortal wound. The confessor was then either remanded to prison for further torments, or taken back to the spoliatorium, where the gladiators' apprentices amused themselves with despatching him. But we must content ourselves with following the last steps of our youthful hero, Pancratius. As he was passing through the corridor that led to the amphitheatre, he saw Sebastian standing on one side, with a lady closely enwrapped in her mantle, and veiled. He at once recognized her, stopped before her, knelt, and taking her hand, affectionately kissed it. " Bless me, dear mother," he said, " in this your promised hour." "See, my child, the heavens," she replied, "and look up thither, where Christ with His saints expecteth thee. Fight the good fight for thy soul's sake, and show thyself faithful and steadfast in thy Saviour's love. Remember Him to whose precious relic thou bearest round thy neck. Its price shall be doubled in thine eyes, my sweet mother, ere many hours are over." "On, and let us have none of this fooling," exclaimed the lanista, adding a stroke of his cane. Lucina retreated, while Sebastian pressed the hand of her son, and whispered in his ear, "Courage, dearest boy. May God bless you. I shall be close behind the emperor. Give me a last look there, and — your blessing." "Ha, ha, ha!" broke out a fiendish tone close behind him. Was it a demon's laugh? He looked behind, and caught only a glimpse of a fluttering cloak rounding a pillar. Who could it be? He guessed not. It was Fulvius, who in those words had got the last link in a chain of evidence that he had long been weaving, that Sebastian was certainly a Christian. Pancratius soon stood in the midst of the arena, the last of the faithful band. He had been reserved, in hopes that the sight of others' sufferings might shake his constancy ; but the effect had been the reverse. He took his stand where he was placed, and his yet delicate frame contrasted with the swarthy and brawny limbs of the executioners who surrounded him. They now left him alone, and we cannot better describe him than Eusebius, an eye witness, does a youth a few years older. "You might have seen a tender youth, who had not yet entered his 20th year, standing without feathers, with his hands stretched forth in the form of a cross, and praying to God most attentively, with a fixed and untrembling heart, not retiring from the place where he first stood, nor swerving the least, while bears and leopards, breathing fury and death in their very snort, were just rushing on to tear his limbs in pieces. And yet I know not how, their jaws seemed seized and closed by some divine and mysterious power, and they drew altogether back. Such was the attitude, and such the privilege of our heroic youth. The mob were frantic, as they saw one wild beast after another careering madly around him, roaring and lashing its sides with its tail, while he seemed placed in a charmed circle which they could not approach. A furious bull, let loose upon him, dashed madly forward with his neck bent down, then stopped suddenly, as though he had struck his head against a wall, pawed the ground, and scattered the dust around him, bellowing furiously. " Provoke him, thou coward !" roared out, still louder, the enraged emperor. Pancratius awoke as from a trance, and waving his arms ran towards his enemy ; but the savage brute, as if a lion had been rushing on him, turned round and ran away towards the entrance, where, meeting his keeper, he tossed him high into the air. All were disconcerted, except the brave youth, who had resumed his attitude of prayer, when one of the crowd shouted out, " He has a charm round his neck ! He is a sorcerer !" The whole multitude re echoed the cry, till the emperor, having commanded silence, called out to him, " Take that amulet from thy neck, and cast it from thee, or it shall be done more roughly for thee." " Sire," replied the youth, with a musical voice that rang sweetly through the hushed amphitheatre, "it is no charm that I wear, but a memorial of my father, who in this very place made gloriously the same confession which I now humbly make. I am a Christian, and for the love of Jesus Christ, God and man, I gladly give my life. Do not take from me this only legacy, which I have bequeathed, richer than I received it, to another. Try once more. It was a panther which gave him his crown ; perhaps it will bestow the same on me." For an instant there was dead silence. The multitude seemed softened, won. The graceful form of the gallant youth, his now inspired countenance, the thrilling music of his voice, the intrepidity of his speech, and his generous self devotion to his cause, had wrought upon that cowardly herd. Pancratius felt it, and his heart quailed before their mercy more than before their rage. He had promised himself heaven that day ; was he to be disappointed? Tears started into his eyes, as stretching forth his arms once more in the form of a cross, he called aloud in a tone that again vibrated through every heart, " To day, oh yes, to day, most blessed Lord, is the appointed day of Thy coming. Tarry not longer ; enough has Thy power been shown in me to them that believe not in Thee. Show now Thy mercy to me who in Thee believe." "The panther!" shouted out a voice. "The panther!" responded 20. "The panther!" thundered forth 100,000, in a chorus like the roaring of an avalanche. A cage started up, as if by magic, from the midst of the sand, and as it rose, its side fell down, and freed the captive of the desert. With one graceful bound the elegant savage gained its liberty ; and though enraged by darkness, confinement, and hunger, it seemed almost playful as it leaped and turned about, frisked and gambolled noiselessly on the sand. At last it caught sight of its prey. All its feline cunning and cruelty seemed to return, and to conspire together in animating the cautious and treacherous movements of its velvet clothed frame. The whole amphitheatre was as silent as if it had been a hermit's dell, while every eye was intent, watching the stealthy approaches of the sleek brute to its victim. Pancratius was still standing in the same place, facing the emperor, apparently so absorbed in higher thoughts as not to heed the movements of his enemy. The panther had stolen round him, as if disdaining to attack him except in front. Crouching upon its breast, slowly advancing one paw before another, it had gained its measured distance, and there it lay for some moments of breathless suspense. A deep snarling growl, an elastic spring through the air, and it was seen gathered up like a leech, with its hind feet on the chest, and its fang and fore claws on the throat of the martyr. He stood erect for a moment, brought his right hand to his mouth, and looking up at Sebastian with a smile, directed to him, by a graceful wave of his arm, the last salutation of his lips, and fell. The arteries of the neck had been severed, and the slumber of martyrdom at once settled on his eyelids. His blood softened, brightened, enriched, and blended inseparably with that of his father, which Lucina had hung about his neck. The mother's sacrifice had been accepted. End of section 42. Section 43 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Second, Conflict. Chapter 24. The Christian Soldier. The body of the young martyr was deposited in peace on the Aurelian Way, in the cemetery which soon bore his name, and gave it, as we have before observed, to the neighboring gate. In times of peace, a basilica was raised over his tomb, and yet stands to perpetuate his honor. The persecution now increased its fury, and multiplied its daily victims, many whose names have appeared in our pages, especially the community of Chromatins' villa, rapidly fell. The first was Zoe, whose dumbness Sebastian had cured. She was surprised by a heathen rabble praying at St. Peter's tomb, and was hurried to trial, and hung with her head over a smoky fire till she died. Her husband, with 3 others of the same party, was taken, repeatedly tortured, and beheaded. Tranquillinus, the father of Marcus and Marcellianus, jealous of Zoe's crown, prayed openly at St. Paul's tomb. He was taken and summarily stoned to death. His twin sons suffered also a cruel death. The treachery of Torquatus, by his describing his former companions, especially the gallant Tiburtius, who was now beheaded, greatly facilitated this wholesale destruction. Sebastian moved in the midst of this slaughter, not like a builder who saw his work destroyed by a tempest, nor a shepherd who beheld his flock borne off by marauders. He felt as a general on the battlefield, who looked only to the victory, counting every one as glorious who gave his life in its purchase, and as ready to give his own should it prove to be the required price. Every friend that fell before him was a bond less to earth, and a link more to heaven, a care less below, a claim more above. He sometimes sat lonely, or paused silently, on the spots where he had conversed with Pancratius, recalling to mind the buoyant cheerfulness, the graceful thoughts, and the unconscious virtue of the amiable and comely youth. But he never felt as if they were more separated than when he sent him on his exhibition to Campania. He had redeemed his pledge to him, and now it was soon to be his own turn. He knew it well. He felt the grace of martyrdom swelling in his breast, and in tranquil certainty he awaited its hour. His preparation was simple. Whatever he had of value he distributed to the poor, and he settled his property by sale beyond the reach of confiscation. Fulvius had picked up his fair share of Christian spoils, but on the whole he had been disappointed. He had not been obliged to ask for assistance from the emperor, whose presence he avoided, but he had put nothing by; he was not getting rich. Every evening he had to bear the reproachful and scornful interrogatory of Eurotas on the day's success. Now, however, he told his stern master, for such he had become, that he was going to strike at higher game, the emperor's favorite officer, who must have made a large fortune in the service. He had not long to wait for his opportunity. On the 9th of January a court was held, attended, of course, by all aspirants for favors, or fearers of imperial wrath. Fulvius was there, and as usual met with a cold reception. But after bearing silently the muttered curses of the royal brute, he boldly advanced, dropped on one knee, and thus addressed him: "Sire, your divinity has often reproached me with having made, by my discoveries, but a poor return for your gracious countenance and liberal subsidies. But now I have found out the foulest of plots, and the basest of ingratitudes, in immediate contact with your divine person." "What dost thou mean, booby?" asked impatiently the tyrant. "Speak at once, or I'll have the words pulled out of thy throat by an iron hook." Fulvius rose, and directing his hand in accompaniment to his words, said with a bitter blandness of tone, "Sebastian is a Christian." The emperor started from his throne in fury. "Thou liest, villain! Thou shalt prove thy words, or thou shalt die such a piecemeal death as no Christian dog ever endured." "I have sufficient proof recorded here," he replied, producing a parchment, and offering it, kneeling. The emperor was about to make an angry answer, when, to his utter amazement, Sebastian, with unruffled looks and noble mien, stood before him, and in the calmest of accents said: "My liege, I spare you all trouble of proof. I am a Christian, and I glory in the name." As Maximian, a rude though clever soldier, without education, could hardly when calm express himself in decent Latin, when he was in a passion his language was composed of broken sentences, mingled with every vulgar and coarse epithet. In this state he was now, and he poured out on Sebastian a torrent of abuse, in which he reproached him with every crime, and called him by every opprobrious name within his well-stocked repertory of vituperation. The 2 crimes, however, on which he hung his loudest charges were ingratitude and treachery. He had nursed, he said, a viper in his bosom, a scorpion, an evil demon, and he only wondered he was still alive. The Christian officer stood the volley as intrepidly as ever he had borne the enemy's assault on the field of battle. "Listen to me, my royal master," he replied, perhaps for the last time. "I have said I am a Christian, and in this you have had the best pledge of your security." "How do you mean, ungrateful man?" "Thus, noble emperor, that if you want a bodyguard around you of men who will spill their last drop of life's blood for you, go to the prison and take the Christians from the stocks on the floor, and from the fetter rings on the walls. Send to the courts, and bear away the mutilated confessors from the rack and the gridiron. Issue orders to the amphitheatres, and snatch the mangled half that lives from the jaws of tigers. Restore them to such shape as yet they are capable of. Put weapons into their hands, and place them around you. And in this maimed and ill-favored host, there will be more fidelity, more loyalty, more daring for you, than in all your Dacian and Pannonian legions. You have taken half their blood from them, and they will give you willingly the other half." "Folly and madness!" returned the sneering savage. "I would sooner surround myself with wolves than with Christians. Your treachery proves enough for me." "And what would have prevented me at any time from acting the traitor, if I had been one? Have I not had access to your royal person by night as by day, and have I proved a traitor? No, emperor, none has ever been more faithful than I to you. But I have another and a higher Lord to serve, one who will judge us both, and His laws I must obey rather than yours." "And why have you, like a coward, concealed your religion? To escape, perhaps, the bitter death you have deserved?" "No, sire, no more coward than traitor. No one better than yourself know that I am neither. So long as I could do any good to my brethren, I refused not to live amidst their carnage and my afflictions. But hope had at last died within me, and I thank Fulvius with all my heart, for having, by his accusation, spared me in the embarrassment of choice between seeking death or enduring life." "I will decide that point for you. Death is your reward, and a slow lingering one at that. But," he added in a lower tone, as if speaking to himself, "this must not get out. All must be done quietly at home, or treachery will spread. Here, Quadratus, take your Christian tribune under arrest. Do you hear, dolt? Why do you not move?" "Because I too am a Christian." Another burst of fury, another storm of vile language, which ended in the stout centurion's being ordered at once to execution. But Sebastian was to be differently dealt with. "Order Hyphax to come hither," roared the tyrant. In a few minutes a tall, half-naked Numidian made his appearance. A bow of immense length, a gaily painted quiver full of arrows, and a short broadsword were at once the ornaments and the weapons of the captain of the African archers. He stood erect before the emperor, like a handsome bronze statue, with bright enamelled eyes. "Hyphax, I have a job for you tomorrow morning. It must be well done," said the emperor. "Perfectly, sire," replied the dusky chief, with a grin which showed another set of enamels in his face. "You see the Captain Sebastian?" The negro bowed assent. "He turns out to be a Christian." If Hyphax had been on his native soil, and had trodden suddenly on a hooded asp or a scorpion's nest, he could not have started more. The thought of being so near a Christian, to him who worshipped every abomination, believed every absurdity, practised every lewdness, committed any atrocity. Maximian proceeded, and Hyphax kept time to every member of his sentences by a nod, and what he meant to be a smile. It was hardly an earthly one. "You will take Sebastian to your quarters, and early tomorrow morning, not this evening, mind, for I know that by this time of day you are all drunk, but tomorrow morning, when your hands are steady, you will tie him to a tree in the grove of Adonis, and you will slowly shoot him to death. Slowly, mind, none of your fine shots straight through the heart or the brain, but plenty of arrows, till he die exhausted by pain and loss of blood. Do you understand me? Then take him off at once, and mind, silence, or else." End of section 43. Section 44 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part 2nd, Conflict. Chapter 25. The Rescue. In spite of every attempt at concealment, the news was soon spread among all connected with the court that Sebastian had been discovered to be a Christian, and was to be shot to death on the morrow. But on none did the double intelligence make such an impression as on Fabiola. Sebastian a Christian, she said to herself, the noblest, purest, wisest of Rome's nobility, a member of that vile, stupid sect? Impossible. Yet the fact seemed certain. Have I, then, been deceived? Was he not that which he seemed? Was he a mean impostor, who affected virtue, but was secretly a libertine? Impossible too! Yes, this was indeed impossible. She had certain proofs of it. He knew that he might have had her hand and fortune for the asking, and he had acted most generously and most delicately towards her. He was what he seemed, that she was sure, not gilded, but gold. Then how account for this phenomenon of a Christian being all that was good, virtuous, amiable? One solution never occurred to Fabiola's mind, that he was all this because he was a Christian. She only saw the problem in another form. How could he be all that he was in spite of being a Christian? She turned it variously in her mind, in vain. Then it came to her thought thus: perhaps, after all, good old Chromatins was right, and Christianity may not be what I have fancied, and I ought to have inquired more about it. I am sure Sebastian never did the horrible things imputed to Christians, yet everybody charges them with them. Might there not be a more refined form of this religion, and a more grovelling one, just as she knew there was in her own sect, Epicureanism? One coarse, material, wallowing in the very mire of sensualism, the other refined, sceptical, and reflective. Sebastian would belong to the higher class, and despise and loathe the superstitions and vices of the commoner Christians. Such a hypothesis might be tenable, but it was hard to reconcile to her intellect how a man like that noble soldier could, anyway, have belonged to that hated race, and yet he was ready to die for their faith. As to Zoe and the others, she had heard nothing, for she had only returned the day before from a journey made into Campania to arrange her father's affairs. What a pity, she thought, that she had not talked more to Sebastian on such subjects. But it was now too late. Tomorrow morning he would be no more. This second thought came with the sharp pang of a shaft shot into her heart. She felt as if she personally were about to suffer a loss, as if Sebastian's fate were going to fall on someone closely bound to her by some secret and mysterious tie. Her thoughts grew darker and sadder as she dwelt on these ideas amidst the deepening gloom. She was suddenly disturbed by the entrance of a slave with a light. It was Afra, the black servant, who came to prepare her mistress's evening repast, which she wished to take alone. While busy with her arrangements, she said, "Have you heard the news, madam?" "What news?" "Only that Sebastian is going to be shot with arrows tomorrow morning. What a pity! He was such a handsome youth." "Be silent, Afra, unless you have some information to give me on the subject." "Oh, of course, my mistress, and my information is indeed very astonishing. Do you know that he turns out to be one of those wretched Christians?" "Hold your peace, I pray you, and do not prate any more about what you do not understand." "Certainly not, if you so wish it. I suppose his fate is quite a matter of indifference to you, madam. It certainly is to me. He won't be the first officer that my countrymen have shot. Many they have killed, and some they have saved. But of course that was all chance." There was a significance in her words and tones, which did not escape the quick ear and mind of Fabiola. She looked up for the first time, and fixed her eyes searchingly on her maid's swarthy face. There was no emotion in it. She was placing a flagon of wine upon the table, just as if she had not spoken. At length the lady said to her, "Afra, what do you mean?" "Oh, nothing, nothing. What can a poor slave know? Still more, what can she do?" "Come, come, you meant by your words something that I must know." The slave came round the table, close to the couch on which Fabiola rested, looked behind her and around her, then whispered, "Do you want Sebastian's life preserved?" Fabiola almost leaped up as she replied, "Certainly." The servant put her finger to her lip to enforce silence, and said, "It will cost you dear." "Name your price." "100 sestertia, and my liberty." "I accept your terms, but what is my security for them?" "They shall be binding only if, 24 hours after the execution, he is still alive." "Agreed, and what is yours?" "Your word, lady." "Go, Afra, lose not a moment." "There is no hurry," quietly replied the slave, as she completed, unhurried, the preparations for supper. She then proceeded at once to the palace, and to the Mauritanian quarters, and went in directly to the commander. "What dost thou want, Jubala?" he said, "at this hour? There is no festival to night." "I know, Hyphax, but I have important business with thee." "What is it about?" "About thee, about myself, and about thy prisoner." "Look at him there," said the barbarian, pointing across the court, which his door commanded. "You would not think that he is going to be shot to morrow. See how soundly he sleeps. He could not do so better, if he were going to be married instead." "As thou and I, Hyphax, intend to be the next day." "Come, not quite so fast. There are certain conditions to be fulfilled first." "Well, what are they?" "First, thy manumission. I cannot marry a slave." "That is secured." "Secondly, a dowry, a good dowry, mind, for I never wanted money more than now." "That is safe too. How much dost thou expect?" "Certainly not less than 300 pounds." "I bring thee 600." "Excellent. Where didst thou get all this cash? Whom hast thou robbed? Whom hast thou poisoned, my admirable priestess? Why wait till after to morrow? Let it be to morrow, to night, if it please thee." "Be quiet now, Hyphax. The money is all lawful gain, but it has its conditions too. I said I came to speak about the prisoner also." "Well, what has he to do with our approaching nuptials?" "A great deal." "What now?" "He must not die." The captain looked at her with a mixture of fury and stupidity. He seemed on the point of laying violent hands on her, but she stood intrepid and unmoved before him, and seemed to command him by the strong fascination of her eye, as one of the serpents of their native land might do a vulture. "Art mad?" he at last exclaimed. "Thou mightest as well at once ask for my head. If thou hadst seen the emperor's face when he issued his orders, thou wouldst have known he will have no trifling with him here." "Pshaw, pshaw, man! Of course the prisoner will appear dead, and will be reported as dead." "And if he finally recover?" "His fellow Christians will take care to keep him out of the way." "Didst thou say 24 hours alive? I wish thou hadst made it 12." "Well, but I know that thou canst calculate close. Let him die in the 25th hour, for what I care." "It is impossible, Jubala, impossible. He is too important a person." "Very well, then, there is an end to our bargain. The money is given only on this condition: 600 pounds thrown away." As she turned off to go, "Stay, stay," said Hyphax eagerly, the demon of covetousness coming uppermost. "Let us see. Why, my fellows will consume half the money in bribes and feasting." "Well, I have 200 more in reserve for that." "Sayest thou so, my princess, my sorceress, my charming demon? But that will be too much for my scoundrels. We will give them half, and add the other half to our marriage settlements, shan't we?" "As it pleases thee, provided the thing is done according to my proposal." "It is a bargain, then. He shall live 24 hours, and after that we will have a glorious wedding." Sebastian, in the meantime, was unconscious of these amiable negotiations for his safety; for, like Peter between two guards, he was slumbering soundly by the wall of the court. Fatigued with his day's work, he had enjoyed the rare advantage of retiring early to rest, and the marble pavement was a good enough soldier's bed. But after a few hours' repose he awoke refreshed, and now that all was hushed, he silently rose, and with outstretched arms gave himself up to prayer. The martyr's prayer is not a preparation for death, for his is a death that needs no preparation. The soldier who suddenly declares himself a Christian, bends down his head, and mingles his blood with that of the confessor whom he had come to execute, or the friend, of unknown name, who salutes the martyr going to death, is seized and made to bear him willing company. is as prepared for martyrdom as he who has passed months in prison engaged in prayer. It is not a cry, therefore, for the forgiveness of past sin, for there is a consciousness of that perfect love which sendeth out fear, an inward assurance of that highest grace which is incompatible with sin. Nor in Sebastian was it a prayer for courage or strength, for the opposite feeling, which could suggest it, was unknown to him. It never entered into his mind to doubt that as he had faced death intrepidly for his earthly sovereign on the battlefield, so he should meet it joyfully for his heavenly Lord in any place. His prayer then till morning was a gladsome hymn of glory and honor to the King of kings, adjoining with the seraph's glowing eyes and ever shaking wings in restless homage. Then when the stars in the bright heavens caught his eyes, he challenged them as wakeful sentinels like himself, to exchange the watchword of divine praises, and as the night wind rustled in the leafless trees of the neighboring court of Adonis, he bade its wayward music compose itself, and its rude harping upon the vibrating boughs form softer hymns, the only ones that earth could utter in its winter night hours. Now burst on him the thrilling thought that the morning hour approached, for the cock had crowed, and he would soon hear those branches murmuring over him to the sharp whistle of flying arrows, unerring in their aim. And he offered himself gladly to their sharp tongues, hissing as the serpents, to drink his blood. He offered himself as an oblation for God's honor, and for the appeasing of his wrath. He offered himself particularly for the afflicted Church, and prayed that his death might mitigate her sufferings. And then his thoughts rose higher, from the earthly to the celestial Church, soaring like the eagle from the highest pinnacle of the mountain peak towards the sun. Clouds have rolled away, and the blue embroidered veil of morning is rent in twain, like the sanctuaries, and he sees quite into its revealed depths, far, far inwards, beyond senates of saints and legions of angels, to what Stephen saw of inmost and intensest glory. And now his hymn was silent. Harmonies came to him, too sweet and perfect to brook the jarring of a terrestrial voice. They came to him, requiring no return, for they brought heaven into his soul, and what could he give back? It was as a fountain of purest refreshment, more like gushing light than water, flowing from the foot of the Lamb, and poured into his heart, which could only be passive, and receive the gift. Yet in its sparkling bounds, as it rippled along towards him, he could see the countenance now of one, and then of another of the happy friends who had gone before him, as if they were drinking and bathing and disporting, and plunging and dissolving themselves in those living waters. His countenance was glowing as with the very reflection of the vision, and the morning dawn just brightening — oh, what a dawn that is! — caught his face as he stood up, with his arms in a cross, opposite the east, so that when Hyphax opened his door and saw him, he could have crept across the court and worshipped him on his face. Sebastian awoke as from a trance, and the chink of sesterces sounded in the mental ears of Hyphax, so he set scientifically about earning them. He picked out of his troop of 100 5 marksmen, who could split a flying arrow with a fleeter one, called them into his room, and told them their reward, concealing his own share, and arranged how the execution was to be managed. As to the body, Christians had already secretly offered a large additional sum for its delivery, and 2 slaves were to wait outside to receive it. Among his own followers he could fully depend on secrecy. Sebastian was conducted into the neighboring court of the palace, which separated the quarters of these African archers from his own dwelling. It was planted with rows of trees, and consecrated to Adonis. He walked cheerfully in the midst of his executioners, followed by the whole band, who were alone allowed to be spectators, as they would have been of an ordinary exhibition of good archery. The officer was stripped and bound to a tree, while the chosen 5 took their stand opposite, cool and collected. It was at best a desolate sort of death. Not a friend, not a sympathizer near, not one fellow Christian to bear his farewell to the faithful, or to record for them his last accents and the constancy of his end. To stand in the middle of the crowded amphitheatre with 100,000 witnesses of Christian constancy, to see the encouraging looks of many, and hear the whispered blessings of a few loving acquaintances, has something cheering and almost inspiring in it. It lent at least the feeble aid of human emotions to the more powerful sustainment of grace. The very shout of an insulting multitude put a strain upon natural courage, as the hunter's cry only nerves the stag at bay. But this dead and silent scene, at dawn of day, shut up in the court of a house, this being, with most unfeeling indifference, tied up like a truss of hay or a stuffed figure, to be coolly aimed at according to the tyrant's orders, this being alone in the midst of a horde of swarthy savages, whose very language was strange, uncouth, and unintelligible, but who were no doubt uttering their rude jokes and laughing, as men do before a match or a game which they are going to enjoy. All this had more the appearance of a piece of cruelty, about to be acted in a gloomy forest by banditti, than open and glorious confession of Christ's name. It looked and felt more like assassination than martyrdom. But Sebastian cared not for all this. Angels looked over the wall upon him, and the rising sun, which dazzled his eyes, but made him a clearer mark for his bowmen, shone not more brightly on him than did the countenance of the only witness he cared to have of suffering endured for his sake. The first Moor drew his bowstring to his ear, and an arrow trembled in the flesh of Sebastian. Each chosen marksman followed in turn, and shouts of applause accompanied each hit. So cleverly approaching, yet avoiding, according to the imperial order, every vital part. And so the game went on, everybody laughing and brawling and jeering and enjoying it without a particle of feeling for the now drooping frame, painted with blood. All in sport, except the martyr, to whom all was sober earnest. Each sharp pang, the enduring smart, the exhaustion, the weariness, the knotty bonds, the constrained attitude. Oh, but earnest too was the steadfast heart, the untiring spirit, the unwavering faith, the unruffled patience, the unsated love of suffering for his Lord. Earnest was the prayer, earnest the gaze of the eye on heaven, earnest the listening of the ear for the welcoming strain of the heavenly porters, as they should open the gate. It was indeed a dreary death, yet this was not the worst. After all, death came not. The golden gates remained unbarred. The martyr in his heart, still reserved for greater glory, even upon earth, found himself, not suddenly translated from death to life, but sunk into unconsciousness in the lap of angels. His tormentors saw when they had reached the intended measure. They cut the cords that bound him, and Sebastian fell exhausted, and to all appearance dead, upon the carpet of blood which he had spread for himself on the pavement. Did he lie like a noble warrior, as he now appears in marble under his altar in his own dear church? We at least cannot imagine him as more beautiful, and not only that church do we love, but that ancient chapel which stands in the midst of the Roman Palatine, to mark the spot on which he fell. End of section 44. Section 45 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd, Conflict. Chapter 26, The Revival. Night was far advanced when the black slave, having completed her marriage settlement, quite to her own satisfaction, was returning to her mistress's house. It was, indeed, a cold wintry night, so she was well wrapped up, and in no humour to be disturbed. But it was a lovely night, and the moon seemed to be stroking, with a silvery hand, the downy robe of the Medicidans. She paused beside it, and, after a silence of some moments, broke out into a loud laugh, as if some ridiculous recollection connected itself in her mind with that beautiful object. She was turning round to proceed on her way, when she felt herself roughly seized by the arm. "If you had not laughed," said her captor bitterly, "I should not have recognized you. But that hyena laugh of yours is unmistakable. Listen, the wild beasts, your African cousins, are answering it from the amphitheatre. What was it about, pray? About you? How about me?" "I was thinking of our last interview in this place, and what a fool you made of yourself." "How kind of you, Afra, to be thinking of me, especially as I was not just then thinking of you, but of your countrymen in those cells." "Cease your impertinence, and call people by their proper names. I am not Afra the slave any longer, at least I shall not be so in a few hours, but Jubala, the wife of Hyphax, commander of the Mauritanian archers." "A very respectable man, no doubt, if he could speak any language besides his gibberish. But these few hours of interval may suffice for the transaction of our business. You made a mistake, methinks, in what you said just now. It was you, was it not, that made a fool of me at our last meeting? What has become of your fair promises and of my fairer gold, which were exchanged on that occasion? Mine, I know, proved sterling; yours, I fear, turned out but dust." "No doubt; for so says a proverb in my language, the dust on a wise man's skirts is better than the gold in the fool's girdle. But let us come to the point. Did you really ever believe in the power of my charms and philters?" "To be sure I did. Do you mean they were all imposture?" "Not quite all. You see we have got rid of Fabius, and the daughter is in possession of the fortune. That was the preliminary step of absolute necessity." "What? Do you mean that your incantations removed the father?" asked Corvinus, amazed, and shrinking from her. It was only a sudden bright thought of Afra's, so she pushed her advantage, saying, "To be sure, what else? It is easy thus to get rid of any one that is too much in the way." "Good night, good night," he replied in great fear. "Stay a moment," she answered, somewhat propitiated. "Corvinus, I gave you two pieces of advice, worth all your gold that night. One you have acted against, the other you have not followed. Did I not tell you not to hunt the Christians, but to catch them in your toils? Fulvius has done the second, and has gained something. You have done the first, and what have you earned?" "Nothing but rage, confusion, and stripes." "Then I was a good counsellor in the one advice. Follow me in the second." "What was it?" "When you had become rich enough by Christian spoil to offer yourself, with your wealth, to Fabiola. She has till now coolly rejected every offer; but I have observed one thing carefully: not a single suit has been accompanied by riches. Every spendthrift has sought her fortune to repair his own. Depend upon it, he that wins the prize must come on the principle that two and two make four. Do you understand me?" "Too well; for where are my two to come from?" "Listen to me, Corvinus, for this is our last interview, and I rather like you, as a hearty, unscrupulous, relentless, and unfeeling good hater." She drew him nearer, and whispered, "I know from Eurotas, out of whom I can wheedle any thing, that Fulvius has some splendid Christian prizes in view, one especially. Come this way into the shadow, and I will tell you how surely you may intercept his treasure. Leave to him the cool murder that will be necessary, for it may be troublesome; but step in between him and the spoil. He would do it to you any day." She spoke to him for some minutes in a low and earnest tone, and at the end he broke out into the loud exclamation, "Excellent! What a word in such a mouth!" She checked him by a pull, and pointing to the building opposite, exclaimed, "Hush! Look there! How are the tables turned, or rather, how has the world gone round in a brief space? The last time these two wicked beings were on the same spot, plotting bane to others, the window above was occupied by two virtuous youths, who, like two spirits of good, were intent on unravelling their web of mischief, and countermining their dark approaches. They are gone thence, the one sleeping in his tomb, the other slumbering on the eve of execution. Death looks to us like a holy power, seeing how much he prefers taking to his society the good rather than the evil. He snatches away the flower, and leaves the weed its poisonous life, till it drops into mature decay. But at the moment that they looked up, the window was occupied by two other persons." "That is Fulvius," said Corvinus, "who just came to the window." "And the other is his evil demon, Eurotas," added the slave. They both watched and listened from their dark nook. Fulvius came again, at that moment, to the window, with a sword in his hand, carefully turning and examining the hilt in the bright moonlight. He flung it down at last, exclaiming with an oath, "It is only brass, after all." Eurotas came with, to all appearance, a rich officer's belt, and examined it carefully. "All false stones. Why, I declare the whole of the effects are not worth 50 pounds. You have made but a poor job of this, Fulvius." "Always reproaching me, Eurotas, and yet this miserable gain has cost me the life of one of the emperor's most favorite officers." "And no thanks, probably, from your master for it." Eurotas was right. The next morning the slaves who received the body of Sebastian were surprised by a swarthy female figure passing by them, and whispering to them, "He is still alive." Instead, therefore, of carrying him out for burial, they bore him to the apartment of Irene. The early hour of the morning, and the emperor's having gone, the evening before, to his favorite Lateran palace, facilitated this movement. Instantly Dionysius was sent for, and he pronounced every wound curable, not one arrow having touched a vital organ. But loss of blood had taken place to such a fearful extent that he considered weeks must elapse before the patient would be fit to move. For 24 hours Afra assiduously called, almost every hour, to ask how Sebastian was. When the probationary term was finished, she conducted Fabiola to Irene's apartment, to receive herself assurance that he breathed, though scarcely more. The deed of her liberation from servitude was executed, her dowry was paid, and the whole Palatine and Forum rang with mad carouse and hideous rites of her nuptials. Fabiola inquired after Sebastian with such tender solicitude that Irene doubted not that she was a Christian. The first few times she contented herself with receiving intelligence at the door, and putting into the hands of Sebastian's hostess a large sum towards the expenses of his recovery ; but after 2 days, when he was improving, she was courteously invited to enter, and for the first time in her life she found herself consciously in the bosom of a Christian family. Irene, we are told, was the widow of Castulus, one of the Chromatian band of converts. Her husband had just suffered death, but she remained still, unnoticed, in the apartments held by him in the palace. 2 daughters lived with her, and a marked difference in their behavior soon struck Fabiola as she became familiar with them. One evidently thought Sebastian's presence an intrusion, and seldom or never approached him. Her behavior to her mother was rude and haughty. Her ideas all belonged to the common world. She was selfish, light, and forward. The other, who was the younger, was a perfect contrast to her, so gentle, docile, and affectionate, so considerate about others, so devoted to her mother, so kind and attentive to the poor patient. Irene herself was the type of the Christian matron, in the middle class of life. Fabiola did not find her intelligent or learned, or witty, or highly polished, but she saw her always calm, active, sensible, and honest. Then she was clearly warm-hearted, generous, deeply affectionate, and sweetly patient. The pagan lady had never seen such a household, so simple, frugal, and orderly. Nothing disturbed it, except the character of the elder sister. In a few days it was ascertained that the daily visitor was not a Christian, but this caused no change in their treatment of her. Then she in her turn made a discovery which mortified her, that the elder daughter was still a heathen. All that she saw made a favorable impression on her, and softened the hard crust of prejudice on her mind. For the present, however, her thoughts were all absorbed in Sebastian, whose recovery was slow. She formed plans with Irene for carrying him off to a Campanian villa, where she would have leisure to confer with him on religion. An insuperable obstacle, however, rose to this project. We will not attempt to lead our reader into the feelings of Sebastian. To have yearned after martyrdom, to have prayed for it, to have suffered all its pangs, to have died in it as far as human consciousness went, to have lost sight of this world, and now to awaken in it again, no martyr, but an ordinary wayfaring man on probation, who might yet lose salvation, was surely a greater trial than martyrdom itself. It was to be like a man who, in the midst of a stormy night, should try to cross an angry river, or tempestuous arm of the sea, and after struggling for hours, and having his skiff twirled round and round, and all but upset, should find himself relanded on the same side as he started from. Or it was like St. Paul sent back to earth into Satan's buffets, after having heard the mysterious words which only one intelligence can utter. Yet no murmur escaped him, no regret. He adored in silence the divine will, hoping that its purpose was only to give him the merit of a double martyrdom. For this second crown he so earnestly longed, that he rejected every proposal for flight and concealment. " I have now," he generously said, " earned one privilege of a martyr, that of speaking boldly to the persecutors. This I will use the first day that I can leave my bed. Nurse me, therefore, well, that it may be the sooner." End of section 45. Section 46 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick, Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Second, Conflict. Chapter 27. The Second Crown. The memorable plot which the black slave betrayed to Corvinus was one to which allusion has already been made in the conversation between Fulvius and his guardian. He was convinced from the blind martyr's unsuspecting admissions that Agnes was a Christian, and he believed he had now two strings to his bow. Either he could terrify her into marriage with himself, or he could destroy her, and obtain a good share of her wealth by confiscation. He was nerved for this second alternative by the taunts and exhortations of Eurotas, but, despairing of obtaining another interview, he wrote her a respectful but pressing letter, descriptive of his disinterested attachment to her, and entreating her to accept his suit. There was but the faintest hint at the end that duty might compel him to take another course, if humble petition did not prevail. To this application he received a calm, well-bred, but unmistakable refusal, a stern, final, and hopeless rejection. But more, the letter stated in clear terms that the writer was already espoused to the spotless Lamb, and could omit for no perishable being expressions of personal attachment. This rebuff steeled his heart against pity, but he determined to act prudently. In the meantime, Fabiola, seeing the determination of Sebastian not to fly, conceived the romantic idea of saving him, in spite of himself, by extorting his pardon from the emperor. She did not know the depth of wickedness in man's heart. She thought the tyrant might fume for a moment, but that he would never condemn a man twice to death. Some pity and mercy, she thought, must linger in his breast, and her earnest pleading and tears would extract them, as heat does the hidden balsam from the hard wood. She accordingly sent a petition for an audience, and knowing the covetousness of the man, presumed, as she said, to offer him a slight token of her own and her late father's loyal attachment. This was a ring with jewels of rare beauty and immense value. The present was accepted, but she was merely told to attend with her memorial at the Palatine on the 20th, in common with other petitioners, and wait for the emperor's descent by the great staircase, on his way to sacrifice. Unencouraging as was this answer, she resolved to risk anything and do her best. The appointed day came, and Fabiola, in her mourning habits, worn both as suppliant and for her father's death, took her stand in a row of far more wretched creatures than herself, mothers, children, sisters, who held petitions for mercy, for those dearest to them, now in dungeons or mines. She felt the little hope she had entertained die within her at the sight of so much wretchedness, too much for it all to expect favor. But the fainter grew its last spark at every step that the tyrant took down the marble stairs, though she saw her brilliant ring sparkling on his coarse hand. For on each step he snatched the paper from some sorrowful suppliant, looked at it scornfully, and either tore it up or dashed it on the ground. Only here and there he handed one to his secretary, a man scarcely less imperious than himself. It was now nearly Fabiola's turn. The emperor was only 2 steps above her, and her heart beat violently, not from fear of man, but from anxiety about Sebastian's fate. She would have prayed, had she known how, or to whom. Maximian was stretching out his hand to take a paper offered to him, when he drew back and turned round, on hearing his name most unceremoniously and peremptorily called out. Fabiola looked up too, for she knew the voice. Opposite to her, high in the white marble wall, she had observed an open window, corniced in yellow marble, which gave light to a back corridor, leading to where Irene's apartments were. She now looked up, guided by the voice, and in the dark panel of the window a beautiful but awful picture was seen. It was Sebastian, wan and thin, who, with features almost etherealized, calm and stern, as if no longer capable of passion or strong emotion, stood there before them, his lacerated breast and arms appearing amidst the loose drapery he had thrown around him. For he had heard the familiar trumpet notes which told him of the emperor's approach, and he had risen, and crept thus far to greet him. "Maximian!" he cried out in a hollow but distinct voice. "Who art thou, sirrah, that makest so free with thine emperor's name?" asked the tyrant, turning upon him. "I am come as from the dead, to warn thee that the day of wrath and vengeance is fast approaching. Thou hast spilt the blood of God's saints upon the pavement of the city. Thou hast cast thy holy bodies into the river, or flung them away upon the dunghills at the gates. Thou hast pulled down God's temples, and profaned his altars, and rifled the inheritance of his poor. For these, and thine own foul crimes and lewdnesses, thine injustices and oppressions, thy covetousness and thy pride, God hath judged thee, and his wrath shall soon overtake thee, and thou shalt die the death of the violent. and God will give his church an emperor after his own heart, and thy memory shall be accursed through the whole world, till the end of time. Repent thee while thou hast time, impious man, and ask forgiveness of God, in the name of him, the crucified, whom thou hast persecuted till now." Deep silence was held while these words were fully uttered. The emperor seemed under the influence of a paralyzing awe, for soon recognizing Sebastian, he felt as if standing in the presence of the dead, but quickly recovering himself in his passion, he exclaimed, "Ho! Some of you go round instantly and bring him before me." He did not like to pronounce his name. "Hyphax, here! Where is Hyphax? I saw him just now." But the Moor had at once recognized Sebastian and run off to his quarters. "Ha! He is gone, I see. Then here, you dolt, what's your name?" addressing Corvinus, who was attending his father. "Go to the Numidian court and summon Hyphax here directly." With a heavy heart Corvinus went on his errand. Hyphax had told his tale and put his men in order of defence. Only one entrance at the end of the court was left open, and when the messenger had reached it, he durst not advance. 50 men stood along each side of the space, with Hyphax and Jubala at the opposite end, silent and immovable, with their dark chests and arms bare, each with his arrows fixed and pointed to the door, and the string ready drawn, that looked like an avenue of basalt statues leading to an Egyptian temple. "Hyphax," said Corvinus in a tremulous voice, "the emperor sends for you." "Tell his majesty respectfully, from me," replied the African, "that my men have sworn that no man passes that threshold, coming in or going out, without receiving, through his breast or his back, 100 shafts into his heart, until the emperor shall have sent us a token of forgiveness for every offence." Corvinus hastened back with this message, and the emperor received it with a laugh. There were men with whom he could not afford to quarrel, for he relied on them in battle or insurrection for picking out the leaders. "The cunning rascals!" he exclaimed. "There, take that trinket to Hyphax's black spouse." And he gave him Fabiola's splendid ring. He hastened back, delivered his gracious embassy, and threw the ring across. In an instant every bow dropped, and every string relaxed. Jubala, delighted, sprang forward and caught the ring. A heavy blow from her husband's fist felled her to the ground, and was greeted with a shout of applause. The savage seized the jewel, and the woman rose, to fear that she had only exchanged one slavery for a worse. Hyphax screened himself behind the imperial command. "If," he said, "you had allowed us to send an arrow through his head or heart, all would have been straight. As it was, we are not responsible." "At any rate, I will myself see my work done properly this time," said Maximian. "2 of you fellows with clubs, come here." 2 of his attendant executioners came from behind. Sebastian, scarcely able to stand, was also there, mild and intrepid. "Now, my men," said the barbarian, "I must not have any blood spilt on these stairs, so you knock the life out of him with your cudgels. Make clean work of it. Madam, what is your petition?" Stretching out his hand to Fabiola, whom he recognized, and so addressed more respectfully. She was horrified and disgusted, and almost fainting at the sight before her. So she said, "Sire, I fear it is too late." "Why too late?" looking at the paper. A flash came from his eye as he said to her, "What? You knew that Sebastian was alive? Are you a Christian?" "No, sire," she replied. Why did the denial almost dry up in her throat? She could not for her life have said she was anything else. Ah, Fabiola, thy day is not far off. "But, as you said just now," replied the emperor, more serene, returning her petition, "I fear it is too late. I think that blow must have been the ictus gratiosus." "I feel faint, sire," said she, respectfully. "May I retire?" "By all means. But, by the by, I have to thank you for the beautiful ring which you sent, and which I have given to Hyphax's wife, lately her own slave. It will look more brilliant on a black hand than even on mine. Adieu." And he kissed his hand with a wicked smile, as if there were no martyr's body near to witness against him. He was right. A heavy blow on the head had proved fatal, and Sebastian was safe where he had so longed to be. He bore with him a double palm, and received a 2-fold crown. Yet still an ignominious end before the world, beaten to death without ceremony, while the emperor conversed. How much of martyrdom is in its disgrace! Woe to us when we know that our sufferings earn us honor! The tyrant, seeing his work completed, ordered that Sebastian at least should not be cast into the Tiber, nor on a dunghill. "Put plenty of weights to his body," he added, "and throw it into the cloaca, to rot there, and be the food of vermin. The Christians at least shall not have it." This was done, and the Saint's Acts inform us that in the night he appeared to the holy matron Lucina, and directed her where to find his sacred remains. She obeyed his summons, and they were buried with honor where now stands his basilica. End of section 46. Section 47 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 28. The Critical Day. Its first part. There are critical days in the life of man and of mankind, not merely the days of Marathon, of Cannae, or of Lepanto, in which a different result might have influenced the social or political fate of mankind, but it is probable that Columbus could look back upon not only the day, but the precise hour, the decision of which secured to the world all that he taught and gave it, and to himself the singular place which he holds among its worthies. And each of us, little and insignificant as he may be, has had his critical day, his day of choice, which has decided his fate through life, his day of providence, which altered his position or his relations to others, his day of grace, when the spiritual conquered the material. In whatever way it has been, every soul, like Jerusalem, has had its day. And so with Fabiola, has not all been working up towards a crisis? Emperor and slave, father and guest, the good and the wicked, Christian and heathen, rich and poor, then life and death, joy and sorrow, learning and simplicity, silence and conversation, have they not all come as agents, pulling at her mind in opposite ways, yet all directing her noble and generous, though haughty and impetuous, soul one way, as the breeze and the rudder struggle against one another, only to determine the ship's single path? By what shall the resolution of these contending forces be determined? That rests not with man. Wisdom, not philosophy, can decide. We have been engaged with events commemorated on the 20th of January. Let the reader look and see what comes on the following day in his calendar, and he will agree it must be an important day in our little narrative. From the audience, Fabiola retired to the apartments of Irene, where she found nothing but desolation and sorrow. She sympathized fully with the grief around her, but she saw and felt that there was a difference between her affliction and theirs. There was a buoyancy about them, there was almost an exultation breaking out through their distress. Their clouds were sunlit, and brightened at times. Hers was a dead and sullen, a dull and heavy gloom, as if she had sustained a hopeless loss. Her search after Christianity, as associated with anything amiable or intelligent, seemed at an end. Her desired teacher, or informant, was gone. When the crowd had moved away from the palace, she took affectionate leave of the widow and her daughters, but, some way or other, she could not like the heathen one as she loved her sister. She sat alone at home and tried to read. She took up volume after volume of favorite works on death, on fortitude, on friendship, on virtue, and every one of them seemed insipid, unsound, and insincere. She plunged into a deeper and a deeper melancholy, which lasted till towards evening, when she was disturbed by a letter being put into her hand. The Greek slave, Graja, who brought it in, retired to the other end of the room, alarmed and perplexed by what she witnessed. For her mistress had scarcely glanced over the note, than she leaped up wildly from her seat, threw her hair into disorder with her hands, which she pressed, as in agony, on her temples, stood thus for a moment, looking up with an unnatural stare in her eyes, and then sank heavily down again on her chair with a deep groan. Thus she remained for some minutes, holding the letter in both her hands, with her arms relaxed, apparently unconscious. "Who brought this letter?" she then asked, quite collected. "A soldier, madam," answered the maid. "Ask him to come here." While her errand was being delivered, she composed herself and gathered up her hair. As soon as the soldier appeared, she held this brief dialogue. "Whence do you come?" "I am on guard at the Tullian prison." "Who gave you the letter?" "The Lady Agnes herself." "On what cause is the poor child there?" "On the accusation of a man named Fulvius for being a Christian." "For nothing else?" "For nothing, I am sure." "Then we shall soon set that matter right. I can give witness to the contrary. Tell her I will come presently, and take this for your trouble." The soldier retired, and Fabiola was left alone. When there was something to do, her mind was at once energetic and concentrated, though afterwards the tenderness of womanhood might displace itself the more painfully. She wrapped herself close up, proceeded alone to the prison, and was at once conducted to the separate cell, which Agnes had obtained in consideration of her rank, backed by her parents, handsome Lardicians. "What is the meaning of this, Agnes?" eagerly inquired Fabiola, after a warm embrace. "I was arrested a few hours ago, and brought hither." "And is Fulvius fool enough, as well as scoundrel, to trump up an accusation against you, which 5 minutes will confute? I will go to Tertullus myself, and contradict his absurd charge at once." "What charge, dearest?" "Why, that you are a Christian." "And so I am, thank God," replied Agnes, making on herself the sign of the cross. The announcement did not strike Fabiola like a thunderbolt, nor rouse her, nor stagger her, nor perplex her. Sebastian's death had taken all edge or heaviness from it. She had found that faith existing in what she had considered the type of every manly virtue. She was not surprised to find it in her, whom she had loved as the very model of womanly perfection. The simple grandeur of that child's excellence, her guileless innocence, and unaccepting kindness, she had almost worshipped. It made Fabiola's difficulties less. It brought her problem nearer to a solution, to find two such peerless beings to be not mere chance-grown plants, but springing from the same seed. She bowed her head in a kind of reverence for the child, and asked her, "How long have you been so?" "All my life, dear Fabiola. I sucked the faith, as we say, with my mother's milk." "And why did you conceal it from me?" "Because I saw your violent prejudices against us, how you abhorred us, as practisers of the most ridiculous superstitions, as perpetrators of the most odious abominations. I perceived how you condemned us as unintellectual, uneducated, unphilosophical, and unreasonable. You would not hear a word about us, and the only object of hatred to your generous mind was the Christian name." "True, dearest Agnes. Yet I think that had I known that you or Sebastian was a Christian, I could not have hated it. I could have loved any thing in you." "You think so now, Fabiola, but you know not the force of universal prejudice, the weight of falsehood daily repeated. How many noble minds, fine intellects, and loving hearts have they enslaved, and induced us to be all that we are not, something even worse than the worst of others? Well, Agnes, it is selfish in me to argue thus with you in your present position. You will, of course, compel Fulvius to prove that you are a Christian." "Oh, no, dear Fabiola, I have already confessed it, and intend to do so again publicly in the morning." "In the morning? What, to-morrow?" asked Fabiola, shocked at the idea of anything so immediate. "Yes, to-morrow, to prevent any clamor or disturbance about me. Though I suspect few people will care much, I am to be interrogated early, and summary proceedings will be taken. Is not that good news, dear?" asked Agnes eagerly, seizing her cousin's hands. And then putting on one of her ecstatic looks, she exclaimed, "Behold, what I have long coveted, I already see; what I have hoped for, I hold safe. To Him alone I feel already associated in heaven, whom here on earth I have loved with all devotedness. Oh, is He not beautiful, Fabiola, lovelier far than the angels who surround Him? How sweet His smile, how mild His eye, how bland the whole expression of His face! And that sweetest and most gracious lady who ever accompanies Him, our Queen and Mistress, who loves Him alone, how winningly does she beckon me forward to join her train! I come, I come. They are departed, Fabiola, but they return early for me tomorrow. Early, mind, and we part no more." Fabiola felt her own heart swell and heave, as if a new element were entering in. She knew not what it was, but it seemed something better than a mere human emotion. She had not yet heard the name of grace. Agnes, however, saw the favorable change in her spirit, and inwardly thanked God for it. She begged her cousin to return before dawn to her, for their final farewell. At this same time a consultation was being held at the house of the prefect, between that worthy functionary and his worthier son. The reader had better listen to it, to learn its purport. "Certainly," said the magistrate, "if the old sorceress was right in one thing, she ought to be in the other. I will answer, from experience, how powerful is wealth in conquering any resistance." "And you will allow, too," rejoined Corvinus, "from the enumeration we have made, that among the competitors for Fabiola's hand, there has not been one who could not justly be called an aspirant after her fortune." "Yourself included, my dear Corvinus." "Yes, so far; but not if I succeed in offering her, with myself, the Lady Agnes's great wealth." "And in a manner, too, methinks, that will more easily gain upon what I hear of her generous and lofty disposition. Giving her that wealth independent of conditions, and then offering yourself to her, will put her under one of two obligations, either to accept you as her husband, or throw you back the fortune." "Admirable father! I never saw the second alternative before. Do you think there is no possibility of securing it except through her?" "None whatever. Fulvius, of course, will apply for his share; and the probability is, that the emperor will declare he intends to take it all for himself, for he hates Fulvius. But if I propose a more popular and palpably reasonable plan, of giving the property to the nearest relation, who worships the gods, this Fabiola does, don't she?" "Certainly, father." "I think he will embrace it, while I am sure there is no chance of his making a free gift to me. The proposal from a judge would enrage him." "Then how will you manage it, father?" "I will have an imperial rescript prepared during the night, ready for signature, and I will proceed immediately after the execution to the palace, magnify the unpopularity which is sure to follow it, lay it all on Fulvius, and show the emperor how his granting the property to the next, in the settlement of it, will redound greatly to his credit and glory. He is as vain as he is cruel and rapacious, and one vice must be made to fight another." "Nothing could be better, my dear father. I shall retire to rest with an easy mind. Tomorrow will be the critical day of my life. All my future depends on whether I am accepted or rejected." "I only wish," added Tertullus, rising, "that I could have seen this peerless lady, and sounded the depth of her philosophy, before your final bargain was struck." "Fear not, father. She is well worthy of being your daughter-in-law. Yes, tomorrow is indeed the turning point of my fortunes." "Even Corvinus can have his critical day. Why not Fabiola?" While this domestic interview was going on, a conference was taking place between Fulvius and his amiable uncle. The latter, entering late, found his nephew sitting sullen and alone in the house, and thus accosted him: "Well, Fulvius, is she secured?" "She is, uncle, as fast as bars and walls can make her; but her spirit is free and independent as ever." "Never mind that. Sharp steel makes short work of spirit. Is her fate certain? Are its consequences sure?" "Why, if nothing else happens, the first is safe. The second have still to encounter imperial caprice. But I own I feel pain and remorse at sacrificing so young a life, and for an insecure result." "Come, Fulvius," said the old man sternly, looking as cold as a grey rock in the morning mists. "No softness, I hope, in this matter. Do you remember what day is tomorrow?" "Yes, the 12th before the calends of February." "The critical day always for you. It was on this day that to gain another's wealth you committed—" "Peace, peace," interrupted Fulvius in agony. "Why will you always remind me of everything I most wish to forget?" "Because of this. You wish to forget yourself, and that must not be. I must take from you every pretence to be guided by conscience, virtue, or even honor. It is folly to affect compassion for any one's life, who stands in the way of your fortune, after what you did to her." Fulvius bit his lip in silent rage, and covered his crimson face with his hands. Eurotas roused him by saying, "Well, then, tomorrow is another and probably a final critical day for you. Let us calmly weigh its prospects. You will go to the Emperor and ask for your rightful share in the confiscated property. Suppose it is granted. I will sell it as quickly as possible, pay my debts, and retire to some country where my name has never been heard. Suppose your claims are rejected." "Impossible, impossible!" exclaimed Fulvius, racked by the very idea. "It is my right, hardly earned. It cannot be denied me." "Quietly, my young friend. Let us discuss the matter coolly. Remember our proverb, 'From the stirring to the saddle there has been many a fall.' Suppose only that your rights are refused you." "Then I am a ruined man. I have no other prospect before me of retrieving my fortunes here. Still I must fly hence." "Good. And what do you owe at Janus's Arch?" "A good couple of hundred sestertia, between principal and compound interest of 50% to that unconscionable Jew Ephraim." "On what security?" "On my sure expectation of this lady's estates." "And if you are disappointed, do you think he will let you fly?" "Not if he knows it, most assuredly. But we must be prepared from this moment for any emergency, and that with the utmost secrecy. Leave that to me, Fulvius. You see how eventful the issue of tomorrow may be to you, or rather of today, for morning is approaching. Life or death to you hang upon it. It is the great day of your existence. Courage then, or rather an inflexible determination, steel you to work out its destiny." End of section 47. Section 48 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part Second, Conflict, Chapter 29. The Same Day, its second part. The day is not yet dawning, and nevertheless we speak of having reached its second part. How may this be? Gentle reader, have we not led you to its first vespers, divided as they are between Sebastian of yesterday and Agnes of today? Have not the two sung them together, without jealousy, and with fraternal impartiality, the one from the heaven which he ascended in the morning, the other from the dungeon into which she descended in the evening? Glorious Church of Christ, great in the unclashing combination of thy unity, stretching from heaven to beneath the earth, wherever exists a prison house of the just. From his lodgings Fulvius went out into the night air, which was crisp and sharp, to cool his blood, and still his throbbing brows. He wandered about almost without any purpose, but found himself imperceptibly drawing nearer and nearer to the Tullian prison. As he was literally without affection, what could be his attraction thither? It was a strangely compounded feeling, made up as bitter ingredients as ever filled the poisoner's cup. There was gnawing remorse, there was baffled pride, there was goading avarice, there was humbling shame, there was a terrible sense of the approaching consummation of his villainy. It was true, he had been rejected, scorned, baffled by a mere child, while her fortune was necessary for his rescue from beggary and death. So at least he reasoned. Yet he would still rather have her hand than her head. Her murder appeared revoltingly atrocious to him, unless absolutely inevitable. So he would give her another chance. He was now at the prison gate, of which he possessed the watchword. He pronounced it, entered, and, at his desire, was conducted to his victim's cell. She did not flutter, nor run into a corner, like a bird into whose cage the hawk has found entrance. Calm and intrepid she stood before him. "Respect me here, Fulvius, at least," she gently said. "I have but a few hours to live. Let them be spent in peace." "Madam," he replied, "I have come to lengthen them, if thou please, 2 years; and, instead of peace, I offer happiness." "Surely, sir, if I understand you, the time is past for this sad vanity. Thus to address one whom you have delivered over to death, is at best a mockery." "It is not so, gentle lady. Your fate is in your own hands. Only your own obstinacy will give you over to death. I have come to renew, once more, my offer, and with it that of life. It is your last chance." "Have I not before told you that I am a Christian, and that I would forfeit 1,000 lives rather than betray my faith?" "But now I ask you no longer to do this. The gates of the prison are yet open to me. Fly with me, and, in spite of the imperial decrees, you shall be a Christian and yet live." "Then have I not clearly told you that I am already espoused to my Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, and that to Him alone I keep eternal faith?" "Folly and madness! Persevere in it till to-morrow, and that may be awarded to you which you fear more than death, and which will drive this illusion for ever from your mind." "I fear nothing for Christ. For know, that I have an angel ever guarding me, who will not suffer his Master's handmaid to suffer scorn. But now cease this unworthy importunity, and leave me the last privilege of the condemned, solitude." Fulvius had been gradually losing patience, and could no longer restrain his passion. Rejected again, baffled once more by a child, this time with a sword hanging over her neck, a flame irrepressible broke out from the smouldering heat within him, and in an instant the venomous ingredients that we have described as mingled in his heart were distilled into one black, solitary drop — hatred. With flashing look and furious gesture he broke forth: "Wretched woman, I give thee one more opportunity of rescuing thyself from destruction. Which wilt thou have, life with me, or death?" "Death even I will choose for her, rather than life with a monster like thee," exclaimed a voice just within the door. "She shall have it," he rejoined, clenching his fist, and darting a mad look at the new speaker. "And thou too, if again thou darest to fling thy baneful shadow across my path." Fabiola was alone for the last time with Agnes. She had been for some minutes unobserved watching the contest, between what would have appeared to her, had she been a Christian, an angel of light and a spirit of darkness. And truly Agnes looked like the first, if human creature ever did, in preparation for her coming festival of full espousals to the Lamb, when she should sign her contract of everlasting love, as He had done, in blood. She had thrown over the dark garments of her mourning a white and spotless bridal robe. In the midst of that dark prison, lighted by a solitary lamp, she looked radiant and almost dazzling, while her tempter, wrapped up in his dark cloak, crouching down to rush out of the low door of the dungeon, looked like a black and vanquished demon plunging into an abyss beneath. Then Fabiola looked into her countenance, and thought she had never seen it half so sweet. No trace of anger, of fear, of fury, or agitation was there; no paleness, no flush, no alternations of hectic excitement and pallid depression. Her eyes beamed with more than their usual mild intelligence; her smile was as placid and cheerful as it ever was when they discoursed together. Then there was a noble air about her, a greatness of look and manner, which Fabiola would have compared to that mien and stateliness, and that ambrosial atmosphere by which, in poetical mythology, a being of a higher sphere was recognized on earth. It was not inspiration, for it was passionless, but it was such expression and manner as her highest conceptions of virtue and intellect, combined in the soul, might be supposed to stamp upon the outward form. Hence her feelings passed beyond love into a higher range; they were more akin to reverence. Agnes took one of her hands in each of her own, crossed them upon her own calm bosom, and looked into her face with a gaze of blandest earnestness, said: "Fabiola, I have one dying request to make you. You have never refused me any; I am sure you will not this." "Speak not thus to me, dearest Agnes; you must not request, you command me now." "Then promise me, that you will immediately apply your mind to master the doctrines of Christianity. I know you will embrace them, and then you will no longer be to me what you are now." "And what is that?" "Dark, dark, dearest Fabiola. When I look upon you thus, I see in you a noble intellect, a generous disposition, an affectionate heart, a cultivated mind, a fine moral feeling, and a virtuous life. What could be desired more in woman? And yet over all these splendid gifts there hangs a cloud, to my eyes, of gloomy shadow, the shade of death. Drive it away, and all will be lightsome and bright." "I feel it, dear Agnes, I feel it. Standing before you, I seem to be as a black spot compared to your brightness. And how, embracing Christianity, shall I become light like you? You must pass, Fabiola, through the torrent that sunders us." Fabiola started, recollecting her dream. "Waters of refreshment shall flow over your body, and oil of gladness shall embalm your flesh, and the soul shall be washed clean as driven snow, and the heart be softened as the babe's. From that bath you will come forth a new creature, born again to a new and immortal life." "And shall I lose all that you have but just now prized in me?" asked Fabiola, somewhat downcast. "As the gardener," answered the martyr, "selects some hardy and robust but unprofitable plant, and on it engrafts but a small shoot of one that is sweet and tender, and the flowers and fruits of this belong to the first, and yet deprive it of no grace, no grandeur, no strength that it had before, so will the new life you shall receive ennoble, elevate, and sanctify. You can scarcely understand this word, the valuable gifts of nature and education which you already possess. What a glorious being Christianity will make you, Fabiola!" "What a new world you are leading me to, dear Agnes! Oh, that you were not leaving me outside its very threshold!" "Hark!" exclaimed Agnes, in an ecstasy of joy. "They come, they come! You hear the measured tramp of the soldiers in the gallery? They are the bridesmen, come to summon me. But I see on high the white-robed bridesmaids, borne on the bright clouds of morning, and beckoning me forward. Yes, my lamp is trimmed, and I go forth to meet the bridegroom. Farewell, Fabiola! Weep not for me. Oh, that I could make you feel as I do, the happiness of dying for Christ! And now I will speak a word to you which I never have addressed to you before. God bless you." And she made the sign of the cross on Fabiola's forehead. An embrace convulsive on Fabiola's part, calm and tender on Agnes's, was their last earthly greeting. The one hastened home, filled with a new and generous purpose; the other resigned herself to the shame-stricken guard. Over the first part of the martyr's trials we cast a veil of silence, though ancient Fathers, and the Church in her offices, dwell upon it as doubling her crown. Suffice it to say that her angel protected her from harm, and that the purity of her presence converted a den of infamy into a holy and lovely sanctuary. It was still early in the morning when she stood again before the tribunal of the prefect, in the Roman Forum, unchanged and unscathed, without a blush upon her smiling countenance, or a pang of sorrow in her innocent heart. Only her unshorn hair, the symbol of virginity, which had been let loose, flowed down in golden waves upon her snow-white dress. It was a lovely morning. Many will remember it to have been a beautiful day on its anniversary, as they have walked out of the Nomentan gate, now the Porta Pia, towards the church which bears our Virgin Martyr's name, to see blessed upon her altar the 2 lambs, from whose wool are made the palliums sent by the Pope to the archbishops of his communion. Already the almond trees are hoary, not with frost, but with blossoms. The earth is being loosened around the vines, and spring seems latent in the swelling buds, which are watching for the signal from the southern breeze to burst and expand. The atmosphere, rising into a cloudless sky, has just that temperature that one loves, of a sun already vigorous, not heating, but softening the slightly frosty air. Such we have frequently experienced St. Agnes's Day together with joyful thousands hastening to her shrine. The judge was sitting in the open forum, and a sufficient crowd formed a circle round the charmed space, which few, save Christians, loved to enter. Among the spectators were 2 whose appearance attracted general attention. They stood opposite each other, at the ends of the semicircle formed by the multitude. One was a youth enveloped in his toga, with a slouching hat over his eyes, so that his features could not be distinguished. The other was a lady of aristocratic mien, tall and erect, such as one does not expect to meet on such an occasion. Wrapped close about her, and so ample as to veil her from head to foot, like the beautiful ancient statue, known among artists by the name of Modesty, she had a scarf or mantle of Indian workmanship woven in richest pattern, of crimson, purple, and gold, a garment truly imperial, and less suitable than even female presence to this place of doom and blood. A slave or servant of superior class attended her, carefully veiled also like her mistress. The lady's mind seemed intent on one only object, as she stood immovable, leaning with her elbow on a marble post. Agnes was introduced by her guards into the open space, and stood intrepid, facing the tribunal. Her thoughts seemed to be far away, and she took no notice even of those two, who, till she appeared, had been objects of universal observation. "Why is she unfettered?" asked the prefect angrily. "She does not need it, she walks so readily," answered Catullus, "and she is so young." "But she is obstinate as the oldest. Put manacles on her hands at once." The executioner turned over a quantity of such prison ornaments, to Christian eyes really such, and at length selected a pair as light and small as he could find, and placed them round her wrists. Agnes playfully, and with a smile, shook her hands, and they fell, like St. Paul's viper, clattering at her feet. "They are the smallest we have, sir," said the softened executioner. "One so young ought to wear other bracelets." "Silence, man," rejoined the exasperated judge, who, turning to the prisoner, said, in a blander tone, "Agnes, I pity thy youth, thy station, and the bad education thou hast received. I desire, if possible, to save thee. Think better while thou hast time. Renounce the false and pernicious maxims of Christianity. Obey the imperial edicts, and sacrifice to the gods." "It is useless," she replied, "to tempt me longer. My resolution is unalterable. I despise thy false divinities, and can only love and serve the one living God. Eternal Ruler, open wide the heavenly gates, until lately closed to man. Blessed Christ, call to thee the soul that cleaveth unto thee, victim first to thee by virginal consecration, now to thy Father by martyrdom's immolation." "I waste time, I see," said the impatient prefect, who saw symptoms of compassion rising in the multitude. "Secretary, write the sentence. We condemn Agnes, for contempt of the imperial edicts, to be punished by the sword." "On what road and at what milestone shall the judgment be executed?" asked the headsman. "Let it be carried into effect at once," was the reply. Agnes raised for one moment her hands and eyes to heaven, then calmly knelt down. With her own hands she drew forward her silken hair over her head, and exposed her neck to the blow. A pause ensued, for the executioner was trembling with emotion, and could not wield his sword. As the child knelt alone in her white robe, with her head inclined, her arms modestly crossed upon her bosom, and her amber locks hanging almost to the ground, and veiling her features, she might not unaptly have been compared to some rare plant, of which the slender stalk, white as the lily, bent with the luxuriancy of its golden blossom. The judge angrily reproved the executioner for his hesitation, and bid him at once do his duty. The man passed the back of his rough left hand across his eyes as he raised his sword. It was seen to flash for an instant in the air, and the next moment, flower and stem were lying scarcely displaced on the ground. It might have been taken for the prostration of prayer, had not the white robe in that minute dyed into a rich crimson, washed in the blood of the Lamb. The man on the judge's right hand had looked with unflinching eye upon the stroke, and his lip curled in a wicked triumph over the fallen. The lady opposite had turned away her head, till the murmur that follows a suppressed breath in a crowd told her all was over. She then boldly advanced forward, unwound from round her person her splendid brocaded mantle, and stretched it as a pall over the mangled body. A burst of applause followed this graceful act of womanly feeling, as the lady stood, now in the garb of deepest mourning, before the tribunal. "Sir," she said in a tone clear and distinct, but full of emotion, "grant me one petition. Let not the rude hands of your servants again touch and profane the hallowed remains of her whom I have loved more than anything on earth. But let me bear them thence to the sepulchre of her fathers, for she was noble as she was good." Tertullus was manifestly irritated as he replied, "Madam, whoever you may be, your request cannot be granted. Catullus, see that the body be cast, as usual, into the river or burnt." "I entreat you, sir," the lady earnestly insisted, by every claim which female virtue has upon you, by any tear which a mother has shed over you, by every soothing word which a sister has ever spoken to you, in illness or sorrow, by every ministration of their gentle hands, I implore you to grant my humble prayer. And if, when you return home this evening, you will be met at the threshold by daughters who will kiss your hands, though stained with the blood of one whom you may feel proud if they resemble, be able to say to them, at least, that this slightest tribute to the maidenly delicacy which they prize has not been refused." Such common sympathy was manifested, that Tertullus, anxious to check it, asked her sharply, "Pray, are you, too, a Christian?" She hesitated for one instant, then replied, "No, sir, I am not. But I own that if anything could make me one, it would be what I have seen this day." "What do you mean?" "Why, that to preserve the religion of the empire, such beings as she whom you have slain," her tears interrupted her for a moment, "should have to die, while monsters who disgrace the shape and name of man should have to live and flourish. Oh, sir, you know not what you have blotted out from earth this day. She was the purest, sweetest, holiest thing I ever knew upon it, the very flower of womanhood, though yet a child. And she might have lived yet, had she not scorned the proffered hand of a vile adventurer, who pursued her with his loathsome offers into the seclusion of her villa, into the sanctuary of her home, and even into the last retreat of her dungeon. For this she died, that she would not endow with her wealth, and ennoble by her alliance, that Asiatic spy." She pointed with calm scorn at Fulvius, who bounded forward, and exclaimed with fury, "She lies, foully and calumniously, sir. Agnes openly confessed herself a Christian." "Bear with me, sir," replied the lady with noble dignity, "while I convict him, and look on his face for proof of what I say. Didst thou not, Fulvius, early this morning, seek that gentle child in her cell, and deliberately tell her, for unseen I heard you, that if she would but accept thy hand, not only wouldst thou save her life, but, despising the imperial commands, secure her still remaining a Christian?" Fulvius stood, pale as death, stood, as one does for a moment who is shot through the heart, or struck by lightning. He looked like a man on whom sentence is going to be pronounced, not of death, but of eternal pillory, as the judge addressed him, saying, "Fulvius, thy very look confirms this grievous charge. I could arraign thee on it, for thy head, at once. But take my counsel. Begone hence for ever. Flee and hide thyself, after such villainy, from the indignation of all just men, and from the vengeance of the gods. Show not thy face again here, nor in the Forum, nor in any public place of Rome. If this lady pleases, even now I will take her deposition against thee. Pray, madam," he asked most respectfully, "may I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Fabiola," she replied. The judge was now all complacency, for he saw before him, he hoped, his future daughter-in-law. "I have often heard of you, madam," he said, "and of your high accomplishments and exalted virtues. You are, moreover, nearly allied to this victim of treachery, and have a right to claim her body. It is at your disposal." This speech was interrupted at its beginning by a loud hiss and yell that accompanied Fulvius's departure. He was pale with shame, terror, and rage. Fabiola gracefully thanked the prefect, and beckoned to Syra, who attended her. The servant again made a signal to some one else, and presently 4 slaves appeared bearing a lady's litter. Fabiola would allow no one but herself and Syra to raise the relics from the ground, place them on the litter, and cover them with their precious pall. "Bear this treasure to its own home," she said, and followed as mourner with her maid. A little girl, all in tears, timidly asked if she might join them. "Who art thou?" asked Fabiola. "I am poor Emerenciana, her foster sister," replied the child, and Fabiola led her kindly by the hand. The moment the body was removed, a crowd of Christians, children, men, and women threw themselves forward with sponges and linen cloths to gather up the blood. In vain did the guards fall on them with whips, cudgels, and even with sharper weapons, so that many mingled their own blood with that of the martyr. When a sovereign, at his coronation, or on first entering his capital, throws, according to ancient custom, handfuls of gold and silver coins among the crowd, he does not create a more eager competition for his scattered treasures than there was among those primitive Christians, for what they valued more than gold or precious stones, the ruby drops which a martyr had poured from his heart for his Lord. But all respected the prior claim of one, and here it was the Deacon Apparatus who, at risk of life, was present, phial in hand, to gather the blood of Agnes's testimony, that it might be appended, as a faithful seal, to the record of martyrdom on her tomb. End of section 48. Section 49 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Second, Conflict, Chapter 30. The Same Day, its third part. Tertullus hastened at once to the palace, fortunately or unfortunately for these candidates for martyrdom. There he met Corvinus with a prepared rescript, elegantly engrossed in uncial, that is, large capital letters. He had the privilege of immediate admission into the imperial presence, and, as a matter of business, reported the death of Agnes, exaggerated the public feeling likely to be caused by it, attributed it all to the folly and mismanagement of Fulvius, whose worst guilt he did not disclose, for fear of having to try him, and thus bringing out what he was now doing, depreciated the value of Agnes's property, and ended by saying that it would be a gracious act of clemency, and one sure to counteract unpopular feelings, to bestow it upon her relative, who by settlement was her next heir. He described Fabiola as a young lady of extraordinary intellect and wonderful learning, who was most zealously devoted to the worship of the gods, and daily offered sacrifice to the genius of the emperors. "I know her," said Maximian, laughing, as if at the recollection of something very droll. "Poor thing! She sent me a splendid ring, and yesterday asked me for that wretched Sebastian's life, just as they had finished cudgelling him to death." And he laughed immoderately, then continued, "Yes, yes, by all means. A little inheritance will console her, no doubt, for the loss of that fellow. Let the rescript be made out, and I will sign it." Tertullus produced the one prepared, saying he had fully relied on the emperor's magnanimous clemency, and the imperial barbarian put a signature to it which would have disgraced a schoolboy. The prefect at once consigned it to his son. Scarcely had he left the palace when Fulvius entered. He had been home to put on a proper court attire, and remove from his features, by the bath and the perfumer's art, the traces of his morning's passion. He felt a keen presentiment that he should be disappointed. Eurotas's cool discussion of the preceding evening had prepared him. The cross of all his designs, and his multitude disappointments that day, had strengthened this instinctive conviction. One woman, indeed, seemed born to meet and baffle him, whichever way he turned, but, "Thank the gods," he thought, "she cannot be in my way here. She has this morning blasted my character for ever. She cannot claim my rightful reward. She has made me an outcast. It is not in her power to make me a beggar." This seemed his only ground of hope. Despair, indeed, urged him forward, and he determined to argue out his claims to the confiscated property of Agnes with the only competitor he could fear, the rapacious emperor himself. He might as well risk his life over it, for if he failed, he was utterly ruined. After waiting some time, he entered the audience hall, and advanced with the blandest smile that he could muster to the imperial feet. "What want you here?" was his first greeting. "Sire," he replied, "I have come humbly to pray your royal justice to order my being put into immediate possession of my share of the Lady Agnes's property. She has been convicted of being a Christian upon my accusation, and she has just suffered the merited penalty of all who disobey the imperial edicts." "That is all quite right, but we have heard how stupidly you mismanaged the whole business as usual, and have raised murmurings and discontent in the people against us. So, now, the sooner you quit our presence, palace, and city, the better for yourself. Do you understand? We don't usually give such warnings twice." "I will obey instantly every intimation of the supreme will, but I am almost destitute. Command what of right is mine to be delivered over to me, and I part immediately." "No more words," replied the tyrant, "but go at once. As to the property which you demand with so much pertinacity, you cannot have it. We have made over the whole of it by an irrevocable rescript to an excellent and deserving person, the Lady Fabiola." Fulvius did not speak another word, but kissed the emperor's hand and slowly retired. He looked a ruined, broken man. He was only heard to say, as he passed out of the gate, "Then, after all, she has made me a beggar too." When he reached home, Eurotas, who read his answer in his nephew's eyes, was amazed at his calmness. "I see," he dryly remarked, "it is all over." "Yes, are your preparations made, Eurotas?" "Nearly so. I have sold the jewels, furniture, and slaves, at some loss; but, with the trifle I had in hand, we have enough to take us safe to Asia. I have retained Stabio, as the most trusty of our servants. He will carry our small travelling requisites on his horse. 2 others are preparing for you and me. I have only one thing more to get for our journey, and then I am ready to start." "Pray, what is that?" "The poison. I ordered it last night, but it will only be ready at noon." "What is that for?" asked Fulvius, with some alarm. "Surely you know," rejoined the other, unmoved. "I am willing to make one more trial anywhere else. But our bargain is clear. My father's family must not end in beggary. It must be extinguished in honor." Fulvius bit his lip, and said, "Well, be it as you like. I am weary of life. Leave the house as soon as possible, for fear of Ephraim, and be with your horses at the 3rd mile on the Latin Gate soon after dusk. I will join you there; for I, too, have an important matter to transact before I start." "And what is that?" asked Eurotas, with a rather keen curiosity. "I cannot tell even you; but if I am not with you at 2 hours after sunset, give me up, and save yourself without me." Eurotas fixed upon him his cold dark eye, with one of those looks which ever read Fulvius through, to see if he could detect any lurking idea of escape from his grip. But his look was cool and unusually open, and the old man asked no more. While this dialogue was going on, Fulvius had been divesting himself of his court garments and attiring himself in a travelling suit. So completely did he evidently prepare himself for his journey, without necessity of returning home, that he even took his weapons with him; besides his sword, securing in his girdle, but concealed under his cloak, one of those curved daggers of highest temper and most fatal form, which were only known in the East. Eurotas proceeded at once to the Numidian quarters in the palace, and asked for Jubala, who entered with 2 small flasks of different sizes, and was just going to give some explanations, when her husband, half drunk, half furious, was seen approaching. Eurotas had just time to conceal the flasks in his belt, and slip a coin into her hand, when Hyphax came up. His wife had mentioned to him the offers which Eurotas had made to her before marriage, and had excited in his hot African blood a jealousy that amounted to hatred. The savage rudely thrust his wife out of the apartment, and would have picked a quarrel with the Syrian, had not the latter, his purpose being accomplished, acted with forbearance, assured the archer chief that he should never more see him, and retired. It is time, however, that we return to Fabiola. The reader is probably prepared to hear us say that she returned home a Christian. And yet it was not so. For what as yet did she know of Christianity, to be said to profess it? In Sebastian and Agnes she had indeed willingly admired the virtue, unselfish, generous, and more than earthly, which now she was ready to attribute to that faith. She saw that they gave motives of actions, principles of life, elevation of mind, courage of conscience, and determination of virtuous will, such as no other system of belief ever bestowed. And even if, as she now shrewdly suspected, and intended in calmer moments to ascertain, the sublime revelations of Syra concerning an unseen sphere of virtue, and its all-seeing ruler, came from the same source, to what did it all amount more than to a grand moral and intellectual system, partly practical, partly speculative, as all codes of philosophic teaching were? This was a very different thing from Christianity. She had as yet heard nothing of its real and essential doctrines, its fathomless yet accessible depths of mystery, the awful, vast, and heaven-high structure of faith which the simplest soul may contain, as a child's eye will take in the perfect reflection and counterpart of a mountain, though a giant cannot scale it. She had never heard of a God, one in Trinity, of the co-equal Son incarnate for man. She had never been told of the marvelous history of redemption by God's sufferings and death. She had not heard of Nazareth, or Bethlehem, or Calvary. How could she call herself a Christian, or be one, in ignorance of all this? How many names had to become familiar and sweet to her which as yet were unknown or barbarous? Mary, Joseph, Peter, Paul, and John, not to mention the sweetest of all, His, whose name is balm to the wounded heart, or as honey dropping from the broken honeycomb. And how much had she yet to learn about the provision for salvation on earth, in the Church, in grace, in sacraments, in prayer, in love, in charity to others? What unexplored regions lay beyond the small tract which she had explored? No, Fabiola returned home, exhausted almost by the preceding day and night, and the sad scenes of the morning, and retired to her own apartment, no longer, perhaps, even a philosopher, yet not a Christian. She desired all her servants to keep away from the court which she occupied, that she might not be disturbed by the smallest noise, and she forbade any one to have access to her. There she sat in loneliness and silence for several hours, too excited to obtain rest from slumber. She mourned long over Agnes, as a mother might over a child suddenly carried off. Yet was there not a tinge of light upon the cloud that overshadowed her, more than when it hung over her father's bier? Did it not seem to her an insult to reason, an outrage to humanity, to think that she had perished, that she had been permitted to walk forward in her bright robe, and with her smiling countenance, and with her joyous, simple heart, straight on, into nothing; that she had been allured by conscience, and justice, and purity, and truth, on, till with arms outstretched to embrace them, she stepped over a precipice, beneath which yawned annihilation? No, Agnes, she felt sure, was happy somehow, somewhere, or justice was a senseless word. How strange, she further thought, that every one whom I have known endowed with superior excellence, men like Sebastian, women like Agnes, should turn out to have belonged to the scorned race of Christians. Only one remains, and tomorrow I will interrogate her. When she turned from these, and looked round upon the heathen world, Fulvius, Tertullus, the Emperor, Calpurnius, nay, she shuddered as she surprised herself on the point of mentioning her own father's name. It sickened her to see the contrast of baseness with nobleness, vice with virtue, stupidity with wisdom, and the sensual with the spiritual. Her mind was thus being shaped into a mould, which some form of practical excellence must be found to fill, or it must be broken. Her soul was craving as a parched soil, which heaven must send its waters to refresh, or it must become an eternal desert. Agnes, surely, well deserved the glory of gaining, by her death, her kinswoman's conversion. But was there not one, more humble, who had established a prior claim, one who had given up freedom and offered life for this unselfish gain? While Fabiola was alone and desolate, she was disturbed by the entrance of a stranger, introduced under the ominous title of a messenger from the Emperor. The porter had at first denied him admittance, but, upon being assured that he bore an important embassy from the sovereign, he felt obliged to inquire from the steward what to do, when he was informed that no one with such a claim could be refused entrance. Fabiola was amazed, and her displeasure was somewhat mitigated by the ridiculous appearance of the person deputed in such a solemn character. It was Corvinus, who with clownish grace approached her, and in a studied speech, evidently got up very floridly, and entrusted to a bad memory, laid at her feet an imperial rescript, and his own sincere affection, the Lady Agnes's estates, and his clumsy hand. Fabiola could not at all comprehend the connection between the two combined presents, and never imagined that the one was a bribe for the other. So she desired him to return her humble thanks to the Emperor for his gracious act, adding, "Say that I am too ill to-day to present myself and do him homage." "But these estates, you are aware, were forfeited and confiscated," he gasped out in great confusion, "and my father has obtained them for you." "That was unnecessary," said Fabiola, "for they were settled on me long ago, and became mine the moment—" She faltered, and after a strong effort at self mastery, she continued, "the moment they ceased to be another's. They did not fall under confiscation." Corvinus was dumbfounded. At last he stumbled into something, meant for an humble petition to be admitted as aspirant after her hand, but understood by Fabiola to be a demand of recompense, for procuring or bringing so important a document. She assured him that every claim he might have on her should be fully and honorably considered at a more favorable moment; but as she was exceedingly wearied and unwell, she must beg him to leave her at present. He did so, quite elated, fancying that he had secured his prize. After he was gone, she hardly looked at the parchment, which he had left open on a small table by her couch, but sat musing on the sorrowful scenes she had witnessed, till it wanted about an hour to sunset. Sometimes her reveries turned to one point, sometimes to another, of the late events, and at last she was dwelling on her being confronted with Fulvius, that morning, in the Forum. Her memory vividly replaced the entire scene before her, and her mind gradually worked itself into a state of painful excitement, which she at length checked by saying aloud to herself, "Thank Heaven, I shall never behold that villain's face again!" The words were scarcely out of her mouth, when she shaded her eyes with her hand, as she raised herself up on her couch, and looked towards the door. Was it her overheated fancy which beguiled her, or did her wakeful eyes show her a reality? Her ears decided the question, by these words which they heard: "Pray, madam, who is the man whom you honor by that gracious speech?" "You, Fulvius," she said, rising with dignity. "A further intruder still, not only into the house, the villa, and the dungeon, but into the most secret apartments of a lady's residence, and what is worse, into the house of sorrow of one whom you have bereaved. Begone at once, or I will have you ignominiously expelled hence." "Sit down and compose yourself, lady," rejoined the intruder. "This is my last visit to you, but we have a reckoning to make together of some weight. As to crying out, or bringing in help, you need not trouble yourself. Your orders to your servants to keep aloof have been too well obeyed. There is no one within call." It was true. Fulvius found the way prepared unwittingly for him by Corvinus; for upon presenting himself at the door, the porter, who had seen him twice dine at the house, told him of the strict orders given, and assured him that he could not be admitted unless he came from the emperor, for such were his instructions. That, Fulvius said, was exactly his case; and the porter, wondering that so many imperial messengers should come in one day, let him pass. He begged that the door might be left unfastened, in case the porter should not be at his post when he retired; for he was in a hurry, and should not like to disturb the house in such a state of grief. He added that he required no guide, for he knew the way to Fabiola's apartment. Fulvius seated himself opposite to the lady, and continued: "You ought not to be offended, madam, with my unexpectedly coming upon you, and overhearing your amiable soliloquies about myself. It is a lesson I learned from yourself in the Tullian prison. But I must begin my scores from an earlier date. When, for the first time, I was invited by your worthy father to his table, I met one whose looks and words at once gained my affections. I need not now mention her name, and whose heart, with instinctive sympathy, returned them." "Insolent man!" Fabiola exclaimed, "to allude to such a topic here! It is false that any such affection ever existed on either side." "As to the Lady Agnes," resumed Fulvius, "I have the best authority, that of your lamented parent, who more than once encouraged me to persevere in my suit, by assuring me that his cousin had confided to him her reciprocating love." Fabiola was mortified, for she now remembered that this was too true, from the hints which Fabius had given her of his stupid misunderstanding. "I know well that my dear father was under a delusion upon this subject; but I, from whom that dear child concealed nothing "" Except her religion," interrupted Fulvius, with bitter irony. "Peace," Fabiola went on; "that word sounds like a blasphemy on your lips. I knew that you were but an object of loathing and abhorrence to her." "Yes, after you had made me such. From that hour of our first meeting, you became my bitter and unrelenting foe, in conspiracy with that treacherous officer, who has received his reward, and whom you had destined for the place I courted. Repress your indignation, lady, for I will be heard out. You undermined my character, you poisoned her feelings, and you turned my love into necessary enmity." "Your love!" now broke in the indignant lady. "Even if all that you have said were not basely false, what love could you have for her? How could you appreciate her artless simplicity, her genuine honesty, her rare understanding, her candid innocence, any more than the wolf can value the lamb's gentleness, or the vulture the dove's mildness? No, it was her wealth, her family connection, her nobility, that you grasped at, and nothing more. I read it in the very flash of your eye, when first it fixed itself as a basilisk's upon her." "It is false," he rejoined. "Had I obtained my request, had I been thus worthily mated, I should have been found equal to my position, a domestic, contented, and affectionate, as worthy of possessing her as—" "As any one can be," struck in Fabiola, "who, in offering his hand, expresses himself equally ready, in 3 hours, to espouse or to murder the object of his affection. And she prefers the latter, and he keeps his word. Begone from my presence! You taint the very atmosphere in which you move." "I will leave when I have accomplished my task, and you will have little reason to rejoice when I do. You have then purposely and unprovoked blighted and destroyed in me every honorable purpose of life, withered my only hope, cut me off from rank, society, respectable ease, and domestic happiness. That was not enough. After acting in that character with which you summed up my condemnation, of a spy, and listened to my conversation, you this morning threw off all sense of female propriety, and stood forward prominently in the forum, to complete in public what you had begun in private, excite against me the supreme tribunal, and through it the emperor, and arouse an unjust popular outcry and vengeance, such as, but for a feeling stronger than fear, which brings me hither, would make me now skulk, like a hunted wolf, till I could steal out of the nearest gate." "And, Fulvius, I tell you," interposed Fabiola, "that the moment you cross its threshold, the average of virtue will be raised in this wicked city. Again, I bid you depart from my house at least, or at any rate I will withdraw from this offensive intrusion." "We part not yet, lady," said Fulvius, whose countenance had been growing every moment more flushed, as his lips had been becoming more deadly pale. He rudely grasped her arm, and pushed her back to her seat. "And beware," he added, "how you attempt again either to escape or to bring aid. Your first cry will be your last, cost me what it may. You have made me, then, an outcast, not only from society, but from Rome, an exile, a houseless wanderer on a friendless earth. Was not that enough to satisfy your vengeance? No, you must needs rob me of my gold, of my rightfully, though painfully earned wealth. Peace, reputation, my means of subsistence, all you have stolen from me, a youthful stranger." "Wicked and insolent man!" exclaimed now the indignant Roman lady, reckless of consequences. "You shall answer heavily for your temerity. Dare you, in my own house, call me a thief?" "I dare; and I tell you this is your day of reckoning, and not mine. I have earned, even if by crime, it is nothing to you, my full share of your cousin's confiscated property. I have earned it hardly, by pangs and rendings of the heart and soul, by sleepless nights of struggle with fiends that have conquered, ay, and with one at home that is sterner than they, by days and days of restless search for evidence, amidst the desolation of a proud but degraded spirit. Have I not a right to enjoy it? Ay, call it what you will, call it my blood money. The more infamous it is, the more base in you to step in and snatch it from me. It is like a rich man tearing the carrion from the hound's jaw, after he has swollen his feet and rent his skin in hunting it down." "I will not seek for further epithets by which to call you. Your mind is deluded by some vain dream," said Fabiola, with an earnestness not untinged with alarm. She felt she was in the presence of a madman, one in whom violent passion, carried off by an unchecked, deeply moved fancy, was lashing itself up to that intensity of wicked excitement which constitutes a moral frenzy, when the very murderer thinks himself a virtuous avenger. "Fulvius," she continued with studied calmness, and looking fully into his eyes, "I now entreat you to go. If you want money, you shall have it. But go, in Heaven's name go, before you destroy your reason by your anger." "What vain fancy do you mean?" asked Fulvius. Why, that I should have ever dreamt about Agnes's wealth or property on such a day, or should have taken any advantage of her cruel death." "And yet it is so. I have it from the emperor's mouth that he has made it over to you. Will you pretend to make me believe that the most generous and liberal prince ever parted with a penny unsolicited, ay, or unbribed?" "Of this I know nothing; but I know that I would rather have died of want than petition for a farthing of such property." "Then would you make me rather believe that in this city there is any one so disinterested as, undesired, to have petitioned for you? No, no, Lady Fabiola, all this is too incredible. But what is that?" And he pounced with eagerness on the imperial rescript, which had remained unlooked at since Corvinus had left it. The sensation to him was like that of Aeneas when he saw Pallas's belt upon the body of Turnus. The fury which seemed to have been subdued by his subtlety, as he had been reasoning to prove Fabiola guilty, flashed up anew at the sight of this fatal document. He eyed it for a minute, then broke out, gnashing his teeth with rage. "Now, madam, I convict you of baseness, rapacity, and unnatural cruelty, far beyond anything you have dared to charge on me. Look at this rescript, beautifully engrossed with its golden letters and emblazoned margins, and presume to say that it was prepared in the 1 hour that elapsed between your cousin's death and the emperor's telling me that he had signed it. Nor do you pretend to know the generous friend who procured you the gift. Bah! While Agnes was in prison at latest, while you were whining and moaning over her, while you were reproaching me for cruelty and treachery towards her, me, a stranger and alien to her, you, the gentle lady, the virtuous philosopher, the loving fondling kinswoman, you, my stern reprover, were coolly plotting to take advantage of my crime, for securing her property, and seeking out the elegant scribe, who should gild your covetousness with his pencil, and paint over your treason to your own flesh and blood, which is blushing Miriam." "Cease, madman, cease!" exclaimed Fabiola, endeavoring in vain to master his glaring eye. But he went on in still wilder tone. "And then, forsooth, when you have thus basely robbed me, you offer me money. You have outplotted me, and you pity me. You have made me a beggar, and then you offer me alms. Alms out of my own wages, the wages which even hell allows its fated victims while on earth." Fabiola rose again, but he seized her with a maniac's grip, and this time did not let her go. He went on. "Now listen to the last words that I will speak, or they may be the last that you will hear. Give back to me that unjustly obtained property. It is not fair that I should have the guilt, and you its reward. Transfer it by your signed manual to me as a free and loving gift, and I will depart. If not, you have signed your own doom." A stern and menacing glance accompanied these words. Fabiola's haughty self rose again erect within her. Her Roman heart, unsubdued, stood firm. Danger only made her fearless. She gathered her robe with matronly dignity around her, and replied, "Fulvius, listen to my words, though they should be the last that I may speak. As certainly they shall be the last that you shall hear from me. Surrender this property to you. I would give it willingly to the first leper that I might meet in the street, but to you never. Never shall you touch thing that belonged to that holy maiden, be it a gem or be it a straw. The touch would be pollution. Take gold of mine, if it please you, but anything that ever belonged to her, from me no treasures can ransom. And one legacy I prize more than all her inheritance. You have now offered me 2 alternatives, as last night you did her, to yield to your demands or die. Agnes taught me which to choose. Once again, I say, depart." "And leave you to possess what is mine? Leave you to triumph over me as one whom you have outwitted? You honored, and I disgraced? You rich, and I penniless? You happy, and I wretched? No, never. I cannot save myself from what you have made me, but I can prevent your being what you have no right to be. For this I have come here. This is my day of Nemesis. Now die." While he was speaking these reproaches, he was slowly pushing her backwards with his left hand towards the couch from which she had risen, while his right was tremblingly feeling for something in the folds of his bosom. As he finished his last word, he thrust her violently down upon the couch, and seized her by the hair. She made no resistance, she uttered no cry. Partly a fainting and sickening sensation came over her, partly a noble feeling of self-respect checked any unseemly exhibition of fear before a scornful enemy. Just as she closed her eyes, she saw something like lightning above her. She could not tell whether it was his glaring eye or flashing steel. In another moment she felt oppressed and suffocated, as if a great weight had fallen upon her, and a hot stream was flowing over her bosom. A sweet voice full of earnestness sounded in her ears. "Cease, Orontius, I am thy sister Miriam." Fulvius, in accents checked by passion, replied, "It is false. Give me up my prey." A few words more were faintly spoken in a tongue unknown to Fabiola, when she felt her hair released, heard the dagger dashed to the ground, and Fulvius cry out bitterly as he rushed out of the room, "O Christ, this is thy Nemesis!" Fabiola's strength was returning, but she felt the weight upon her increase. She struggled and released herself. Another body was lying in her place, apparently dead and covered with blood. It was the faithful Syra, who had thrown herself between her mistress's life and her brother's dagger. End of section 49. Section 50 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 31. Dionysius. The great thoughts which this occurrence would naturally have suggested to the noble heart of Fabiola were suppressed for a time by the exigencies of the moment. Her first care was to staunch the flowing blood with whatever was nearest at hand. While she was engaged in this work, there was a general rush of servants towards her apartment. The stupid porter had begun to be uneasy at Fulvius's long stay. The reader has now heard his real name. When he saw him dash out of the door like a maniac, and thought he perceived stains of blood upon his garment, he immediately gave the alarm to the entire household. Fabiola, by a gesture, stopped the crowd at the door of her room, and desired only Euphrosyne and her Greek maid to enter. The latter, since the influence of the black slave had been removed, had attached herself most affectionately to Syra, as we must still call her, and had, with great docility, listened to her moral instructions. A slave was instantly dispatched for the physician, who had always been sent for by Syra in illness, Dionysius, who, as we have already observed, lived in the house of Agnes. In the meantime, Fabiola had been overjoyed at finding the blood cease to flow so rapidly, and still more at seeing her servant open her eyes upon her, though only for a moment. She would not have exchanged for any wealth the sweet smile which accompanied that look. In a few minutes the kind physician arrived. He carefully examined the room, and pronounced favorably on it for the present. The blow, as aimed, would have gone straight to Fabiola's heart. But her loving servant, in spite of prohibition, had been hovering near her mistress during the whole day, never intruding, but anxious for any opportunity which might offer, of seconding those good impressions of grace which the morning's scenes could not fail to have produced. While in a neighbouring room she heard violent tones which were too familiar to her ears, and hastened noiselessly round, and within the curtain which covered the door of Fabiola's own apartment. She stood concealed in the dusk, on the very spot where Agnes had, a few months before, consoled her. She had not been there long when the last struggle commenced. While the man was pushing her mistress backwards, she followed him close behind, and as he was lifting his arm, passed him, and threw her body over that of his victim. The blow descended, but misdirected, through the shock she gave his arm, and it fell upon her neck, where it inflicted a deep wound, checked, however, by encountering the collarbone. We need not say what it cost her to make this sacrifice. Not the dread of pain, not the fear of death could for a moment have deterred her. It was the horror of imprinting on her brother's brow the mark of Cain, the making of him doubly a fratricide, which deeply anguished her. But she had offered her life for her mistress. To have fought with the assassin, whose strength and agility she knew, would have been useless. To try to alarm the house before one fatal blow was struck was hopeless, and nothing remained but to accomplish her immolation, by substituting herself for the intended victim. Still she wished to spare her brother the consummation of his crime, and in doing so manifested to Fabiola their relationship and their real names. In his blind fury he refused her credit, but the words, in their native tongue, which said, "Remember my scarf which you picked up here," brought back to his memory so terrible a domestic tale that had the earth opened a cavern in that moment before his feet, he would have leaped into it to bury his remorse and shame. Strange, too, it proved that he should not have ever allowed Eurotas to get possession of that family relic, but should, ever since he regained it, have kept it apart as a sacred thing, and when all else was being packed up, should have folded it up and put it in his breast. And now, in the act of drawing out his Eastern dagger, he had plucked this out too, and both were found upon the floor. Dionysius, immediately after dressing the wound and administering proper restoratives, which brought back consciousness, desired the patient to be left perfectly quiet, to see as few persons as possible, so as to prevent excitement, and to go on with the treatment which he prescribed until midnight. "I will call," he added, "very early in the morning, when I must see my patient alone." He whispered a few words in her ear, which seemed to do her more good than all his medicines, for her countenance brightened into an angelic smile. Fabiola had her placed in her own bed, and allotting to her attendants the outward room, reserved to herself exclusively the privilege, as she deemed it, of nursing the servant, to whom a few months before she could hardly feel grateful for having tended her in fever. She had informed the others how the wound had been inflicted, concealing the relationship between her assailant and her deliverer. Although herself exhausted and feverish, she would not leave the bedside of the patient, and when midnight was past, and no more remedies had to be administered, she sank to rest upon a low couch close to the bed. And now what were her thoughts when, in the dim light of a sick room, she opened her mind and heart to them? They were simple and earnest. She saw at once the reality and truth of all that her servant had ever spoken to her. When she last conversed with her, the principles which she heard with delight had appeared to her wholly beyond practice, beautiful theories, which could not be brought to action. When Miriam had described the sphere of virtue, wherein no approbation or reward of man was to be expected, but only the approving eye of God, she had admired the idea, which powerfully seized her generous mind, but she had rebelled against its becoming the constraining rule of hourly conduct. Yet if the stroke under which she cast herself had proved fatal, as it might easily have done, where would have been her reward? What then could have been her motive but that very theory, as it seemed, of responsibility to an unseen power? And when Miriam had discoursed of heroism and virtue as being its ordinary standard, how chimerical the principle had seemed! Yet here, without preparation, without forethought, without excitement, without glory, nay, with marked desire of concealment, this slave had performed a deed of self-sacrifice, heroic in every way. From what could that result but from habitual heroism of virtue, ready at any hour to do what would ennoble forever a soldier's name? She was no dreamer, then, no theorist, but a serious, real practicer of all that she taught. Could this be a philosophy? Oh no, it must be a religion, the religion of Agnes and of Sebastian, to whom she considered Miriam every way equal. How she longed to converse with her again! Early in the morning, according to his promise, the physician returned, and found his patient much improved. He desired to be left alone with her, when, having spread a linen cloth upon the table, and placed lighted tapers upon it, he drew from his bosom an embroidered scarf, and uncovered a golden box, the sacred contents of which she well knew. Approaching her, he said, "My dear child, as I promised you, I have now brought you, not merely the truest remedy of every ailment, bodily and spiritual, but the very physician himself, who by his word alone restoreth all things, whose touch opens the eyes of the blind and the ears of the deaf, whose will cleanses lepers, the hem of whose garments sends forth virtue to cure all. Are you ready to receive him?" "With all my heart," she replied, clasping her hands. "I long to possess him whom alone I have loved, in whom I have believed, to whom my heart belongs." "Does no anger or indignation exist in your soul against him who has injured you? Does any pride or vanity arise in your mind at the thought of what you have done, Or are you conscious of any other fault requiring humble confession and absolution before receiving the sacred gift into your breast? Full of imperfection and sin I know myself to be, venerable Father, but I am not conscious of any knowing offence. I have had no need to forgive him to whom you allude. I love him too much for that, and would willingly give my life to save him. And of what have I to be proud, a poor servant, who have only obeyed my Lord's commands? Invite then, my child, this Lord into your house, that coming he may heal you, and fill you with his grace. Approaching the table, he took from it a particle of the Blessed Eucharist, in the form of unleavened bread, which being dry, he moistened in water and placed within her lips. She closed them upon it, and remained for some time absorbed in contemplation. And thus did the holy Dionysius discharge his twofold office of physician and priest, attributed to him on his tomb. End of section 50. Section 51 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 32. The Sacrifice Accepted. Through the whole of that day the patient seemed occupied with deep but most pleasing thoughts. Fabiola, who never left her except for moments to give necessary directions, watched her countenance with a mixture of awe and delight. It appeared as if her servant's mind were removed from surrounding objects, and conversing in a totally different sphere. Now a smile passed like a sunbeam across her features, now a tear trembled in her eye, or flowed down her cheeks. Sometimes her pupils were raised and kept fixed on heaven for a considerable time, while a blissful look of perfect and calm enjoyment sat unvarying upon her. And then she would turn round with an expression of infinite tenderness towards her mistress, and hold out her hand to be clasped in hers. And Fabiola could sit thus for hours in silence, which was as yet prescribed, feeling it an honour, and thinking it did her good to be in contact with such a rare type of virtue. At length, in the course of the day, after giving her patient some nourishment, she said to her, smiling, "I think you are much better, Miriam, already. Your physician must have given you some wonderful medicine." "Indeed he has, my dearest mistress." Fabiola was evidently pained, and leaning over her, said softly, "Oh, do not, I entreat you, call me by such a title. If it has to be used, it should be by me towards you. But, in fact, it is no longer true, for what I long intended has now been done, and the instrument of your liberation has been ordered to be made out, not as a freedwoman, but as an ingenua, for such I know you are." Miriam looked her thanks, for fear of further hurting Fabiola's feelings, and they continued to be happy together in silence. Towards evening Dionysius returned, and found so great an improvement, that, ordering more nourishing food, he permitted a little quiet conversation. "I must now," said Fabiola, so soon as they were alone, "fulfil the first duty, which my heart has been burning to discharge, that of thanking you. I wish I knew a stronger word, not for the life which you have saved me, but for the magnanimous sacrifice which you made for it, and, let me add, the unequalled example of heroic virtue which alone inspired it." "After all, what have I done but simply duty? You had a right to my life, for a much less cause than to save yours," answered Miriam. "No doubt," responded Fabiola, "it appears so to you, who have been trained to the doctrine which overpowered me, that the most heroic acts ought to be considered by men as performances of ordinary duties." "And thereby," rejoined Miriam, "they cease to be what you have called them." "No, no," exclaimed Fabiola with enthusiasm, "do not try to make me mean and vile to my own heart, by teaching me to undervalue what I cannot but prize as an unrivalled act of virtue. I have been reflecting on it night and day since I witnessed it, and my heart has been yearning to speak to you of it, and even yet I dare not, or I should oppress your weakness with my overcharged feelings. It was noble, it was grand, it was beyond all reach of praise, though I know you do not want it. I cannot see any way in which the sublimeness of the act could have been enhanced, or human virtue rise one step higher." Miriam, who was now raised to a reclining position, took Fabiola's hand between both hers, and turning round towards her, in a soft and mild but most earnest tone, thus addressed her: "Good and gentle lady, for one moment listen to me. Not to depreciate what you are good enough to value, since it pains you to hear it, but to teach you how far we still are from what might have been done. Let me trace for you a parallel scene, but where all shall be reversed. Let it be a slave — pardon me, dear Fabiola, for another pang, I see it in your face, but it shall be the last — yes, a slave, brutish, ungrateful, rebellious to the most benign and generous of masters, and let the stroke, not of an assassin, but of the minister of justice, impend over his head. What would you call the act, how would you characterize the virtue of that master, if out of pure love, and that he might reclaim that wretched man, he should rush beneath the axe's blow, ay, and its preceding ignominious stripes, and leave written in his will that he made that slave heir to his titles and his wealth, and desired him to be considered as his brother? Oh, Miriam, Miriam, you have drawn a picture too sublime to be believed of man. You have not eclipsed your own deed, for I spoke of human virtue. To act as you have now described would require, if possible, that of a god." Miriam pressed the folded hand to her bosom, fixed on Fabiola's wondering eyes a look of heavenly inspiration, as she sweetly and solemnly replied: "And Jesus Christ, who did all this for man, was truly God." Fabiola covered her face with both her hands, and for a long time was silent. Miriam prayed earnestly in her own tranquil heart. "Miriam, I thank you from my soul," at length Fabiola said. "You have fulfilled your promise of guiding me. For some time I have only been fearing that you might not be a Christian, but it could not be. Now tell me, are those awful but sweet words which you just now uttered, which have sunk into my heart as deeply, as silently, and as irrevocably as a piece of gold dropped upon the surface of the still ocean goes down into its depths, are those words a mere part of the Christian system, or are they its essential principle? From a simple allegory, dear lady, your powerful mind has in one bound reached and grasped the master key of our whole teaching. The alembic of your fine understanding has extracted and condensed it into one thought, the most vital and prominent doctrines of Christianity. You have distilled them into their very essence. That man, God's creature and bondsman, rebelled against his Lord, that justice irresistible had doomed and pursued him, that this very Lord took the form of a servant, and in habit was found like a man, that in this form he suffered stripes, buffets, mockery, and shameful death, became the Crucified One, as men here call him, and thereby rescued man from his fate, and gave him part in his own riches and kingdom. All this is comprised in the words that I have spoken. And you have reached the right conclusion. Only God could have performed so godlike an action, or have offered so sublime an expiation." Fabiola was again wrapped up in silent thought, till she timidly asked: "And was it to this that you referred, in Campania, when you spoke of God alone being a victim worthy of God?" "Yes, but I further alluded to the continuation of that sacrifice, even in our own days, by a marvellous dispensation of an all powerful love. However, on this I must not yet speak." Fabiola resumed: "I every moment see how all that you have ever spoken to me coheres and fits together, like the parts of one plant, all springing one from another. I thought it bore only the lovely flowers of an elegant theory. You have shown me in your conduct how these can ripen into sweet and solid fruit. In the doctrine which you have just explained, I seem to myself to find the noble stem from which all the others branch forth, even to that very fruit. For who would refuse to do for another what is much less than God has done for him? But, Miriam, there is a deep and unseen root whence springs all this, possibly dark beyond contemplation, deep beyond reach, complex beyond man's power to unravel, yet perhaps simple to a confiding mind. If, in my present ignorance, I can venture to speak, it should be vast enough to occupy all nature, rich enough to fill creation with all that is good and perfect in it, strong enough to bear the growth of your noble tree till its summit reach above the stars and its branches to the ends of earth. I mean your idea of that God, whom you made me fear when you spoke to me as a philosopher of Him, and taught me to know as the ever-present watchman and judge, but whom I am sure you will make me love when, as a Christian, you exhibit Him to me as the root and origin of such boundless tenderness and mercy. Without some deep mystery in His nature as yet unknown to me, I cannot fully apprehend that wonderful doctrine of man's purchase." "Fabiola," responded Miriam, "more learned teachers than I should undertake the instruction of one so gifted and so acute. But will you believe me if I attempt to give you some explanation?" "Miriam," replied Fabiola, with strong emphasis, "one who is ready to die for another will certainly not deceive him." "And now," rejoined the patient, smiling, "you have again seized a great principle, that of faith. I will, therefore, be only the simple narrator of what Jesus Christ, who truly died for us, has taught us. You will believe my word only as that of a faithful witness; you will accept His as that of an unerring God." Fabiola bowed her head and listened with reverential mind to her, in whom she had long honored a teacher of marvellous wisdom, which she drew from some unknown school, but whom now she almost worshipped as an angel, who could open to her the floodgates of the eternal ocean, whose waters are the unfathomable wisdom overflowing on earth. Miriam expounded, in the simple terms of Catholic teaching, the sublime doctrine of the Trinity. Then, after relating the fall of man, unfolded the mystery of the Incarnation, giving, in the very words of St. John, the history of the Eternal Word, till He was made flesh and dwelt among men. Often was she interrupted by the expressions of admiration or assent which her pupil uttered, never by cavil or doubt. Philosophy had given place to religion, captiousness to docility, incredulity to faith. But now a sadness seemed to have come over Fabiola's heart. Miriam read it in her looks, and asked her its cause. "I hardly dare tell you," she replied, "but all that you have related to me is so beautiful, so divine, that it seems to me necessarily to end here. The Word, what a noble name that is! The expression of God's love, the externation of His wisdom, the evidence of His power, the very breath of His life-giving life, which is Himself becometh flesh. Who shall furnish it to Him? Shall He take up the cast-off slough of a tainted humanity, or shall a new manhood be created expressly for Him? Shall He take His place in a double genealogy, receiving thus into Himself a twofold tide of corruption? And shall there be any one on earth daring and high enough to call himself His Father?" "No," softly whispered Miriam, "but there shall be one holy enough and humble enough to be worthy to call herself His Mother. Almost 800 years before the Son of God came into the world, a prophet spoke and recorded His words, and deposited the record of them in the hands of the Jews, Christ's inveterate enemies. And His words were these: 'Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and His name shall be called Emmanuel,' which in the Hebrew language signifies 'God with us,' that is, with men." This prophecy was of course fulfilled in the conception and birth of God's Son on earth. "And who was she?" asked Fabiola with great reverence. "One whose very name is blessed by every one that truly loves her Son. Mary is the name by which you will know her. Miriam, its original in her own tongue, is the one by which I honor her. Well, you may suppose, was she prepared for such high destiny by holiness and virtue, not as cleansed, but as ever clean, not as purified, but as always pure, not freed, but exempted from sin. The tide of which you spoke found before her the dam of an eternal decree, which could not brook that the holiness of God should mingle with what it could only redeem by keeping extraneous to itself. Bright as the blood of Adam, when the breath of God sent it sparkling through his veins, pure as the flesh of Eve, while standing yet in the mold of the Almighty hands, as they drew it from the side of the slumbering man, were the blood and the flesh, which the Spirit of God formed into the glorious humanity that Mary gave to Jesus. And after this glorious privilege granted to our sex, are you surprised that many, like your sweet Agnes, should have chosen this peerless Virgin as the pattern of their lives, should find in her whom God so elected the model of every virtue, in preference to allowing themselves to be yoked, even by the tenderest of ties, to the chariot wheels of this world, seek to fly upwards on wings of undivided love like hers? After a pause and some reflection, Miriam proceeded briefly to detail the history of our Saviour's birth, His laborious youth, His active but suffering public life, and then His ignominious passion. Often was the narrative interrupted by the tears and sobs of the willing listener and ready learner. At last the time for rest had come, when Fabiola humbly asked, "Are you too fatigued to answer one question more?" "No," was the cheerful reply. "What hope," said Fabiola, "can there be for one who cannot say she was ignorant, for she pretended to know everything, nor that she neglected to learn, for she affected eagerness after every sort of knowledge, but can only confess that she scorned the true wisdom and blasphemed its giver, for one who has scoffed at the very torments which prove the love, and sneered at the death which was the ransoming of Him whom she has mocked at as the Crucified?" A flood of tears stopped her speech. Miriam waited till their relieving flow had subsided into that gentler dew which softens the heart, then in soothing tones addressed her as follows: "In the days of our Lord there lived a woman who bore the same name as His spotless Mother, but she had sinned publicly, degradingly, as you, Fabiola, would abhor to sin. She became acquainted, we know not how, with her Redeemer. In the secrecy of her own heart she contemplated earnestly, till she came to love intensely, His gracious and condescending familiarity with sinners, and His singular indulgence and forgiveness to the fallen. She loved and loved still more, and, forgetting herself, she only thought how she might manifest her love, so that it might bring honor, however slight, to Him, and shame, however great, on herself. She went into the house of a rich man, where the usual courtesies of hospitality had been withheld from its divine guest, into the house of a haughty man who spurned, in the presumption of his heart, the public sinner. She supplied the attentions which had been neglected to Him whom she loved, and she was scorned, as she expected, for her obtrusive sorrow. How did she do this, Miriam? She knelt at His feet as He sat at table. She poured out upon them a flood of tears. She wiped them with her luxurious hair. She kissed them fervently, and she anointed them with rich perfume. And what was the result? She was defended by Jesus against the carping gibes of His host. She was told that she was forgiven on account of her love, and was dismissed with kindest comfort. And what became of her? When, on Calvary, He was crucified, two women were privileged to stand close to Him, Mary the sinless, and Mary the penitent, to show how unsullied and repentant love may walk hand in hand beside Him who said that He had come to call not the just, but sinners to repentance. No more was said that night. Miriam, fatigued with her exertion, sank into a placid slumber. Fabiola sat by her side, filled to her heart's brim with this tale of love. She pondered over it again and again, and she still saw more and more how every part of this wonderful system was consistent. For if Miriam had been ready to die for her in imitation of her Saviour's love, so had she been as ready to forgive her when she had thoughtlessly injured her. Every Christian, she now felt, ought to be a copy, a representative of his Master. But the one who slumbered so tranquilly beside her was surely true to her model, and might well represent him to her. When, after some time, Miriam awoke, she found her mistress, for her patent of freedom was not yet completed, lying at her feet, over which she had sobbed herself to sleep. She understood at once the full meaning and merit of this self-humiliation. She did not stir, but thanked God with a full heart that her sacrifice had been accepted. Fabiola, on awakening, crept back to her own couch, as she thought, unobserved. A secret, sharp pang it had cost her to perform this act of self-abasement, but she had thoroughly humbled the pride of her heart. She felt for the first time that her heart was Christian. End of section 51. Section 52 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd, Conflict, Chapter 33, Miriam's History. The next morning when Dionysius came, he found both patient and nurse so radiant and so happy that he congratulated them both on having had a good night's rest. Both laughed at the idea, but concurred in saying that it had been the happiest night of their lives. Dionysius was surprised, till Miriam, taking the hand of Fabiola, said, "Venerable priest of God, I confide to your fatherly care this catechumen, who desires to be fully instructed in the mysteries of our holy faith, and to be regenerated by the waters of eternal salvation." "What?" asked Fabiola, amazed. "Are you more than a physician?" "I am, my child," the old man replied. "Unworthily I hold likewise the higher office of a priest in God's Church." Fabiola unhesitatingly knelt before him and kissed his hand. The priest placed his right hand upon her head and said to her, "Be of good courage, daughter. You are not the first of your house whom God has brought into His holy Church. It is now many years since I was called in here, under the guise of a physician, by a former servant, now no more, but in reality it was to baptize, a few hours before her death, the wife of Fabius." "My mother!" exclaimed Fabiola. "She died immediately after giving me birth. And did she die a Christian?" "Yes, and I doubt not that her spirit has been hovering about you through life by the side of the angel who guards you, guiding you unseen to this blessed hour. And before the throne of God she has been unceasing in her supplications on your behalf." Joy tenfold filled the breasts of the two friends, and after arrangements had been made with Dionysius for the necessary instructions and preparations for Fabiola's admission to baptism, she went up to the side of Miriam, and taking her hand, said to her in a low, soft voice, "Miriam, may I from henceforth call you sister?" A pressure of the hand was the only reply which she could give. With their mistress, the old nurse Euphrosyne, and the Greek slave, placed themselves, as we now say, under instruction, to receive baptism on Easter Eve. Now must we forget one who was already enrolled in the list of catechumens, and whom Fabiola had taken home with her and kept, Emerentiana, the foster sister of Agnes. It was her delight to make herself useful, by being the ready messenger between the sick room and the rest of the house. During her illness, as her strength improved, Miriam imparted many particulars of her previous life to Fabiola, and as they will throw some light on our preceding narrative, we will give her history in a continuous form. Some years before our story commenced, there lived in Antioch a man who, though not of ancient family, was rich and moved in the highest circles of that most luxurious city. To keep his position he was obliged to indulge in great expense, and from want of strict economy he had gradually become oppressed with debt. He was married to a lady of great virtue, who became a Christian, at first secretly, and afterwards continued so with her husband's reluctant consent. In the meantime their two children, a son and daughter, had received their domestic education under her care. The former, Orontius, so called from the favorite stream which watered the city, was 15 when his father first discovered his wife's religion. He had learnt much from his mother of the doctrines of Christianity, and had been with her an attendant on Christian worship, and hence he possessed a dangerous knowledge, of which he afterwards made so fatal a use. But he had not the least inclination to embrace the doctrines or adopt the practices of Christianity, nor would he hear of preparing for baptism. He was wilful and artful, with no love for any restraint upon his passions, or for any strict morality. He looked forward to distinction in the world, and to his full share in all its enjoyments. He had been, and continued to be, highly educated, and besides the Greek language, then generally spoken at Antioch, he was acquainted with Latin, which he spoke readily and gracefully, as we have seen, though with a slight foreign accent. In the family, the vernacular idiom was used with servants, and often in familiar conversation. Orontius was not sorry when his father removed him from his mother's control, and insisted that he should continue to follow the dominant and favored religion of the state. As to the daughter, who was 3 years younger, he did not so much care. He deemed it foolish and unmanly to take much trouble about religion. To change it especially, or abandon that of the empire, was, he thought, a sign of weakness. But women being more imaginative and more under the sway of the feelings, might be indulged in any fancies of this sort. Accordingly, he permitted his daughter Miriam, whose name was Syrian, as the mother belonged to a rich family from Edessa, to continue in the free exercise of her new faith. She became, in addition to her high mental cultivation, a model of virtue, simple and unpretending. It was a period, we may observe, in which the city of Antioch was renowned for the learning of its philosophers, some of whom were eminent as Christians. A few years later, when the son had reached manhood and had abundantly unfolded his character, the mother died. Before her end she had seen symptoms of her husband's impending ruin, and, determined that her daughter should not be dependent on his careless administration, nor on her son's ominous selfishness and ambition, she secured effectually, from the covetousness of both, her own large fortune, which was settled on her daughter. She resisted every influence and every art employed to induce her to release this property, or allow it to merge in the family resources, and be made available towards relieving their embarrassments. And on her deathbed, among other solemn parental injunctions, she laid this on her daughter's filial sense of duty, that she never would allow, after coming of age, any alteration in this arrangement. Matters grew worse and worse, creditors pressed, property had been injudiciously disposed of, when a mysterious person called Eurotas made his appearance in the family. No one but its head seemed to know him, and he evidently looked upon him as at once a blessing and a curse, the bearer both of salvation and of ruin. The reader is in possession of Eurotas's own revelations. It is sufficient to add, that being the elder brother, but conscious that his rough, morose, and sinister character did not fit him for sustaining the position of head of the family, and administering quietly a settled property, and having a haughty ambition to raise his house into a nobler rank, and increase even its riches, he took but a moderate sum of money as capital, vanished for years, embarked in the desperate traffic of interior Asia, penetrated into China and India, and came back home with a large fortune and a collection of rare gems, which helped his nephew's brief career, but misguided him to ruin in Rome. Eurotas, instead of a rich family into which to pour superfluous wealth, found only a bankrupt house to save from ruin. But his family pride prevailed, and after many reproaches and bitter quarrels with his brother, but concealed from all else, he paid off his debts by the extinction of his own capital, and thus virtually became master of all the wreck of his brother's property, and of the entire family. After a few years of weary life, the father sickened and died. On his deathbed he told Dionysius that he had nothing to leave him, that all he had lived on for some years, the very house over his head, belonged to his friend Eurotas, whose relationship he did not further explain, whom he must look up to entirely for support and guidance. The youth thus found himself, while full of pride, ambition, and voluptuousness, in the hands of a cold-hearted, remorseless, and no less ambitious man, who soon prescribed as the basis of mutual confidence absolute submission to his will, while he should act in the capacity of an inferior, and the understood principle that nothing was too great or too little, nothing too good or too wicked to be done, to restore family position and wealth. To stay at Antioch was impossible after the ruin which had overtaken the house. With a good capital in hand, much might be done elsewhere. But now even the sale of all left would scarcely cover the liabilities discovered after the father's death. There was still untouched the sister's fortune, and both agreed that this must be got from her. Every artifice was tried, every persuasion employed, but she simply and firmly resisted, both in obedience to her mother's dying orders, and because she had in view the establishment of a house for consecrated virgins, in which she intended to pass her days. She was now just of legal age to dispose of her own property. She offered them every advantage that she could give them, proposed that for a time they should all live together upon her means. But this did not answer their purpose, and when every other course had failed, Eurotas began to hint that one who stood so much in their way should be got rid of at any cost. Dionysius shuddered at the first proposal of the thought. Eurotas familiarized him gradually with it, till, shrinking yet from the actual commission of fratricide, he thought he had almost done something virtuous, as the brothers of Joseph imagined they did by adopting a slower and less sanguinary method of dealing with an obnoxious brother. Stratagem and unseen violence, of which no law could take cognizance, and which no one would dare reveal, offered him the best chance of success. Among the privileges of Christians in the first ages, we have already mentioned that of reserving the Blessed Sacrament at home for domestic communion. We have described the way in which it was enfolded in an orarium, or linen cloth, again often preserved in a richer cover. This precious gift was kept in a chest, arca, with a lid, as St. Cyprian has informed us. Orontius well knew this, and he was moreover aware that its contents were more prized than silver or gold; that, as the Fathers tell us, to drop negligently a crumb of the consecrated bread was considered a crime; and that the name of pearl, which was given to the smallest fragment, showed that it was so precious in a Christian's eyes, that he would part with all he possessed to rescue it from sacrilegious profanation. The scarf, richly embroidered with pearls, which has more than once affected our narrative, was the outer covering in which Miriam's mother had preserved this treasure, and her daughter valued it both as a dear inheritance and as a consecrated object, for she continued its use. One day, early in the morning, she knelt before her ark, and after fervent preparation by prayer, proceeded to open it. To her dismay, she found it already unlocked, and her treasure gone. Like Mary Magdalene at the sepulchre, she wept bitterly, because they had taken her Lord, and she knew not where they had laid him. Like her, too, as she was weeping, she stooped down, and looked again into her ark, and found a paper which in the confusion of the first glance she had overlooked. It informed her that what she sought was safe in her brother's hands, and might be ransomed. She ran at once to him where he was closeted with the dark man, in whose presence she always trembled, threw herself on her knees before him, and entreated him to restore what she valued more than all her wealth. He was on the point of yielding to her tears and supplications, when Eurotas fixed his stern eye upon him, overawed him, then himself addressed her, saying: "Miriam, we take you at your word. We wish to put the earnestness and reality of your faith to a sufficient test. Are you truly sincere in what you offer?" "I will surrender any thing, all I have, to rescue from profanation the Holy of Holies." "Then sign that paper," said Eurotas with a sneer. She took the pen in her hand, and after running her eye over the document, signed it. It was a surrender of her entire property to Eurotas. Orontius was furious when he saw himself overreached by the man to whom he had suggested the snare for his sister. But it was too late. He was only the faster in his unsparing gripe. A more formal renunciation of her rights was exacted from Miriam, with the formalities required by the Roman law. For a short time she was treated soothingly. Then hints began to be given to her of the necessity of moving, as Orontius and his friend intended to proceed to Nicomedia, the imperial residence. She asked to be sent to Jerusalem, where she would obtain admission into some community of holy women. She was accordingly embarked on board a vessel, the captain of which bore a suspicious character, and was very sparingly supplied with means. But she bore round her neck what she had given proof of valuing more than any wealth. For as St. Ambrose relates of his brother Satyrus, yet a catechumen, Christians carried round their necks the Holy Eucharist when embarking for a voyage. We need not say that Miriam bore it securely folded in the only thing of price she cared to take from her father's house. When the vessel was out at sea, instead of coasting towards Joppe or any port on the coast, the captain stood straight out, as if making for some distant shore. What his purpose was, it was difficult to conjecture, but his few passengers became alarmed, and a serious altercation ensued. This was cut short by a sudden storm. The vessel was carried forward at the mercy of the winds for some days, and then dashed to pieces on a rocky island near Cyprus. Like Satyrus, Miriam attributed her reaching the shore in safety to the precious burden which she bore. She was almost the only survivor. At least she saw no other person saved. Those, therefore, that did live besides, on returning to Antioch, reported her death, together with that of the remaining passengers and crew. She was picked up on the shore by men who lived on such spoil. Destitute and friendless, she was sold to a trader in slaves, taken to Tarsus on the mainland, and again sold to a person of high rank, who treated her with kindness. After a short time, Fabius instructed one of his agents in Asia to procure a slave of polished manners and virtuous character, if possible, at any price, to attend on his daughter, and Miriam, under the name of Syra, came to bring salvation to the house of Fabiola. End of section 52. Section 53 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 2nd. Conflict. Chapter 34. Bright Death. It was a few days after the occurrences related in our last chapter, but one, that Fabiola was told that an old man in great anguish, real or pretended, desired to speak with her. On going down to him and asking him his name and business, he replied: "My name, noble lady, is Ephraim, and I have a large debt secured on the property of the late Lady Agnes, which I understand is now passed into your hands, and I am come therefore to claim it from you, for otherwise I am a ruined man." "How is that possible?" asked Fabiola in amazement. "I cannot believe that my cousin ever contracted debts." "No, not she," rejoined the usurer, a little abashed, "but a gentleman called Fulvius, to whom the property was to come by confiscation, so I advanced him large sums upon it." Her first impulse was to turn the man out of the house, but the thought of the sister came to her mind, and she civilly said to him: "Whatever debts Fulvius has contracted I will discharge, but with only legal interest, and without regard to usurious contracts." "But think of the risks I ran, madam. I have been most moderate in my rates, I assure you." "Well," she answered, "call on my steward, and he shall settle all. You are running no risks now at least." She gave instructions accordingly to the freedman who managed her affairs, to pay this sum on those conditions, which reduced it to one half the demand. But she soon engaged him in a more laborious task, that of going through the whole of her late father's accounts, and ascertaining every case of injury or oppression, that restitution might be made; and further, having ascertained that Corvinus had really obtained the imperial rescript through his father, by which her own lawful property was saved from confiscation, though she refused ever to see him, she bestowed upon him such a remuneration as would ensure him comfort through life. These temporal matters being soon disposed of, she divided her attention between the care of the patient and preparation for her Christian initiation. To promote Miriam's recovery, she removed her, with a small portion of her household, to a spot dear to both, the Nomentan villa. The spring had set in, and Miriam could have her couch brought to the window, or, in the warmest part of the day, could even be carried down into the garden before the house, where, with Fabiola on one side, and Emerentiana on the other, and poor Molossus, who had lost all his spirit, at her feet, they would talk of friends lost, and especially of her with whom every object around was associated in their memories. And no sooner was the name of Agnes mentioned, than her old faithful guard would prick up his ears and wag his tail, and look around him. They would also frequently discourse on Christian subjects, when Miriam would follow up, humbly and unpretendingly, but with the warm glow which had first charmed Fabiola, the instructions given by the holy Dionysius. Thus, for instance, when he had been treating of the virtue and meaning of the sign of the cross to be used in baptism, whether on the forehead of believers, or over the water by which they were to be regenerated, or the oil with which, as well as the chrism, they were anointed, or the sacrifice by which they are fed, Miriam explained to the catechumens its more domestic and practical use, and exhorted them to practice faithfully what all good Christians did, that is, to make this holy sign upon themselves already, in the course and at the beginning of every work, on coming in and going out, when putting on their clothes or sandals, when they washed, sat down to table, lighted their lamp, lay down in bed, or sat on a chair, in whatever conversation they should be engaged. But it was observed with pain by all but Fabiola that the patient, though the wound had healed, did not gain strength. It is often the mother or sister that is last to see the slow waste of illness in child or sister. Love is so hopeful and so blind. There was a hectic flush on her cheek, she was emaciated and weak, and a slight cough was heard from time to time. She lay long awake, and she desired to have her bed so placed that from early dawn she could look out upon one spot more fair to them all than the richest parterre. There had long been in the villa an entrance to the cemetery on this road, but from this time it had already received the name of Agnes, for near its entrance had this holy martyr been buried. Her body rested in a cubiculum or chamber under an arched tomb. Just above the entrance into this chamber, and in the middle of the grounds, was an opening surrounded above by a low parapet, concealed by shrubs, which gave light and air to the room below. Towards this point Miriam loved to look, as the nearest approach she could make, in her infirm health, to the sepulchre of one whom she so much venerated and loved. Early one morning, beautiful and calm, for it wanted but a few weeks to Easter, she was looking in that direction, when she observed half a dozen young men, who on their way to Angle in the neighbouring Anio, were taking a short cut across the villa, and so committing a trespass. They passed by this opening, and one of them, having looked down, called the others, "This is one of those underground lurking places of the Christians, one of their rabbit holes into the burrow." "Let us go in," said one. "Yes, and how shall we get up again?" asked a second. This dialogue she could not hear, but she saw what followed it. One who had looked down more carefully, shading his eyes from the light, called the others to do the same, but with gestures that enjoined silence. In a moment they pulled down large stones from the rockwork of a fountain close at hand, and threw down a volley of them at something below. They laughed very heartily as they went away, and Miriam supposed that they had seen some serpent or other noxious animal below, and had amused themselves with pelting it. When others were stirring, she mentioned the occurrence, that the stones might be removed. Fabiola went down herself with a few servants, for she was jealous of the custody of Agnes's tomb. What was her distress on finding poor Emerentiana gone down to pray at her foster sister's tomb, lying weltering in her blood, and perfectly dead. It was discovered that, the evening before, passing by some pagan orgies near the river, and being invited to join in them, she had not only refused, but had reproached the partakers in them with their wickedness, and with their cruelties to Christians. They assailed her with stones, and grievously wounded her, but she escaped from their fury into the villa. Feeling herself faint and wounded, she crept unnoticed to the tomb of Agnes, there to pray. She had been unable to move away, when some of her former assailants discovered her. Those brutal pagans had anticipated the ministry of the Church, and had conferred upon her the baptism of blood. She was buried near Agnes, and the modest peasant child received the honour of annual commemoration among the saints. Fabiola and her companions went through the usual course of preparation, though abridged on account of the persecution, by living at the very entrance into a cemetery, and one furnished with such large churches. They were enabled to pass through the 3 stages of catechumenship. First they were hearers, admitted to be present while the lessons were read, then kneelers, who assisted at a portion of the liturgical prayers, and lastly elect, or petitioners for baptism. Once in this last class, they had to attend frequently in church, but more particularly on the 3 Wednesdays following the first, the 4th, and the last Sundays in Lent, on which days the Roman Missal yet retains a second collect and lesson, derived from this custom. Any one perusing the present rite of baptism in the Catholic Church, especially that of adults, will see condensed into one office what used to be anciently distributed through a variety of functions. On one day the renunciation of Satan was made, previous to its repetition just before baptism; on another the touching of the ears and nostrils, or the ephata, as it was called. There were repeated exorcisms and genuflections, and signings of crosses on the forehead and body, breathings upon the candidate, and other mysterious rites. More solemn still was the unction, which was not confined to the head, but extended to the whole body. The Creed was also faithfully learnt, and committed to memory, but the doctrine of the Blessed Eucharist was not imparted till after baptism. In these multiplied preparatory exercises, the penitential time of Lent passed quickly and solemnly, till at last Easter Eve arrived. It does not fall to our lot to describe the ceremonial of the Church and the administration of the sacraments. The liturgical system received its great developments after peace had been gained, and much that belongs to outward forms and splendor was incompatible with the bitter persecution which the Church was undergoing. It is enough for us to have shown how not only doctrines and great sacred rites, but how even ceremonies and accessories were the same in the 3 first centuries as now. If our example is thought worth following, someone will perhaps illustrate a brighter period than we have chosen. The baptism of Fabiola and her household had nothing to cheer it but purely spiritual joy. The titles in the city were all closed, and among them that of St. Pastor, with its papal baptistry. Early, therefore, on the morning of the auspicious day, the party crept round the walls to the opposite side of the city, and following the Via Portuensis, or road that led to the port at the mouth of the Tiber, turned into a vineyard near Caesar's gardens, and descended into the cemetery of Pontianus, celebrated as the resting place of the Persian martyrs, Saints Abdon and Sinan. The morning was spent in prayer and preparation, when towards evening the solemn office, which was to be protracted through the night, commenced. When the time for the administration of baptism arrived, it was indeed but a dreary celebration that it introduced. Deep in the bowels of the earth, the waters of a subterranean stream had been gathered into a square well or cistern, from 4 to 5 feet deep. They were clear, indeed, but cold and bleak, if we may use the expression, in their subterranean bath, formed out of the tufa, or volcanic rock. A long flight of steps led down to this rude baptistry. A small ledge at the side sufficed for the minister and the candidate, who was thrice immersed in the purifying waters. The whole remains to this day, just as it was then, except that over the water is now to be seen a painting of St. John baptizing our Lord, added probably a century or 2 later. Immediately after baptism followed confirmation, and then the neophyte or newborn child of the Church, after due instruction, was admitted for the first time to the table of his Lord, and nourished with the bread of angels. It was not till late on Easter Day that Fabiola returned to her villa, and a long and silent embrace was her first greeting of Miriam. Both were so happy, so blissful, so fully repaid for all that they had been to one another for months, that no words could give expression to their feelings. Fabiola's grand idea and absorbing pride that day was, that now she had risen to the level of her former slave, not in virtue, not in beauty of character, not in greatness of mind, not in heavenly wisdom, not in merit before God. Oh no! In all this she felt herself infinitely her inferior. But as a child of God, as heirs to an eternal kingdom, as living member of the body of Christ, as admitted to a share in all His mercies, to all the price of His redemption, as a new creature in Him, she felt that she was equal to Miriam, and with happy glee she told her so. Never had she been so proud of splendid garment as she was of the white robe which she had received as she came out of the font, and which she had to wear for 8 days. But a merciful Father knows how to blend our joys and sorrows, and sends us the latter when He has best prepared us for them. In that warm embrace which we have mentioned, she for the first time noticed the shortened breath and heaving chest of her dear sister. She would not dwell upon it in her thoughts, but sent to beg Dionysius to come on the morrow. That evening they all kept their Easter banquet together, and Fabiola felt happy to preside at Miriam's side, over a table, at which reclined or sat her own converted slaves, and those of Agnes's household, all of whom she had retained. She never remembered having enjoyed so delightful a supper. Early next morning Miriam called Fabiola to her side, and with a fond, caressing manner, which she had never before displayed, said to her, "My dear sister, what will you do when I have left you?" Poor Fabiola was overpowered with grief. "Are you then going to leave me? I had hoped we should live for ever as sisters together. But if you wish to leave Rome, may I not accompany you, at least to nurse you, to serve you?" Miriam smiled, but a tear was in her eye, as taking her sister's hand, she pointed up towards heaven. Fabiola understood her, and said, "Oh, no, no, dearest sister! Pray to God, who will refuse you nothing, that I may not lose you. It is selfish, I know, but what can I do without you? And now, too, that I have learnt how much they who reign with Christ can do for us by intercession, I will pray to Agnes and Sebastian to interpose for me and avert so great a calamity. Do get well. I am sure there is nothing serious in the matter. The warm weather and the genial climate of Campania will soon restore you. We will sit again together by the spring, and talk over better things than philosophy." Miriam shook her head, not mournfully, but cheerfully, as she replied, "Do not flatter yourself, dearest. God has spared me till I should see this happy day. But His hand is on me now for death, as it has been hitherto for life, and I hail it with joy. I know too well the number of my days." "Oh, let it not be so soon!" sobbed out Fabiola. "Not while you have on your white garment, dear sister," answered Miriam. "I know you would wish to mourn for me, but I would not rob you of 1 hour of your mystic whiteness." Dionysius came, and saw a great change in his patient, whom he had not visited for some time. It was as he had feared it might be. The insidious point of the dagger had curled round the bone, and injured the pleura, and phthisis had rapidly set in. He confirmed Miriam's most serious anticipations. Fabiola went to pray for resignation at the sepulchre of Agnes. She prayed long and fervently, and with many tears, then returned. "Sister," she said with firmness, "God's will be done. I am ready to resign even you to Him. Now tell me, I entreat you, what would you have me do after you are taken from me?" Miriam looked up to heaven, and answered, "Lay my body at the feet of Agnes, and remain to watch over us, to pray to her and for me, until a stranger shall arrive from the East, the bearer of good tidings." On the Sunday following, Sunday of the White Garments, Dionysius celebrated by special permission the sacred mysteries in Miriam's room, and administered to her the Most Holy Communion, as her Viaticum. This private celebration, as we know from St. Augustine and others, was not a rare privilege. Afterwards he anointed her with oil, accompanied by prayer, the least sacrament which the Church bestows. Fabiola and the household who had attended these solemn rites with tears and prayers now descended into the crypt, and after the divine offices returned to Miriam in their darker raiment. "The hour is come," said she, taking Fabiola's hand. "Forgive me if I have been wanting in duty to you, and in good example." This was more than Fabiola could stand, and she burst into tears. Miriam soothed her, and said, "Put to my lips the sign of salvation, when I can speak no more. And, good Dionysius, remember me at God's altar when I am departed." He prayed at her side, and she replied, till at length her voice failed her. But her lips moved, and she pressed him on the cross presented to her. She looked serene and joyful, till at length, raising her hand to her forehead, then bringing it to her breast, it fell dead there, and making the saving sign. A smile passed over her face, and she expired, as thousands of Christ's children have expired since. Fabiola mourned much over her, but this time she mourned as they do who have hope. End of section 53. Section 54 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Part Third, Victory. Chapter 1. The Stranger from the East. We appear to ourselves to be walking in solitude. One by one, those whose words and actions, and even thoughts, have hitherto accompanied and sustained us, have dropped off, and the prospect around very dreary. But is all this unnatural? We have been describing not an ordinary period of peace and everyday life, but one of warfare, strife, and battle. Is it unnatural that the bravest, the most heroic, should have fallen thick around us? We have been reviving the memory of the cruelest persecution which the Church ever suffered, when it was proposed to erect a column bearing the inscription that the Christian name had been extinguished. Is it strange that the holiest and purest should have been the earliest to be crowned? And yet the Church of Christ has still to sustain many years of sharper persecution than we have described. A succession of tyrants and oppressors kept up the fearful war upon her without intermission, in one part of the world or another for 20 years, even after Constantine had checked it wherever his power reached. Diocletian, Galerius, Maximinus, and Licinius in the east, Maximian and Maxentius in the west, allowed no rest to the Christians under their several dominions. Like one of those rolling storms which go over half the world, visiting various countries with their ravaging energy, while their gloomy foreboding or solemn wake simultaneously overshadow them all, so did this persecution wreak its fury first on one country, then on another, destroying everything Christian, passing from Italy to Africa, from Upper Asia to Palestine, Egypt, and then back to Armenia, while it left no place in actual peace, but hung like a blighting storm cloud over the entire empire. And yet the Church increased, prospered, and defied this world of sin. Pontiff stepped after pontiff at once upon the footstool of the papal throne and upon the scaffold. Councils were held in the dark halls of the Catacombs. Bishops came to Rome, at risk of their lives, to consult the successor of St. Peter. Letters were exchanged between churches far distant and the supreme ruler of Christendom, and between different churches, full of sympathy, encouragement, and affection. Bishop succeeded bishop in his see, and ordained priests and other ministers to take the place of the fallen, and be a mark set upon the bulwarks of the city for the enemy's aim, and the work of Christ's imperishable kingdom went on without interruption and without fear of extinction. Indeed, it was in the midst of all these alarms and conflicts that the foundations were being laid of a mighty system, destined to produce stupendous effects in after ages. The persecution drove many from the cities into the deserts of Egypt, where the monastic state grew up, so as to make the wilderness rejoice and flourish like the lily bud forth and blossom, and rejoice with joy and praise. And so, when Diocletian had been degraded from the purple and had died a peevish, destitute old man, and Galerius had been eaten up alive by ulcers and worms, and had acknowledged by public edict the failure of his attempts, and Maximian Hercules had strangled himself, and Maxentius had perished in the Tiber, and Maximinus had expired amidst torture inflicted by divine justice, equal to any he had inflicted on Christians, his very eyes having started from their sockets, and Licinius had been put to death by Constantine. The spouse of Christ, whom they had all conspired to destroy, stood young and blooming as ever, about to enter into her great career of universal diffusion and rule. It was in the year 313 that Constantine, having defeated Maxentius, gave full liberty to the Church. Even if ancient writers had not described it, we may imagine the joy and gratitude of the poor Christians on this great change. It was like the coming forth, in tearful though happy greeting, of the inhabitants of a city decimated by plague, when proclamation has gone forth that the infection has ceased. For here, after 10 years of separation and concealment, when families could scarcely meet in the cemeteries nearest to them, many did not know who among their friends or kinsfolk had fallen victims, or who might yet survive. Timid at first, and then more courageous, they ventured forth. Soon the places of old assembly, which children born in the last 10 years had not seen, were cleansed or repaired, refitted and reconciled, and open to public and now fearless worship. Constantine also ordered all property, public or private, belonging to Christians and confiscated, to be restored, but with the wise provision that the actual holders should be indemnified by the imperial treasury. The Church was soon in motion to bring out all the resources of her beautiful forms and institutions, and either the existing basilicas were converted to her uses, or new ones were built on the most cherished spots of Rome. Let not the reader fear that we are going to lead him forward into a long history. This will belong to someone better qualified for the task of unfolding the grandeur and charms of free and unfettered of Christianity. We have only to show the land and promise from above, spread like an inviting paradise before our feet. We are not the Josue that must lead others in. The little that we have to add in this brief third part of our humble book is barely what is necessary for its completion. We will then suppose ourselves arrived at the year 318, 15 years after our last scene of death. Time and permanent laws have given security to the Christian religion, and the Church is likewise more fully establishing her organization. Many who on the return of peace had hung down their heads, having by some act of weak condescension escaped death, had by this time expiated their fall by penance, and now and then an aged stranger would be saluted reverently by the passers-by, when they saw that his right eye had been burned out, or his hand mutilated, or when his halting gait showed that the tendons of the knee had been severed, in the late persecution, for Christ's sake. If at this period a friendly reader will follow us out of the Nomentan gate to the valley with which he is already acquainted, he will find sad havoc among the beautiful trees and flower beds of Fabiola's villa. Scaffold poles are standing up in place of the first, bricks, marbles, and columns lie upon the latter. Constantia, the daughter of Constantine, had prayed at St. Agnes's tomb when not yet a Christian, to beg the cure of a virulent ulcer, had been refreshed by a vision and completely cured. Being now baptized, she was repaying her debt of gratitude by building over her tomb her beautiful basilica. Still, the faithful had access to the crypt in which she was buried, and great was the concourse of pilgrims that came from all parts of the world. One afternoon, when Fabiola returned from the city to her villa, after spending the day in attending to the sick, and an hospital established in her own house, the fossor, who had charge of the cemetery, met her with an air of great interest and no small excitement, and said: "Madam, I sincerely believe that the stranger from the East, whom you have so long expected, is arrived." Fabiola, who had ever treasured up the dying words of Miriam, eagerly asked, "Where is he?" "He is gone again," was the reply. The lady's countenance fell. "But how?" she asked again. "Do you know it was he?" The excavator replied: "In the course of the morning I noticed among the crowd a man not yet 50, but worn by mortification and sorrow, to premature old age. His hair was nearly grey, as was his long beard. His dress was Eastern, and he wore the cloak which the monks from that country usually do. When he came before the tomb of Agnes, he flung himself upon the pavement with such a passion of tears, such groans, such sobs, as moved all around to compassion. Many approached him and whispered, 'Brother, thou art in great distress. Weep not so, the saint is merciful.' Others said to him, 'We will pray for thee, fear not.' But he seemed to be beyond comfort. I thought to myself, surely in the presence of so gentle and kind a saint, none ought to be thus disconsolate or heartbroken except only one man." Go on," broke in Fabiola. "What did he next?" "After a long time," continued the fossor, "he arose, and drawing from his bosom a most beautiful and sparkling ring, he laid it on her tomb. I thought I had seen it before, many years ago." "And then?" "Turning round, he saw me, and recognized my dress. He approached me, and I could feel him trembling, as, without looking in my face, he timidly asked me, 'Brother, knowest thou if there lie buried anywhere hereabout a maiden from Syria, called Miriam?' I pointed silently to the tomb. After a pause of great pain to himself, so agitated now that his voice faltered, he asked me again, 'Knowest thou, brother, of what she died?' 'Of consumption,' I replied. 'Thank God!' he ejaculated with a sigh of relieved anguish, and fell prostrate on the ground. Here too he moaned and cried, for more than an hour, then, approaching the tomb, affectionately kissed its cover and retired." "It is he, Torquatus, it is he!" warmly exclaimed Fabiola. "Why did you not detain him?" "I durst not, lady, after I had once seen his face. I had not courage to meet his eye. But I am sure he will return again, for he went towards the city." "He must be found," concluded Fabiola. "Dear Miriam, thou hast, then, this consoling foresight in death." End of section 54. Section 55 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick, Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part 3rd, Victory. Chapter 2, The Stranger in Rome. Early next morning the pilgrim was passing through the Forum when he saw a group of persons gathered round one whom they were evidently teasing. He would have paid but little attention to such a scene in a public thoroughfare, had not his ear caught a name familiar to it. He therefore drew nigh. In the centre was a man, younger than himself, but if he looked older than he was, from being wan and attenuated, the other did so much more from being the very contrary. He was bald and bloated, with a face swelled and red, and covered with blotches and boils. A drunken cunning swam in his eye, and his gait and tone were those of a man habitually intoxicated. His clothes were dirty, and his whole person neglected. Ay, Corvinus," one youth was saying to him, "won't you get your deserts now? Have you not heard that Constantine is coming this year to Rome, and don't you think the Christians will have their turn about now?" "Not they," answered the man we have described. "They have not the pluck for it. I remember we feared it, when Constantine published his first edict, after the death of Maxentius, about liberty for the Christians. But next year he put us out of fear, by declaring all religions to be equally permitted." "That is all very well as a general rule," interposed another, determined further to plague him. "But is it not supposed that he is going to look up those who took an active part in the late persecution, and have a lex talionis executed on them, stripe for stripe, burning for burning, and wild beast for wild beast?" "Who says so?" asked Corvinus, turning pale. "Why, it would surely be very natural," said one. "And very just," added another. "Oh, never mind," said Corvinus. "They will always let one off for turning Christian. And, I am sure, I would turn anything rather than stand." "Where Pancratius stood," interposed a third, more malicious. "Hold your tongue," broke out the drunkard with a tone of positive rage. "Mention his name again, if you dare." And he raised his fist and looked furiously at the speaker. "Ay, because he told you how you were to die," shouted the youngster, running away. Hey, a panther here for Corvinus." All ran away before the human beast, now lashed into fury more than they would have done from the wild one of the desert. He cursed them and threw stones after them. The pilgrim, from a short distance, watched the close of the scene that went on. Corvinus moved slowly along the same road, that which led towards the Lateran Basilica, now the Cathedral of Rome. Suddenly a sharp growl was heard, and with it a piercing shriek. As they were passing by the Colosseum, near the dens of the wild beasts, which were prepared for combats among themselves, on occasion of the emperor's visit, Corvinus, impelled by the morbid curiosity natural to persons who consider themselves victims of some fatality connected with a particular object, approached the cage in which a splendid panther was kept. He went close to the bars, and provoked the animal by gestures and words, saying, "Very likely indeed that you are to be the death of me. You are very safe in your den." In that instant the enraged animal made a spring at him, and through the wide bars of the den caught his neck and throat in its fangs, and inflicted a frightful lacerated wound. The wretched man was picked up and carried to his lodgings not far off. The stranger followed him, and found them mean, dirty, and uncomfortable in the extreme, with only an old and decrepit slave, apparently as sottish as his master, to attend him. The stranger sent him out to procure a surgeon, who was long in coming, and in the meantime did his best to staunch the blood. While he was so occupied, Corvinus fixed his eyes upon him with a look of one delirious or demented. "Do you know me?" asked the pilgrim soothingly. "Know you? No. Yes. Let me see. Ha! The fox! My fox! Do you remember our hunting together those hateful Christians? Where have you been all this time? How many of them have you caught?" And he laughed outrageously. "Peace, peace, Corvinus," replied the other. "You must be very quiet, or there is no hope for you. Besides, I do not wish you to allude to those times, for I am myself now a Christian." You a Christian?" broke out Corvinus savagely. "You who have shed more of their best blood than any man? Have you been forgiven for all this, or have you slept quietly upon it? Have no furies lashed you at night? No phantoms haunted you? No vipers sucked your heart? If so, tell me how you have got rid of them all, that I may do the same. If not, they will come, they will come. Vengeance and fury, why should they not have tormented you as much as me?" "Silence, Corvinus. I have suffered as you have, but I have found the remedy, and will make it known to you as soon as the physician has seen you, for he is approaching." The doctor saw him, dressed the wound, but gave little hope of recovery, especially in a patient whose very blood was tainted by intemperance. The stranger now resumed his seat beside him, and spoke of the mercy of God and His readiness to forgive the worst of sinners, whereof he himself was a living proof. The unhappy man seemed to be in a sort of stupor, if he listened, not comprehending what was said. At length his kind instructor, having expounded to him the fundamental mysteries of Christianity, in hope rather than certainty of being attended to, went on to say: "And now, Corvinus, you will ask me, how is forgiveness to be applied to one who believes all this? It is by baptism, by being born again of water and the Holy Ghost." "What?" exclaimed the sick man loathingly. "By being washed in the laver of regenerating water." He was interrupted by a convulsive growl rather than a moan. "Water, water, no water for me, take it away!" And a strong spasm seized the patient's throat. His attendant was alarmed, but sought to calm him. "Think not," he said, "that you are to be taken hence in your present fever, and to be plunged into water." The sick man shuddered and moaned. "Inclinical baptism. A few drops suffice, not more than is in this pitcher." And he showed them the water in a small vessel. At the sight of it the patient writhed and foamed at the mouth, and was shaken by a violent convulsion. The sounds that proceeded from him resembled a howl from a wild beast more than any utterance of human lips. The pilgrim saw at once that hydrophobia and all its horrible symptoms had come upon the patient, from the bite of the enraged animal. It was with difficulty that he and the servant could hold him down at times. Occasionally he broke out into frightful paroxysms of blasphemous violence against God and man, and then, when this subsided, he would go on moaning thus: "Water, they want to give me water, water, none for me. It is fire, fire, that I have, and that is my portion. I am already on fire within, without. Look how it comes creeping up all round me. It advances every moment nearer and nearer." And he beat off the fancied flame with his hands on either side of his bed, and he blew at it round his head. Then turning towards his sorrowful attendants, he would say: "Why don't you put it out? You see it is already burning me." Thus passed the dreary day, and thus came the dismal night, when the fever increased, and with it the delirium, and the violent accesses of fury, though the body was sinking. At length he raised himself up in bed, and looking with half-glazed eyes straight before him, he exclaimed in a voice choked with bitter rage: "Away, Pancratius, begone! Thou hast glared on me long enough. Keep back thy panther, hold it fast. It is going to fly at my throat. It comes, oh!" And with a convulsive grasp, as if pulling the beast from off his throat, he plucked away the bandage from his wound. A gush of blood poured over him, and he fell back, a hideous corpse, upon the bed. His friends saw how unrepenting persecutors died. End of section 55. Section 56 of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick Cardinal Wiseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. Part Third, Victory. Chapter 3. And last. The next morning the pilgrim proceeded to discharge the business which had been interfered with by the circumstances related in the preceding chapter. He he might have been first seen busily employed inquiring after some one about the Dionysius in the Forum. At length the person was found, and the two walked towards a dirty little office under the Capitol, on the ascent called Clivus Acilia. Old musty books were brought out, and searched, column after column, till they came to the date of the Consuls Diocletian Augustus, the 8th time, and Maximian Herculeus Augustus, the 7th time. Here they found sundry entries with reference to certain documents. A roll of mouldy parchments of that date was produced, docketed as referred to, and the number corresponding to the entries was drawn out and examined. The result of the investigation seemed perfectly satisfactory to both parties. "It is the first time in my life," said the owner of the den, "that I ever knew a person who had got clear off, come back, after 15 years, to inquire after his debts. A Christian, I presume, sir?" "Certainly, by God's mercy." "I thought as much. Good morning, sir. I shall be happy to accommodate you at any time, at as reasonable rates as my father Ephraim, now with Abraham. A great fool, that for his pains, I must say, begging his pardon," he added, when the stranger was out of hearing. With a decided step and a brighter countenance than he had yet displayed, he went straight to the villa on the Nomentan way, and after again paying his devotions in the crypt, but with a lighter heart, he at once addressed the foster, as if they had never been parted. "Torquatus, can I speak with the Lady Fabiola?" "Certainly," answered the other. "Come this way." Neither alluded, as they went along, to old times, nor to the intermediate history of either. There seemed to be an understanding, instinctive to both, that all the past was to be obliterated before men, as they hoped it was before God. Fabiola had remained at home that and the preceding day, in hopes of the stranger's return. She was seated in the garden, close to a fountain, when Torquatus, pointing to her, retired. She rose as she saw the long-expected visitor approach, and an indescribable emotion thrilled through her, when she found herself standing in his presence. "Madam," he said, in a tone of deep humility and earnest simplicity, "I should never have presumed to present myself before you, had not an obligation of justice, as well as many of gratitude, obliged me." "Orontius," she replied, "is this the name by which I must address you?" He signified his assent. "You can have no obligations towards me, except that which our great Apostle charges on us, that we love one another." "I know you feel so, and therefore I would not have pretended, unworthy as I am, to intrude upon you, for any lower motive than one of strict duty. I know what gratitude I owe you for the kindness and affection lavished upon one now dearer to me than any sister can be on earth, and how you discharged towards her the offices of love which I had neglected." "And thereby sent her to me," interposed Fabiola, "to be my angel of life. Remember, Orontius, that Joseph was sold by his brethren, only that he might save his race." "You are too good, indeed, towards one so worthless," resumed the pilgrim; "but I will not thank you for your kindness to another who has repaid you so richly. Only this morning I have learnt your mercy to one who would have no claim upon you." "I do not understand you," observed Fabiola. "Then I will tell you all plainly," rejoined Orontius. "I have now been for many years a member of one of those communities in Palestine, of men who live separated from the world in desert places, dividing their day and even their night between singing the divine praises, contemplation, and the labor of their hands, severe penance for our past transgressions, fasting, mourning, and prayer form the great duty of our penitential state. Have you heard of such men here?" "The fame of holy Paul and Anthony is as great in the West as in the East," replied the lady. "It is with the greatest disciples of the latter that I have lived supported by his great example, and the consolation he has given me. But one thought troubled me, and prevented my feeling complete assurance of safety, even after years of expiation. Before I left Rome I had contracted a heavy debt, which must have been accumulating at a frightful rate of interest, till it had reached an overwhelming amount. Yet it was an obligation deliberately contracted, and not to be justly evaded. I was a poor Cenobite, barely living on the produce of the few palm leaf mats that I could weave, and the scanty herbs that would grow in the sand. How could I discharge my obligations? Only one means remained. I could give myself up to my creditor as a slave, to labor for him and endure his blows and scornful reproaches in patience, or to be sold by him for my value, for I am yet strong. In either case, I should have had my Saviour's example to cheer and support me. At any rate, I should have given up all that I had, myself. I went this morning to the Forum, found my creditor's son, examined his accounts, and found that you had discharged my debt in full. I am, therefore, your bondsman, Lady Fabiola, instead of the Jews." And he knelt humbly at her feet. "Rise, rise," said Fabiola, turning away her weeping eyes. "You are no bondsman of mine, but a dear brother in our common Lord." Then sitting down with him, she said, "Orontius, I have a great favor to ask from you. Give me some account of how you were brought to that life, which you have so generously embraced." "I will obey you as briefly as possible. I fled, as you know, one sorrowful night from Rome, accompanied by a man." His voice choked him. I know whom you mean. Eurotas," interrupted Fabiola. "The same, the curse of our house, the author of all mine and my dear sister's sufferings. We had to charter a vessel at great expense from Brundusium, whence we sailed for Cyprus. We attempted commerce and various speculations, but all failed. There was manifestly a curse on all that we undertook. Our means melted away, and we were obliged to seek some other country. We crossed over to Palestine and settled for a while at Gaza. Very soon we were reduced to distress. Everybody shunned us, and we knew not why, but my conscience told me that the mark of Cain was on my brow." Orontius paused and wept for a time, then went on. "At length, when all was exhausted and nothing remained but a few jewels, of considerable price indeed, but with which I knew not why Eurotas would not part, he urged me to take up the odious office of denouncing Christians, for a furious persecution was breaking out. For the first time in my life I rebelled against his commands and refused to obey. One day he asked me to walk out of the gates. We wandered far, till we came to a delightful spot in the midst of the desert. It was a narrow dell, covered with verdure, and shaded by palm trees. A little clear stream ran down, issuing from a spring in a rock at the head of the valley. In this rock we saw grottos and caverns, but the place seemed uninhabited. Not a sound could be heard but the bubbling of the water. We sat down to rest, when Eurotas addressed me in a fearful speech. The time had come, he told me, when we must both fulfill the dreaded resolution he had taken, that we must not survive the ruin of our family. Here we must both die. The wild beast would consume our bodies, and no one would know the end of its last representatives." So saying, he drew forth 2 small flasks of unequal sizes, handed me the larger one, and swallowed the contents of the smaller. I refused to take it, and even reproached him for the difference of our doses. But he replied that he was old, and I young, and that they were proportioned to our respective strengths. I still refused, having no wish to die. But a sort of demoniacal fury seemed to come over him. He seized me with a giant's grasp, as I sat on the ground, threw me on my back, and exclaiming, "We must both perish together," forcibly poured the contents of the phial, without sparing me a drop, down my throat. In an instant I was unconscious, and remained so till I awoke in a cavern, and faintly called for drink. A venerable old man with a white beard put a wooden bowl of water to my lips. "Where is Eurotas?" I asked. "Is that your companion?" inquired the old monk. "Yes," I answered. "He is dead," was the reply. I know not by what fatality this had happened, but I blessed God with all my heart for having spared me. That old man was Hilarion, a native of Gaza, who, having spent many years with the holy Anthony in Egypt, had that year returned to establish the Cenobitic and Eremitical life in his own country, and had already collected several disciples. They lived in the caves hard by, and took their refection under the shade of those palms, and softened their dry food in the water of that fountain. Their kindness to me, their cheerful piety, their holy lives, won on me as I recovered. I saw the religion which I had persecuted in a sublime form, and rapidly recalled to mind the instructions of my dear mother, and the example of my sister, so that yielding to grace, I bewailed my sins at the feet of God's minister, and received baptism on Easter Eve." "Then we are doubly brethren, nay, twin children of the Church. For I was born to eternal life also on that day. But what do you intend to do now?" "Set out this evening on my return. I have accomplished the two objects of my journey. The first was to cancel my debt, the second was to lay an offering on the shrine of Agnes. You will remember," he added, smiling, "that your good father unintentionally deceived me into the idea that she coveted the jewels I displayed. Fool that I was! But I resolved after my conversion that she should possess the best that remained in Eurotas's keeping, so I brought it to her." "But have you means for your journey?" asked the lady timidly. "Abundant," he replied, "in the charity of the faithful. I have letters from the Bishop of Gaza, which procure me everywhere sustenance and lodging. But I will accept from you a cup of water and a morsel of bread, in the name of a disciple." They rose, and were advancing towards the house, when a woman rushed madly through the shrubs, and fell at their feet, exclaiming, "Oh, save me, dear mistress, save me! He is pursuing me, to kill me!" Fabiola recognized in the poor creature her former slave Jubala, but her hair was grizzly and dishevelled, and her whole aspect bespoke abject misery. She asked whom she meant. "My husband," she replied. "Long has he been harsh and cruel, but to day he is more brutal than usual. Oh, save me from him!" "There is no danger here," replied the lady; "but I fear, Jubala, you are far from happy. I have not seen you for a long, long time." "No, dear lady, why should I come to tell you of all my woes? Oh, why did I ever leave you in your house, where I ought to have been so happy? I might then with you, and Graja, and good old departed Euphrosyne, have learnt to be good myself, and have embraced Christianity." "What, have you really been thinking of this, Jubala?" "For a long time, lady, in my sorrows and remorse. For I have seen how happy Christians are, even those who have been as wicked as myself. And because I hinted this to my husband this morning, he has beaten me, and threatened to take my life. But, thank God, I have been making myself acquainted with Christian doctrines, through the teaching of a friend." "How long has this bad treatment gone on, Jubala?" asked Dionysius, who had heard of it from his uncle. "Ever," she replied, "since soon after marriage. I told him of an offer made to me previously by a dark foreigner named Eurotas. Oh, he was indeed a wicked man, a man of black passions and remorseless villainy. Connected with him is my most racking recollection." "How was that?" asked Dionysius, with eager curiosity. "Why, when he was leaving Rome, he asked me to prepare for him two narcotic potions, one for an enemy, he said, should he be taken prisoner. This was to be certainly fatal. Another had to suspend consciousness for a few hours only, should he require it for himself. When he came for them, I was just going to explain to him that, contrary to appearances, the small phial contained a fatally concentrated poison, and the large one a more diluted and weaker dose. But my husband came in at the moment, and in a fit of jealousy thrust me from the room. I fear some mistake may have been committed, and that unintentional death may have ensued." Fabiola and Dionysius looked at one another in silence, wondering at the just dispensations of Providence, when they were roused by a shriek from the woman. They were horrified at seeing an arrow quivering in her bosom. As Fabiola supported her, Dionysius, looking behind him, caught a glimpse of a black face, grinning hideously through the fence. And the next moment a Numidian was seen flying away on his horse, with his bow bent, Parthian-wise over his shoulder, ready for any pursuer. The arrow had passed unobserved between Orontius and the lady. "Jubala," asked Fabiola, "dost thou wish to die a Christian?" "Most earnestly," she replied. "Dost thou believe in one God in three persons?" "I firmly believe in all the Christian Church teaches." "And in Jesus Christ, who was born and died for our sins?" "Yes, in all that you believe." The reply was more faint. Make haste, Orontius," cried Fabiola, pointing to the fountain. He was already at its basin, filling full his two hands, and coming instantly, poured their contents on the head of the poor African, pronouncing the words of baptism; and, as she expired, the water of regeneration mingled with her blood of expiation. After this distressing, yet consoling scene, they entered the house, and instructed Torquatus about the burial to be given to this doubly baptized convert. Orontius was struck with the simple neatness of the house, so strongly contrasting with the luxurious splendor of Fabiola's former dwelling. But suddenly his attention was arrested in a small inner room, by a splendid shrine or casket set with jewels, but with an embroidered curtain before it, so as to allow only the frame of it to be seen. Approaching nearer, he read inscribed on it, "The blood of the blessed Miriam, shed by cruel hands." Orontius turned deadly pale, then changed to a deeper crimson, and almost staggered. Fabiola saw this, and going up to him kindly and frankly placed her hand upon his arm, and mildly said to him, "Orontius, there is that within, which may well make us both blush deeply, but not therefore despond." So saying, she drew aside the curtain, and Orontius saw within a crystal plate the embroidered scarf so much connected with his own and his sister's history. Upon it were lying two sharp weapons, the points of both which were rusted with blood. In one he recognized his own dagger; the other appeared to him like one of those instruments of female vengeance, with which he knew heathen ladies punished their attendant slaves. "We have both," said Fabiola, "unintentionally inflicted a wound, and shed the blood of her, whom now we honor as a sister in heaven. But for my part, from the day when I did so, and gave her occasion to display her virtue, I date the dawn of grace upon my soul. What say you, Orontius?" "That I, likewise, from the instant that I so misused her, and led to her exhibition of such Christian heroism, began to feel the hand of God upon me, that has led me to repentance and forgiveness." "It is thus ever," concluded Fabiola. "The example of our Lord has made the martyrs, and the example of the martyrs leads us upwards to Him. Their blood softens our hearts, His alone cleanses our souls. Theirs pleads for mercy, His bestows it. May the Church in her days of peace and of victories never forget what she owes to the age of her martyrs. As for us too, we are indebted to it for our spiritual lives. May many who will only read of it, draw from it the same mercy and grace." They knelt down and prayed long together silently before the shrine. Then they parted, to meet no more. After a few years spent by Orontius in penitential fervor, a green mound by the palms, in the little dell near Gaza, marked the spot where he slept the sleep of the just. And after many years of charity and holiness, Fabiola withdrew to rest in peace, in company with Agnes and Miriam. End of Section 56. End of Fabiola by Nicholas Patrick, Cardinal Wiseman.